Fabricia, written and narrated by Doug Bleichner. Footnotes read by Paul Casselle. Preface. A group of workers scrubbed and tugged at various sheets of textiles over large wooden vats in a damp open warehouse. It sat directly against the main thoroughfare leading into the village of Saint-Villers in Alsace-Lorraine, France. The year was 1652, and Georg Gregor Bleichner rushed to his regular spot in the corner of the workshop to begin another day of preparing textiles for bleaching. There was a lot on his mind. Tonight, Saint-Villers' Catholic priest would pronounce him married to Barbara Freeman, his beautiful German fiancée, and she would receive the privilege of adding Bleichner to her name. A derivative of Bleicher from Middle High German Bleecker, Bleichner was an occupational surname meaning bleacher of textiles, a launderer, or the owner of public bleaching grounds. The name commanded then and continues to command respect in the world of fabric and fashion, synonymous with quality and class regarding anything fabric-related. Georg Gregor Bleichner and Barbara Freeman would be fruitful. They produced no shortage of Bleichner children. Eventually, due to any number of geopolitical and economic issues in the often contested and culturally ambiguous French-German border region of Alsace-Lorraine during the early 19th century, a few of these brave descendants got on a boat bound for the burgeoning United States, settling in rural western Pennsylvania. A handful of generations passed. American Bleichners moved further west. They lived and died, and their great passion for fabric bleaching became a lost art. They say a man is a slave to his nature, his genetics, a slave to history. I never gave that much weight. Not until I finally sat down to write, truly and authentically, for the first time. Fueled by something supernatural, I found in me an inner voice that could not be explained away as the voice of my own desires, drives, or inspiration. I became aware this inner voice was thrust forward from the power of an overwhelming spirit, informed by my ancestral craft of fabric working, and the hundreds of Bleichners before me who had spent centuries toiling to perfect the intricate art of textile work. Fabricia presented itself like a long-lost message in a bottle, jumping out of me, the bottle, and into my 2017 MacBook Pro, then into the digital or print format you're now reading this on. This audiobook contains footnotes. They are read by an additional narrator. Chapter 1. Pumper's Apprentice. Ford Manor's aged beams and hinges creaked and groaned in the dark night as a little boy sat by his grandfather's bedside.
Ford Manor, the oldest surviving Borglow pattern manor in the southern region of Fur, most notable for its sheep, grass, and stone walls.
The old man lay perfectly still, his knobby hands folded on his chest, staring at the ceiling. The boy sat on a stool and was reading a worn, leather-bound book in the dim candlelight. Suddenly, silence gave way to the old man's remark.
"Reading that fairy tale nonsense, happily ever after grim crap, eh, boy?"
It was spoken in somewhat of a hoarse whisper, while the man's eyes never left the ceiling. The boy, not at all taken aback by his grandfather's verbal abuse, responded,
"Yes, grandfather, I was just reading about the children who—"
"Poor bullshit!"
The old man cut him off.
Poor bullshit. Slang. Variation on door bullshit. The feces of a doorbell is especially useless in any important manufacturing or otherwise industrial process, meant to signify uselessness.
"I can spout a better load of Tungus those modern story thieves. Princesses and magical jingle-jangle junk! Dang!"
There was a silence for several minutes before he finally continued.
"Put down your dang trash book and listen close, boy. I've been holding this story back from telling like trapped gas, and I think it might even turn out solid."
Then the words flowed out of the old man like a flood of forgotten wisdom and buried memories, all held back by a constipated conscience, to which a renewed sense of indignation at modernity had acted as a laxative. Like a glorious castle to put Lord Grimbuses to shame, Jimston's khaki factory stood high and mighty on a small plot of undesirable land in the realm of Fabricia, just outside the village of Porp.
Lord Grimbus, fabled ancient Duke of Grimbley, notable for his opulent castle and decorated horses, which he would paint gold. Grimbus's gold horse's bloodline and seed are still prized by many in the eastern realms.
Each morning, Jim walked through the giant front doors of his factory, pulled open by an intricate system of pulleys drawn by peasant workers. The toots and whistles of the factory's machinery could be heard all throughout the countryside, and the smell of khaki glue traveled nearly 5 miles down the road. Khaki making was a new and innovative system of clothing production in Fabricia, and Jim Jimston possessed the finest khaki factory around because it was the only khaki factory around. Jim was only the second generation of his family to partake in the new practice of producing tan khaki clothing, but his methods were tried and true, and his work ethic was strong. Buckets and buckets of tannish gray slop flowed in and out of the factory each day, and the entire compound seemed to breathe like a living organism. At high noon, hundreds of peasants doing their daily chores in and out of the factory compound resembled a beehive swarming with bees, and the area buzzed with the sounds of whipped horses, shouting peasants, bubbling vats of slop, whistles whistling, and pumps pumping. Making his way through the khaki compound, Jim took a second to stop, close his eyes, and take a whiff of a familiar scent that had become so special to him. It was the smell of khaki glue slop and horse feces many of the townspeople had begun to affectionately call the stench, and to Jim, it smelled like success. Jim made it his custom to personally greet many of his workers as he passed by them on the way to his lofted office.
Hello, Tribble,
he called to a quick-moving and nimble man with a half-vacant stare. The man turned his greasy head and gobbled out a barely coherent response. Compared to his numerous and unfortunate workers, Jim was an intelligent man, but by average standards, he was quite dull. This trait ran in Jim's family, and despite their incredible mediocrity, they had become the leading producers of khaki fabric in Fabricia. Jim was an exceedingly average middle-aged Fabrician. In height, weight, wit, charm, and any other characteristic one could measure a man, he was neither deficient in nor in excess. Being particularly unremarkable in any way had its benefits for Jim, a private, shy man. His dark brown hair worn slick to the side in common Fabrician fashion, and his plain, clean-shaven face allowed him to blend into a crowd anywhere he went, which is how he preferred living, to be unnoticed. However little Jim desired the spotlight, he had an equally strong inclination to produce things of great value for the world. Jim would much rather have a pair of khaki pants or some other of his factory's garments become a world-renowned, famous, and widespread product than to have any personal fame. And so, he devoted his time to perfecting his craft with little desire to promote and push his social image. Jim's father, despite all odds and mostly due to a clerical error in the local bookkeeper's office, had amassed not only one of the land's largest fleet of workers, but the wealth to put them all to work making the family's coveted khaki. In doing so, he was willing to take a risk on a new innovative system of fabric making, which he learned about from a traveling merchant he met once from the Eastern Realm. When Jim was a boy, he watched his father sit idly by in his office, literally twiddling his thumbs while hordes of peasants pumped out his chosen product. As his father aged, however, and Jim stood to take over the factory, he was teased and picked on by the peasants, who would make fun of his small stature and odd behavioral quirks, such as his strange habit of clapping his hands often and pacing back and forth. As a result of the constant bullying, Jim decided to hire a harsh overseer to deal with all peasant relations as soon as he became the factory's owner. He also built a private office high above the factory floor for himself to keep tabs on the action below from a distance and hide from his workers. Jim had only been sole owner and lord of the khaki plant for about 5 years now, and it felt like a new era in the factory's history for everyone with Jim at the reins. Jim's inheritance occurred when his father, Pim Jimston, and older brother, Ball, who would have been next in line to inherit the factory, had passed away from eating poisoned berries. The two had suffered an extremely long and painful death after eating some small red treats, which they had dubbed the dubious berries and would often bemoan on their singular deathbed, a large waterbed they shared. It all started when Pim and Ball had been skipping to work like they usually did when a bush full of bright red berries caught Pim's eye. He quickly beckoned Ball while crouched next to the bush full of treats.
Ball, my boy, come quickly! Look at these bright red treats!
Ball, with wide eyes and a salivating mouth, hastily sprinted towards his father at breakneck speed. The father and son feasted on the berries until their bellies were swollen. They sat moaning in satiated pleasure, not realizing the berries contained deadly toxins and poisons. They had consumed dozens of the treats, and even one berry could kill a large horse. What followed was 6 long months of agonizing, bedridden pain, which required constant chamber pot dumpings and sweat rag dabs on their glistening foreheads. Jim, being the only other living immediate family member, was left to bear the brunt of the responsibility to administer end-of-life care to them. As father and son shared their dying days together side by side in the large waterbed, they constantly shouted, chastised, and otherwise lashed out at their caretaker, and they would frequently wail and scream out about their small red treats.
Oh, why? Oh, why? Our small red treats made us sick!
They would shout before spewing puke into small wooden barrels and buckets lining the sides of their bed. Pim and Ball eventually passed, and it was a sad moment for Jim, but it also brought him a sense of relief. Jim at the helm of khaki production was a welcome change for his peasants. It wasn't because Jim was a particularly lax and merciful owner, but rather he was fair and displayed some degree of rationality in his decision-making, two traits he did not share with his late father. It was not uncommon in the days when his father ran things for random torture sessions and pay cuts to occur just because the wrong hoop-de-hoop ball team had lost the night before.
Hoop-de-hoop ball, a sport involving 16 players versus one large man who attempts to move a small wooden ball through various tubes in order for it to land in a hoop. The large man must be stopped from getting his ball into the hoop. The large man is elected by the community every 6 years.
Jim finally reached the stairs to his lofted office, perched above the factory work floor. There he could examine and scrutinize the workers' every move. Recently, Jim had finished construction on this new office, which was one of the most expensive projects initiated by him to date. The office was walled in rich plywood, slathered in a greasy brown finish, and adorned with numerous gold doorknobs of great value. He kept these polished and well lubricated for turning and admiring throughout the day. On this particular day, as he was admiring the largest and most well-polished, there came a knock on his office door. Jim started toward the door, but before he could reach it, it busted open, destroying the lock and causing him to drop his most prized knob.
Jim, my lord!
Cried a massive man standing amid splintering piles of plywood in the open doorway. Adorned in a special padded long khaki robe and sporting a worn black whip, he was a most intimidating man, large in stature and extremely muscular. His dark brown hair was kept clean cut, closely shaved on the sides and slightly longer on top, and his weathered masculine face made him look much older than he really was, a man of 30 years old. He was Billiam, Jim's personal bodyguard and the factory's head disciplinarian. Immediately after Billiam spoke, Jim verbally accosted him.
Billiam, you fool! You've destroyed my office door for the third time! I should have you dunked in the defecation vat again!
Defecation vat. A large vat in which bowel buckets and chamber pots are emptied into. Defecation vats are dumped once every 10 years in one of 3 designated defecation dump areas in Fabricia.
Billiam dropped to his knees and hung his head while small, determined peasant men dressed in tattered khaki promptly cleared the broken door and began assembling a new one. Billiam sobbed into his hands pressed up against his face. Jim rolled his eyes and sat back down behind his desk. Jim had hired Billiam Ripworth as soon as he took over the factory, and his presence there was a great relief to Jim, who hated playing the bad guy and punishing his peasants. The son of the famous and wealthy Lord Charles Ripworth III, Billiam Ripworth was large in stature, yet fragile emotionally, raised in an atmosphere of opulence and plenty.
Chas Ripworth III, 8th Lord of the realm of Rip, attributed for ushering in the Ripped era in the realm of Rip and cementing the land's name as synonymous for being yoked, cut, or swole. The Ripped realm is known for producing the most yoked individuals in existence.
His large muscles, blanketed in tan, well-hydrated skin due to regular applications of lotion, were but a cover for his sensitive inner life. In his rare free time, he could be found walking on lonely but scenic wilderness trails and, on more than one occasion, with a lovely flower tucked behind his right ear. At work, he often withdrew to the factory courtyard to sob after a peasant worker resentfully called him a name when they suspected he could not hear. The tough guy persona and the merciless whippings he inflicted upon the workers was all an act, and one that weighed so heavily upon his sensitive heart that he often dreamed of pursuing his real passion, counseling. Billiam's true self was hidden from the peasants, but not from Jim. He respected Jim as his lord and, as such, saw him as a sort of authoritative but fair figure, one in which he was able to open up to and expose his emotions. Despite his rich inner world, Billiam was a man of few words, and few could truly say they knew him. As Billiam sobbed and pleaded for forgiveness, Jim shouted in a high-pitched squeal.
Billiam! I can't believe you've done another knob! I ought to frickin' fire your ass!
Watching his friend sob, Jim felt some remorse for his words immediately, and he slowly approached Billiam to pat him on the back.
There, Billiam, hey, don't cry,
whispered Jim.
And please, don't let the peasants see you like this.
Billiam composed himself.
I'm sorry, my lord. I'm just having an off day. This has been a tough morning, he muttered.
I understand, Jim said in a calmer, more affable voice, now crouching at Billiam's level and donning a sly grin.
Hey, can you do something for me? Wipe those tears off your face and start whipping some butt out there on the factory floor.
Jim hurried over to his desk and retrieved a brand new whip, then tossed it to Billiam. Billiam caught it and sprang up, delighted at his new toy. He now towered over Jim and entered a full salute stance.
Right away, my lord,
he shouted as he marched back down onto the factory floor. Jim clapped as Billiam hopped down the stairs and ran toward a familiar group of young delinquent peasant boys who squatted in the corner of the room and played Diceman's Spank, a forbidden game at the factory.
Diceman's Spank, a game in which the player casts a 30-headed die in the hopes of landing on the one side which contains an image of a small man, the diceman. If a player lands the die on the diceman, they receive a spanking each from the other players, but also all of the prize money put on at the beginning of the match.
Billiam approached them, and Jim watched as they shared a quick encounter before the boys darted away from him and dispersed. Jim's claps increased, and he surveyed the scene below, cheering as Billiam brought justice down upon the boys one by one. A loud crack of Billiam's whip rang out through the factory, and the first victim found his leg fully entangled. Billiam pulled the boy around a large round wooden container with one fluid movement of his arm, scraping his body against its rugged and splintered surface.
No, Billiam, no! Spare my hide!
The boy's shouts meant nothing to Billiam. He picked him up and threw him across the room. The boy soared straight out of the window and directly into a huge pile of horse dung before faint laughter rang out across the factory floor. Billiam screamed at the top of his lungs.
Shut up and get back to work, dirty peasants!
Jim looked down with an approving grin, gave a thumbs up, let out 3 quick, loud claps, then turned his head and noticed the other 3 boys getting away.
They're escaping!
Shouted Jim from his perch with a playful smile and chuckle. Billiam quickly lifted his whip and headed toward the door.
Stop!
Jim commanded.
Let them run. We'll whip them tomorrow.
Jim gave a wink and retreated to his knobs, walking backwards slowly, clapping as he did. As he sat back at his desk, Jim pulled out a shiny golden knob and poured lubricant from a small wooden barrel into its inner mechanisms. He let out a long sigh.
All is well, he thought out loud. Today will be a good day.
Then it hit him. It was the 2nd. Tomorrow was the big day. The contest. How could he forget? Sheila Dinneman sat at one end of a massive dining table in a damp, dark, stone-walled chamber lit by torchlight. She was a particularly tall, strikingly beautiful woman with sharp, angular features, and her stark black hair was worn closely cropped to her head. Her long arms moved gracefully around as she gesticulated, and it often appeared as though she danced as she spoke. The chamber she sat in lay deep within the labyrinth that was Dinneman's fortress, a dank, grimy stone compound that had housed the wealthy and powerful Dinneman family for centuries. Sheila Dinneman was the current lady of the manor and exercised her power in a sycophantic fashion. In her free time, Sheila would dig holes around the fortress designed to physically entrap her peasants. Peasants would injure themselves by falling inside the holes and become ensnared in Holer's traps, which only she had the means to disarm, using what she called her magic keys.
Holer's trap, a trap used by pranksters who practice a pranking technique known as holing, in which holes are dug in an area and special traps are laid inside that can only be opened with a Holer's master key, HMK.
In reality, Sheila's magic keys were just run-of-the-mill Holer's master keys, which she had inherited from ancient pranksters in her family lineage. In the night, it would often bring her great pleasure to hear gasps and screams for help from servants who fell victim to one of her holes, and she would lay in her bed chamber with her eyes closed and smirking, listening to faint pleading in the distance.
My lady, might you exercise mercy on me? Please, bring me your magic key,
the trapped peasants would shout. Sheila's voice echoed throughout the cacophonous great hall amidst sounds of gulps and burps produced by a group of about 24 starving peasant diners who sat around a large stone table, inhaling plates of meats and brown pastes. The group included men, women, and children of various sizes, and they all attacked their meals with the same ravenous fury.
Do you know why I have assembled you, you dirty freaks? Curious as to why dirty, greasy peasants such as you all are now finding yourselves in the fortress great hall?
Sheila questioned. The group continued to feast and paid no attention to her, except for one man who put down his wad of meat quickly. "No," he said before immediately digging back into his greasy meal.
Yes, well, I'll tell you why. I'm building a network. Yes, a reconnaissance network of sorts, and you will all act as my eyes and ears. Does that excite you, my little servants?
The peasants continued to pay her no attention and remained affixed to their meals. Sheila angrily stood up, then loudly cleared her throat.
I said, if you perform your duties well, each and every one of you will be receiving 2 tickets to Jesterfest this year.
Jesterfest, an exclusive festival occurring once a year in the Southern Realm. For 3 days, dancers, jugglers, jumpers, skippers, and twirlers entertain the masses who chew on exotic meats and imbibe ice-cold beverages.
Upon hearing the word Jesterfest, the peasants immediately turned their attention to Sheila and shouted over each other.
Jesterfest? I heard Bill Feuds was going to be there. He's the master jester from the Eastern Realm.
One elderly man screamed with every ounce of energy from within his frail body.
Bill Feuds, one of the most respected master jesters in the jesting community. Bill developed the Feuds method of gesturing, FMOJ, and was a central figure in the creation of jester theory as a respected academic field of study.
The peasants now all excitedly chatted and muttered amongst themselves, thrilled at the prospect of receiving a 3-day break from their nonstop lifelong struggle of monotony and physical torture.
Silence! The meal is over! Now please kindly exit to the left.
Sheila pointed to a small, cramped 3-foot-tall archway that lay in the corner of the room.
Please allow the guards to guide you through this small exit hole for further instructions and a briefing on what is expected of you. Single file, please.
The peasants slowly got up from their seats and reluctantly crawled toward the exit on their hands and knees. As a small boy peasant assumed the crawling position and joined the others, Sheila promptly stopped him.
No, you, boy, stay.
The boy was Barry. Barry was smaller in stature than most boys of his age of about 13. His arms were like twigs and his pasty white skin was so pale it seemed translucent. His straight white golden hair fashioned into a bowl cut was thin and wispy and darted around in the air as he moved.
Yes, my lady?
Barry sheepishly responded while cowering in fear.
No time for cowering, boy. Sit down. I have plans for you.
Barry approached the massive stone table and sat completely opposite Sheila, positioning himself as far away from her as possible.
Now, do you know what we do here at the Denim Fortress?
Sheila muttered in a hurried fashion, as if she already knew his answer would be no. She was keenly aware her peasants were ignorant about how the fortress made money and really knew nothing much about the outside world at all. This was by design, and it pained her to some degree to reveal any sort of information to such a lowly undesirable.
Well, yes, we pull cranks, toss ropes, dig holes.
Barry began naming the long list of menial tasks he usually performed, but was interrupted before he could finish.
No, not all that busy work bullcrap. No, I mean what we...
Sheila paused for a moment, remembering the boy knew almost nothing about the world other than his assigned back-breaking daily chores.
I mean what we do, what we make, our craft. Here, let me explain it to you, boy. Since time immemorial, my ancestors have been making the finest denim crafts in the realm. Yes, we have been squeezing out the resources of Fabricia and wringing our lands like a damp rag to create our blue gold. Pants, shirts, hats, we've made it all. It's why the entire village shimmers with a beautiful blue hue on a bright sunny day.
Barry thought for a moment.
We make pants? I thought the denim demon brings them while we sleep on feast day.
Denim demon, a fabled small hunchbacked creature which brings items of denim to peasants on the night preceding feast day as they sleep. Feast day, a holiday in Fabricia, celebrating the act of binge eating.
Barry trailed off in thought. Sheila interjected.
Perhaps I've said too much. Listen, boy, I have a special task for you. I can tell you're a very special boy.
Barry smiled.
Do not smile,
commanded Sheila. Barry immediately looked down and stopped smiling.
Your task will be to work as a pumper's apprentice at the Jimston khaki factory.
Pumper's apprentice. An apprentice to master pumpers within a khaki processing plant. Master pumpers pump hot slop from the boilers to the cooling vats, which prepare the slop for further use in the khaki manufacturing process. Apprentices work for the master and perform various menial tasks for them.
Sheila shook with anger, as just saying the name of Jim's operation was enough to visibly upset her.
You will report back to me each week about what you observe, and I want you to get to know Jim himself, befriend him, ask him questions, endear yourself to him. Your alias will be... what's your name, boy?
Sheila leaned in.
Barry, milady. But wait, Jimston, khaki, who is that? What is that?
Barry still looked directly into his lap.
Excellent. Your alias will be Barry, with a Y.
Sheila let out a quick laugh, pleased with herself for having come up with such a deviously fank moniker for the boy. She continued.
Yes, Jimston. He's a nouveau rich twerp who thinks this new khaki crap is what the villagers want. His crap factory smells like dung. It produces a trash fabric called khaki, which is neither pleasurable to look at nor comfortable or fashionable for the wearer. Such garbage. Who wears this crap? Who does he think he is? This is a denim realm, and this will stay a denim realm.
Sheila noticed she was losing Barry's attention and also feared she was now revealing too much to him. Her mood shifted from anger, and she displayed a veneer of happiness.
Now, Barry, so many questions. What I want you to do is simple. Do as I say, and you will be rewarded handsomely. Do you understand that, boy?
Yes, milady, he replied, but Barry barely understood.
So what is it exactly that I must do? I sure would like those Jesterfest tickets, milady. I heard there's going to be twirlers this year, twirling sticks in small pipes. And the meat. I have heard such great tales of fabulous meats provided at the fest.
Sheila chuckled as she got up and approached Barry.
It is simple, young Barry with a Y. Give him a sob story. Tell him your grandmother has clean fever, and you need a job to pay for her various medicinal slops. If you encounter trouble, just make your way back to the fortress.
Clean fever. A deadly disease caused by the excessive washing of one's body.
Barry began to make sense of the situation, and his mind returned to the thoughts of exotic meats at Jesterfest.
"Milady, I will do as you say,"
Barry exclaimed. Sheila clapped and giggled.
"Yes, good boy. Focus on your treat. If you work hard and do as I ask, this time next month you will be chewing all the meat you desire at Jesterfest without a care in the world."
Sheila patted Barry on the head.
"Now get!"
She pulled him from his chair and ushered him towards the tiny exit. Upon Barry's exit, Sheila let out a loud whistle to beckon a morbidly obese man wearing an oversized denim tunic and cape, who had been sitting in a dark corner of the great hall the entire time in a tiny chair. He was partially bald, and the small amount of hair he had hung in a ring around his head. It was curly, dark black, and extremely greasy. His face glistened with sweat and grease, and his bloodshot eyes drooped underneath a strong, heavy brow. His nose was bulbous, red and round, and drooped into a pair of large, dry, cracked lips, which contained small wisps of greasy hair above them. He was Crassus Denneman.
"The plan is all coming together! Our grandfather would be proud!"
Sheila exclaimed in a joyous shout. Crassus let out a loud cackle before assuming a completely flat affect.
"Yes, indeed."
He turned around into the corner for a moment and let out a bout of vomit before continuing.
"The plans put together so many years ago are finally coming to fruition. It is a thrill to watch. Might I even say, a sexual thrill."
Crassus now sported a visible yet extremely small erection through his loose denim robe.
"Yes, the Jimston factory will be destroyed from within. Not another pair of khakis will be made or worn in this land ever again,"
Sheila added. The two began cackling. Crassus released quick, high-pitched farts as he laughed.
Yes, yes, and to think the boy does not know his mission is a suicide mission. Ooh, yes, yes."
Crassus responded with almost orgasmic glee, then approached the stone dining table and pulled out a large scroll from his cloak. Sheila gasped.
So you have the schematic for the pleasure robes. They're finished?
Indeed, my beautiful cousin. Here, take a look.
Crassus laid out a large, tattered scroll on the table. Inscribed upon the scroll was a system of complex schematics for an advanced-looking denim robe.
This looks good,
remarked Sheila, looking down at the plans.
I don't know what I'm looking at exactly, but these robes will do what we need them to, right?
Crassus smirked.
Does a gorbler spray in the dark? The process only takes several days.
Gorbler, a small vermin that sneaks into the home at night and sprays a brown, viscous substance in dark areas. A gorbler will only spray in the dark.
The two went back to cackling uncontrollably, then hugging. Sheila grabbed Crassus's face.
Kiss me, you dirty fat man!
Crassus and Sheila violently made out and fell onto the stone table, which buckled under Crassus's massive weight, crushing Sheila in the process.
Crassus, get off me!
Sheila struggled to get from underneath the behemoth man, but after some work, made her way out from between Crassus and the rubble. She stood up and dusted herself off.
Okay, cousin, this is good, but there is work to be done. Take your scroll and begin work on the suicide backpack for our young boy. Oh, and of course, the orb bomb.
Sheila became giddy.
Oh, I can't wait to watch our boy blow up and trigger a massive explosion in that dirty, stinky khaki factory, destroying the khaki scum and paving the way for our glorious future, a future in which all serve the denim lords.
Crassus slowly got up, gathered his scroll, and waddled out of the room. Sheila sat back in her chair, facing the broken table, and let out loud shouts of joy as she closed her eyes and had an orgasm. Upon arriving home, Jim was usually greeted by the smell of green slop boiling on the stove.
Green slop, a traditional dish in Fabricia consisting of green garden grasses smashed and mashed into a fine slop, usually served with a glass of ice cubes.
That is, until recently. His daughter Tan, who usually cooked for him, was rarely home anymore. The two were often mistaken in public for brother and sister due to their closeness in age. Tan was born when Jim was just 18, and unlike small, underdeveloped Jim, Tan had grown and developed quickly for her age. Baby-faced Jim, a man of 38, and Tan, a woman of 20, made an odd-looking little family. Tan's mother, Mary, had passed quickly and painlessly when Tan was 6, after Mary tripped and fell over a tree root. Her death was swift, yet her presence lingered in the Jimston household. Memories of their beloved Mary bonded Jim and Tan together. That's Tan, always wandering off somewhere, just like her mother, Jim said out loud with a sigh. He sat in a large white armchair riddled with brown stains and gazed into the empty, cold hearth. Tan was Jim's only child, and Jim loved her more than anything in the world. The two had always shared a happy home, but Jim couldn't help noticing that things had changed recently. For the last 5 years, since he took over the factory and started spending more time at work, Tan had grown distant and began hanging around with the squatters in town. Squatters changed my baby, Jim said to himself.
Squatters, young 20-something, upper-middle-class village dwellers with an interest in arts and fashion, usually found wearing white sheer robes and squatting in alleyways or on street corners.
Whether it was hanging out with the squatters in town, Tan's numerous new subscriptions to what Jim considered tasteless and trashy magazines exhibiting flagrant pornographic images, or the new man Tan seemed to be dating, Big Rick's, Jim could always find a reason to be displeased with his adult daughter's recent choices in her life. Tan is a grown woman! Jim screamed so loud his neighbors could now hear. She makes her own decisions. If Tan wants to squat, look at dirty magazines, and make love to Big Rick's, it's her life, not mine! Jim was conflicted in his feelings about how to behave toward Tan now that they were both getting older. On one hand, Tan was now an adult, and Jim was in constant fear of stepping on her personal boundaries. To say Jim was lenient in his fatherly role, even a pushover, would be an understatement. One of Jim's biggest fears in life was his daughter hating him, and because of this, he mostly remained silent, not voicing his opinion on her lifestyle choices. However, Tan still lived under his roof, and Jim was the lord of his own home. As such, he believed there must be rules. Jim got up from his stained armchair and lit a fire in his hearth. then hung a bowl above the small flickering flame. In the absence of Tan's home-cooked meals, Jim had taken to picking berries and boiling mushrooms he found in his backyard to create his own slops. He was a terrible cook. However, only twice had his culinary endeavors made him violently ill, a stark contrast to the regular daily stomach aches he suffered eating Tan's classic green slop. Jim had even noticed a reduction in bouts of explosive diarrhea recently after cooking for himself. On this particular night, Jim was reheating a bowl of hot orbs by the fire when Tan suddenly barged in.
Hot orbs. Bright white bulb-like orbs which grow several inches below the soil. Hot orbs are only edible within 24 hours of picking them, then become deathly poisonous.
"Oh, hey, Dad," she muttered in a drunken slur. Tan was small in stature, standing shorter than her father, who was a very average height. Her curly white hair sat sheared perfectly at shoulder length in the female squatter style. She wore a white squatter's robe and swayed about half drunk. "Hi, where have you been? Just out of curiosity, I'm just wondering. I mean, you could go wherever you want. Obviously, I was just asking. I love you." Jim smiled nervously. Tan quickly grabbed a bowl of some leftover slop and sucked it down, then promptly exited the house. She led off on a jog down the road. This was not an abnormal encounter for the two lately. They had been growing ever more distant, and to Jim, this was a source of great pain. If one thing could be said about Jim, it was that he was not a man of action socially. Jim needed someone to force him into hard conversations, and his relationship with Tan needed some. Instead of initiating one, Jim would reminisce on the strange familial dynamics he suffered growing up between him and his parents. Jim remembered the evening his mother had passed when he was a boy. That night, his entire family pelted him with small pain balls as a classic prank.
Painball. A small wooden ball which only serves the purpose of pranking. Pelting people is considered a painball's primary purpose.
An 8-year-old Jim had just finished digging graves for a group of old men in exchange for 2 coins to help provide for the family when he got home and was bombarded by his loved ones. Jim's tiny body was bruised by the small balls badly, and his entire family pointed at him and laughed for nearly 10 minutes straight. To make matters worse, Jim's brother poured a bucket of brown slime directly on his head as soon as he sauntered painfully into the house after being pelted. After this ordeal, Jim ran away from home for several days. When he returned, his mother had died in the exact same way his later wife, Mary, would, by tripping over a tree root. The entire family blamed Jim for her death, citing the reason for her fall as being due to her laughing so hard at the family's prank on Jim and not watching where she stepped in the yard. Over the years, they never let him forget it. Those few days were the most traumatic in Jim's life, and he sat replaying them over and over in his head with a vacant stare, still sitting in his brown-stained armchair. Jim was brought back to the present when he heard a large crash outside coming from the street in front of his house. As he peered through the window, Jim noticed nothing out of the ordinary. The usual suspects were making their nightly commute home. A weathered old man hobbled across his view and stopped to spit a wad of snot and mucus in the direction of Jim's dirty and unkempt garden. "Good night, old man Flem!" shouted Jim to the tired and elderly traveler.
Old Man Flem. A local man in Jim's neighborhood known for his excessive spitting and drooling.
"Mm-hmm," sighed the old man. Jim stepped back from the window and retreated into his dirty armchair, his eyes set on the bowl of hot orbs he hadn't touched. Before he could suck down a bite, a loud shuffling sound coming from outside once more stole his attention. "Who's there?" Jim said in the most authoritative voice he could muster. 3 or 4 seconds passed, and Jim felt the skin on his forehead sweat and itch as his heartbeat increased. His eyes darted toward the door, as if he already knew someone stood outside waiting for him. 3 loud knocks rang out, each one louder than the last. Jim's entire body jumped with fear, and a warm, wet sensation traveled down his leg. Jim ripped his soiled pants off and walked to the door with bare, brown-stained legs. His long khaki shirt covered his genitals, but just barely. The door to Jim's home was extraordinarily loud and creaky, and as he pulled it open, dogs barked outside, awakening his neighbors. "Shut up, you shit khaki man!" yelled a tired old woman from across the road.
"I'm trying to sleep, you dirty freak!"
shouted an obese man next door before letting out an extraordinary belch. As the door finally opened, a poorly dressed and dirty peasant boy appeared to Jim on the doorstep. It was Barry.
"Hello, my lord. My name is Barry. Yes, Barry with a Y. I've come to ask for a job at your factory.
Jim, feeling relieved that this late-night visitor was apparently harmless, quickly motioned for the young man to come in.
Please, sit down and enjoy some hot orbs, my boy.
Jim grabbed a hot orb and tossed it directly at Barry's face. Barry caught the orb in his mouth and seemed to enjoy the sweet treat, then let out 2 claps in celebration.
Why, what a great sweet treat, my lord. Thank you. My word, I've never tasted such a sweet little treat.
Realizing he was still not wearing any pants, Jim's face went red with embarrassment.
Oh, dear, he shouted. Where are my manners? I'll be right back, boy.
Jim ran upstairs to retrieve a pair of pants, but none were to be found. It became apparent that his only option was a pair of soiled night trousers that had fallen into his chamber pot. He had not had a chance to wash them in quite some time, and they had acquired a thick crust. Reluctantly, Jim slid the rigid trousers on his body before running back downstairs.
Now, what was it you needed, Barry with a Y? A job at my factory?
Yes, my lord.
Barry's eyes shifted to the floor.
My, grandmother is very ill. She's come down with clean fever. I need to earn money to pay to heal her.
Barry was a bad liar, but it paled in comparison to Jim's ability to detect deception. Jim felt bad for the boy and squinted his eyes and thought. Normally, Jim would not entertain a dirty peasant in his home, especially not a prospective employee, since there was a rigid system by which he hired his peasant laborers. One by one, prospective peasants would line up outside the khaki factory's large rear door, behind some defecation vats stored out back. Billiam would stand at the front of the line and inspect each peasant carefully, categorizing them into groups. The first category were children and other small peasants who possessed tiny hands and bodies. This category of workers would be destined to work with the intricate systems of ropes and wooden gears which lifted the massive khaki slop buckets and redirected the factory's horses' power to the various wooden slop pumping machines. This was because their small fingers could fit into the delicate and complicated systems. An elite subcategory of this group, affectionately known as the baby boys, were also required to climb inside the various pipes that shot slop across the factory once every 2 years on pipe cleansing day and scrub the interior of the pipes. Next were the elderly, who were shuffled into a category all their own. Since their bodies were frail, their jobs most often included making the morning announcements, handing out uniforms, serving the lunch slop, and sitting in the corner telling stories all day, usually to no listeners. The third group included able-bodied boys as well as men and women. Their jobs were to lift the barrels and kegs full of various hot slops and powders used in the khaki-making process. There were also mixers, coolers, testers, sweepers, moppers, among many other specific roles. Most of the members of these groups took pride in their work. In fact, the most muscular and extraordinarily large men had created an elite club. They were known as the Big Boys and prided themselves in being the largest and most powerful men at the factory. Some had become so muscular they had sacrificed much of their flexibility. In fact, it was not uncommon to see these elite muscle men fashioning especially long wooden spoons to eat with at mealtime. This was because they could not bend their arms around their massive chests enough for a spoon of normal length to be of any use. The fourth and final category of labor within the factory included the pumpers and pumpers' apprentices. These were by far the most elite groups within the peasant ranks. Pumpers were in charge of transporting the piping hot slop from one side of the factory to the other. They made sure raw khaki slop made it to its destination within the large cooling vats, which lay in the Pumpers' Destination Chamber, or PDC. What made pumpers so powerful and respected among the peasants was the pumpers' advanced knowledge of hydraulics and pipework. Pumpers possessed an intricate understanding of how the entire factory ran in a real technical sense, and it was more often than not the case that the factory's technical overseer was previously a pumper who was handpicked by the factory lord. The competition among pumpers and the desire among peasants to become a pumper's apprentice was fierce. Maybe it was because of the boy's situation at home with his grandmother that Jim didn't feel the need to direct him to the regular application system. Maybe it was that Jim saw in the boy great potential and a spark of himself when he was young. He had always wanted a protege, and without a son of his own, Jim saw an opportunity in this poor boy.
Barry with a Y, today's your lucky day.
Barry's eyes widened and he looked up at Jim.
Yes, my lord, why?
Jim knelt to the boy's level.
I'm making you a dung sweeper at the factory. How's that sound, Barry?
Barry gave a puzzled look.
I was thinking I could be a pumper's apprentice.
Jim was taken aback and scoffed. A PA? And now, that's a big role for a small boy like you. Barry thought of the exotic meats at Jesterfest and saw them slowly disappearing from his grasp. The thought brought tears to his eyes. Jim continued while laughing. A pumper's apprentice! Now that's rich! A small pale boy being a PA! Barry sobbed, realizing he had failed his task. Jim saw that Barry was upset and quickly shifted to concern. No, now there, don't cry. Jim felt bad about hurting the boy's feelings and paused in thought for a moment. He saw a lot of himself in the young lad and had an idea. Now, listen, I've decided you're a special boy. Barry smiled. Now there's a nice big smile, that's what we like to see. Jim gave Barry a high five. No, you're far too useful to be a dung sweeper, Barry with a Y. You're going to be my personal assistant. Barry gave a surprised look. Personal assistant? He wasn't sure what to think. Yes, you'll be doing my various menial tasks all day long, Jim returned with a wink. Barry smiled out of a confused awkwardness of not knowing what to say or do next. This wasn't the role he was instructed by Lady Sheila to gain access to at the factory. He smiled for another reason as well. This was the first time any adult had ever shown a genuine care or interest in him, and it confused him. Barry was a boy with no family and was a total product of the dark environment of Dinneman's fortress. It was an environment that did not contain caring or loving people and, instead, was full of adult pranksters and harsh overseers who offered nothing but pain and fear to the children of the peasant class. His thoughts returned again to Jesterfest and his mission. Barry was overwhelmed with conflicting new emotions as he immediately ran outside and down the street as fast as he could in the distance before Jim could say another word. Run along now, boy! Oh, and meet me in town tomorrow, not at the factory! It's the fashion festival! Jim shouted as Barry ran. Okay! Barry let out a long-winded and increasingly faint shout as he gained distance down the road. Jim watched the boy run and wondered if what he had done was right. He'd always been hesitant to treat the peasants well and dole out random instances of favorability. Jim chuckled. Billiam will definitely be confused, he thought. I didn't let him put the boy through our rigorous vetting process. Jim wondered what tomorrow would bring when he tried to explain to Billiam what he had done in allowing a random peasant boy into the intimate ranks of the khaki factory's managerial hierarchy. It was late, however, and Jim was simply too tired to worry now. He made his way back to the dirty armchair by the fire where his bowl of hot orbs awaited. As he sunk into the lush, brown-stained white velvet, Jim's thoughts were directed again to tomorrow's event. It would surely be a long day, and he needed his rest. Chapter 2. Festival Spray Display. As the sun arose in Fabricia, thousands of peasants and villagers woke up for another day of backbreaking labor. Mornings were extraordinarily cold and wet in Fabricia year-round. This made it the most miserable time of day for citizens of the realm, as duty forced them from their warm beds and thrust them back into the cold, painful reality of their daily tasks. However cold and damp the mornings were in Fabricia, the afternoons would match with an equal and opposite climactic hell. It would become extraordinarily hot, dry, and dusty come noon every day like clockwork. One would be greeted by frozen dew and dripping icicles upon leaving home in the morning, only to be beaten down and berated by an unrelenting sun in the afternoons, which punished the lungs and forced fatigue. This made any sort of indoor climate-controlling techniques absolutely futile. Instead of searching for refuge from the heat inside, it was customary for the residents of Fabricia to strip off their garments during the stripping hour. Each day, citizens would strip off their morning garb and change into more breathable afternoon outfits to avoid sweating through their clothing. Because of this widespread ritualistic stripping and changing of clothes due to climatic necessity, clothing and its utility was a cultural obsession of Fabricians and was fundamental to their identity. As such, clothing had become the realm's largest export, and Fabricians generally took pride in their garments as symbols of the ingenuity of their people. Fabricians believed a pair of pants or shirt must not only be fashionable but designed with utility in mind, and Jim's khaki factory was committed to these ideals. It was Jim's belief khaki fabric deserved a place in Fabricia equal to denim, the realm's default fabric, which had held a materialistic hegemony over villagers' fashion choices for centuries. This is not just a denim realm! Jim shouted at a large denim troll standing 10 feet tall, extremely wide in stature, hunched back and wielding a massive wooden spiked club. The troll's skin was identical in color and consistency to denim, and its brass button eyes flickered in the moonlight. Jim dropped to his knees in an anxious, defeated posture, his head slouched. The denim troll spoke in a deep, authoritative, gravelly voice which shook Jim and caused his internal organs to vibrate.
Thou shalt not pass through the enclave, for thou wast a khaki bastard, descendant of a lowly peasant bloodline. It is thy duty to dismember thee, for thou appearest before me clad in soft tan fabrics, head drooping like a defeated lost fawn, searching for its mother's teeth to suckle, smelling of an unwashed chamber pot.
The troll let out a long laugh following his decree, then took 3 steps forward and swung his massive club, hammering Jim and sending him flying thousands of feet into the night sky. Jim opened his eyes, his entire body tensed and lunged upwards in bed. It was the troll dream, the same dream he had been having for years. He shook his head and laid back in bed on this freezing cold morning. It had been unusually warm the night before, and all the liquids in the house had not frozen completely solid. In fact, there were a few buckets of slop in the kitchen that had a semblance of moisture still lingering on the top and sides of their mostly frozen contents. Jim's small suburban home lay in the outskirts of Porp, the largest and capital village in Fabricia. His home was almost directly halfway between Porp's center and his khaki factory, which was further out into the countryside. Jim and his daughter Tan lived among middle-class villagers and other upwardly mobile citizens of Fabricia, who had necessarily accumulated some degree of wealth, and their neighbors included mostly specialized craftsmen and low-level administrative government officials. They were mobile citizens, enjoying the large degree of freedom and excess Porp had to offer. The peasants Jim employed in his factory, and the ones working at the Denim Fortress, in contrast, lived within the compounds they worked. Peasants rarely ventured into this suburban part of town, and certainly almost never made the journey all the way into Porp. Though, despite their lack of physical mobility, Jim's peasants still had a great deal more ease of movement than the peasants working at the Denim Fortress. Denim policy dictated a peasant was never to leave their worksite under any circumstances, and, in fact, the Denimans would often tie big men's stones around the peasants' feet if an event was to take place in town, preventing the possibility of any peasant leaving the fortress.
Bigman's stone. A large stone primarily used to encumber an individual and keep them from moving. Bigman's stones are often tied to an individual's ankles using a hefty rope.
Jim was a much more merciful lord to his workers, and would sometimes even allow his peasants to travel and see the outside world for a day or two, although these days were certainly rare. Today was one such day. It was the 3rd annual fashion festival in downtown Porp, and Jim had allowed his peasant workers to come enjoy the festivities.
Fashion Festival. An annual festival held in Porp which celebrates the cutting edge in Fabricia's fashion trends.
Today, Jim thought it necessary to allot his workers some relaxation time in order to improve morale, but also wanted to pump up the numbers in the crowd surrounding his booth, as well as utilize the peasants' labor to build his display, model his new khaki products, and make sure the stage show he had planned for this year would go off without a hitch. Jim finally pulled his body out of bed, and a clear imprint of sweat outlined where he had laid perfectly still on the uneven hay-stuffed mattress the night before. Jim glanced at a large thermometer full of dark green fluid hanging in the corner of the room.
-33 degrees? It was a regular scorcher last night,
he shouted. Jim had unusual amounts of energy in the morning, and often shouted, moaned, and screamed his immediate thoughts as he rose, much to the dismay of Tan and his close neighbors. He began his morning ritual. First, his chamber pots needed dumping. Jim was a small man, though he was capable of producing waste that rivaled even the largest behemoths in Fabricia. Spraying hot brown waste in a bucket directly next to one's bed at night was done out of convenience for the average Fabrician, but also with the help of a bowel bucket fan provided warmth as heat would emanate from the chamber pot bucket full of brown bowels and keep sleepers warm.
Bucket funnel fan. A device which attaches to the top of a chamber pot and pushes the hot air from inside up and into the room, heating the area around it using the warmth of the pot's contents.
Jim sat in silent, sleepy meditation at the windowsill as he poured out the contents of his chamber pot onto the ground below. He listened to the last drops of slop slap against the cobblestone path. Something feels different, Jim thought.
The slop slapping and drip dropping has ended too quickly. Surely we produced more waste than that last night. Mary, how frequent were your bouts of diarrhea last night? Jim stopped mid-sentence as he noticed his empty bed. Oh, he let out a sigh. He had forgotten his deceased wife had been dead for over a decade. In Jim's morning state, he often reverted into previous periods of his life and exercised an odd type of behavioral coping mechanism that baffled those close to him. Between the time he woke up and when he sucked down his morning slop, Jim was not himself. He would see things that were not there, hear sounds not present, and exist within a fantasy world he constructed for himself. Oftentimes, Jim's dreams would linger into this part of his morning, and he would not be fully engaged with reality until after breakfast. Jim, still half asleep, shouted and called out, "Mary, did you not spray brown last night? How are your babbles, my dear?" Jim exited his bedchamber and descended his jaggedy and creaky wooden staircase. "Mary!" Jim screamed. A faint shout came from across the house. "Dad, she's dead! Hold on, I'll heat up your breakfast slop."
Breakfast slop. A brown hot slop enjoyed in the mornings, often prepared once annually in a huge vat, then frozen and stored for future morning reheating throughout the year.
Jim's shouts had awoken Tan, and she rose from her bed. Tan's bedchamber was much more disheveled and markedly more disorganized than her father's, but was levels of magnitude cleaner in terms of the amount of grime, dirt, and feces present. As such, it smelled much nicer. Tan's decorative choices differed greatly from her father's, and her walls were covered in images of squatters. Many were depicted wearing nothing underneath their sheer white robes, leaving little to the viewer's imagination. Jim softly knocked on Tan's door before cracking it slightly.
"Good morning, my sweetie. I'm ready for brown breakfast slop. Hope you slept well,"
Jim whispered without looking in. Tan entered her small closet and surveyed the clothing inside. She owned about a dozen identical white squatter's robes and nothing else. "Yeah, okay, Dad, I know. I just talked to you like 10 seconds ago. You don't need to whisper. I'm up." Tan dressed in one of her classic squatter's white robes while Jim sat at the kitchen table in his pajamas and nightcap reviewing some schematic scrolls, making corrections with a small pencil and wearing a tiny pair of glasses, which barely fit on his face. Every few seconds, Jim licked his index finger and thumb profusely, covering them in globs of spit, which he then transferred onto the edges of the papers. He flipped through the documents nervously in a seemingly pointless and erratic fashion, then moved the tiny pair of glasses on his face either up or down the bridge of his nose. "New pants?" Tan asked as she approached the hearth full of dry sticks and began igniting the kindling. "What? Yes, new pants." Jim remained affixed to his schematic scrolls. Tan lifted a heavy iron-black cauldron and tossed a frozen dark brown brick of breakfast slop into it, then pulled out a handful of bright white powder from her robe pocket. She dusted the brown bricks generously before hanging the cauldron over the small fire. "I've got this new white bowel-clenching powder, Dad. I added it to our slops. It's supposed to be good for digestion. I know you've been—" Tan stopped and noticed her father was not listening, immersed in his scrolls.
Bowel-clenching powder. A bright white, flavorless and odorless powder which acts as either a powerful laxative or causes severe constipation. The powder's effect is random, and eating bowel-clenching powder is essentially a coin toss. You will either spray or be clogged.
"Oh, that's right. Today's the fashion festival," Tan remarked to herself, then stuck a long spoon into the pot to fiddle with the thawing brick of the now half-frozen slop covered in powder.
Long spoon. A long spoon.
She laughed, then questioned mockingly, "Did you make some new khaki pants to display for the show today, Dad?" Jim lowered his scroll and pulled his glasses the entire way down his face so that they now almost fell off the tip of his nose. He tilted his head back and spoke to Tan in an authoritative tone. "Yes, as a matter of fact, I did complete a new khaki pant product. Is something funny about that?" Tan chuckled and stirred the now bubbling hot slop. "Yeah, I mean, pants? Seems like dated, very last year. You know, robes are what anybody who's cool cares about now." Jim turned back around and immersed himself in his scrolls again. "Oh, I see. Yeah, squatter crap. You know, it's just a passing fad, squatters in their robes." Jim looked up at Tan's wall through her open bedroom door and glanced at the various posters depicting nude robe-sporting squatters, some with their genitals in full view. What a bunch of trash! Reminds me of Neuter's Holiday.
Neuter's Holiday, a stage play performed in Porp from Jim's youth, featuring an all-nude cast, about a farmer finding treasure in a hole while on vacation. Neuter's Holiday was banned after several showings due to indecency, and the entire cast was executed.
Jim scoffed and shook his head. Squatters! Ha! One day you'll look back on that fad and laugh. Now, let's eat! I'm really gonna need a belly full of slop for the big day! Tan approached the kitchen table holding 2 bowls of steaming hot breakfast slop and slammed them down, then let out a sarcastic shout. Yeah, you're right, Dad. She sat as Jim immediately inhaled his slop like a pig at a trough. Do you ever think about why you have no friends? Jim ignored Tan's angry quip. You know, maybe if you paid more attention to what was actually cool, more people would wear your khaki. You really like to trash talk squatter culture, but maybe if you adopted some squatter style in your dumb khaki garments, they'd be a bigger hit. Jim mostly ignored Tan while he scarfed down slop and only heard the words squatter culture. He briefly looked up while wiping his chin with the corner of his nightgown sleeve. Culture, huh? Squatter culture? That's what you call it? Okay. He got up and walked away from the table toward the stairs to his bedchamber. Tan spoke to herself. You never fucking listen to me, you old man. And yeah, you're welcome for the breakfast slop. She got up to wash the dishes. Ungrateful bastard. She muttered under her breath as she dropped Jim's dirty bowl into the wash basin. Hers was left untouched on the table. Jim returned to his bedchamber. After dumping and rinsing his chamber pot, then eating breakfast, Jim's next chore was to methodically button and zip each component of his khaki wardrobe onto his small body. The sounds of zips and pops filled his large bedchamber, while his mind trailed off ahead of him. Today was the second day of the week-long fashion festival held each year, and was to be the venue for unveiling the most updated version of his signature khaki pants. Jim was more than a little nervous, but reminded himself of all the precautions he'd taken to ensure the success and safety of the presentation. His newest model of pants was, in his own estimation, his finest work yet. He'd incorporated a technology he liked to call squat and drop adaptability, or Papa Squat and Drop. In his experience, the 2 most frustrating things about khakis, or really pants in general, was they tended to rip when he tried to squat quickly, and that he couldn't get them off fast enough when he had to produce diarrhea spray. To correct these issues, Jim had created a rectangular panel along the buttocks area of his pants that was both stretchy and removable, and would open immediately as the wearer squatted to spray. He was certain the innovation would be met with great enthusiasm. Jim zipped the last zipper on his khaki shirt and paused momentarily, almost as if he was unsure of how to transition into this most significant day. A long look around his bedchamber gave him a feeling that all would soon be better than it currently was. He quickly skipped down the stairs and toward the front door. Today, he was heading directly into town, as the factory was closed due to the festival. His most loyal peasants had awoken several hours before at dawn to set up the factory's representative booth and small catwalk stage, which was reserved for Jim and his khaki displays. This year, the factory's exhibition had been coordinated by Jim personally and mostly included a long-fashion catwalk-style show in which hot hunks and busty babes would don Jim's products for the public to gaze upon. After the long, drawn-out display, Jim decided the finale was to be him strutting down the catwalk and personally presenting his new pants, showing its abilities for the villagers. Jim had run through the scenario dozens of times in the weeks leading up to this day, and his hands shook with nervous energy as he pulled open his creaky front door to begin the short journey into town. When Jim stepped out of his house, the fresh air hit his lungs and put him into a coughing fit. He spit a wad of phlegm into the grass, then continued to walk quickly down the road en route to town. School bells rang out noisily as small malnourished children limped toward the school wagon being slowly pulled by a disheveled and tired-looking man. Jim proudly handed the man a silver coin and was cheered by the children for his generosity. This was a rare instance of charity for Jim. He was so full of nervous energy this morning that he was not acting like himself, and his body vibrated with energy. The vendors were already setting up all along the dirt road which led into Port from Jim's neighborhood, and the stench of urine and feces was now almost gone in place of smoke and various chemicals as villagers burned their hair off and dipped their bodies in tar. Flamethrowers were practicing their craft while sandpaper, tar, and shingles were being laid on a ramp for the stunt cyclers.
Customary hair burning is a favorite practice of villagers during the fashion festival. The process is believed to cleanse the scalp. Hot tar dipping was another common practice at the festival and was a favorite way to remove toxins from the skin.
Jim's spirits rose as he neared his booth. The booth had a raised platform attached to it, which was to be used as a catwalk stage, and the plan was to have men and women walk down it while wearing Jim's new line of khaki products this year. The builders sang and whistled as they put the finishing touches on the platform. Many villagers were already staking out seats near to the edges of the stage so that they could see the show once it began. As Jim surveyed the scene before him, his eyes were drawn to the imposing walls of the Denimans display booth and stage across the grassy field in which the festival was to take place. Jim, like many other villagers in Fabricia, knew little of the Deniman family. They were a private bunch and rarely interacted personally with the public. Jim knew, like everyone else, they had possessed a near monopoly on clothing and fabric production for most of the known history of the realm, and he was smart enough to put together that his relatively new khaki operation was probably somewhat of a thorn in their side. What Jim did not realize was the extent to which the Denimans, particularly the lady of the fortress, Sheila, despised him, and how she spent an excessive amount of her time plotting his demise. The hatred was certainly not reciprocated. Jim did not despise the Denimans and their products whatsoever. In fact, Jim didn't think of himself as being in competition with the Denimans at all. His vision for the future of Fabricia included a place for both khaki and denim, and Jim respected the Denimans' products as well as their enduring legacy in the realm. There was even a sense of admiration Jim had in his heart toward the Denimans, and their products served as a source of inspiration for his own designs. Jim's admiration for denim also produced in him some feelings of inadequacy, though, which was always present in his own mind. He wanted to achieve great things for khaki, just like the Denimans had with their own fabric over the centuries. He hoped to craft truly groundbreaking garments like the Denimans, but was not entirely convinced of his own abilities to do so all of the time. When Jim was growing up, there was no sense of animosity or ill will toward the Denimans in the Jimston household. Jim's mother and father, being the first producers of khaki, were so new to the world of fabrics that, until their old age, khaki was a virtually unknown substance, and so Jim's parents saw it as baseless and unreasonable to have any sort of elitism about it. In fact, they possessed a great degree of reverence and deference toward denim, which had been ingrained in them since birth like many other citizens of Fabricia. Jim approached the back of the khaki factory's booth and greeted his peasants. He found Billiam standing at attention.
"My lord, we have prepared the outfits. The models are being powdered and massaged, and only 3 elderly peasants passed away since we expedited construction of the catwalk, as per your request. Is there anything I can do for you at the moment?"
Billiam saluted and stood in a ready position. Jim paused and looked around. He noticed villagers and peasants pointing at them while gossiping and whispering in each other's ears. Even though they stood in the backstage area of their booth, they were fully exposed to the prying eyes of festival attendees.
Yes, we need some privacy back here. We can't have the audience sing my new prototypes yet. We need the grand finale to really pop.
Billiam hastily grabbed a portly peasant man and the two began tying a rope between 2 pillars in which to hang a sheet to hide the backstage area from view. The hot gossip of the morning was that Jim had a new khaki pant model to unveil. And surely, everyone surmised, the Denimans must also have a response prepared. The Denimans had constructed a similar booth and catwalk directly across the expansive grassy field area which lay at the entrance of Porp and served as the venue for the festival. The Deniman stage was constructed with rugged gray stones as foundation covered by thick black and purple tarps, a stark contrast to Jim's bright yellow and red sheet-covered wooden structure. Jim and the Denimans' booths were poised to compete for the crowd's attention all day and were by far the largest temporary structures at the festival. The booth system this year seemed to have been set up to promote a catwalk battle of sorts, with villagers in the middle of the sprawling grassy area routinely jerking their heads back and forth to gaze upon whichever show successfully caught their attention more at any given moment. Now that the makeshift sheet wall constructed by Billiam had provided Jim with privacy, he gathered his thoughts and got busy practicing his main event finale demonstration. Jim equipped his new khaki prototype pants, then walked back and forth mechanically, stopping to squat periodically over 30 times. After about an hour or 2 of practice, it was time for lunch. On a regular day, Jim would have probably eaten Tan's homemade green slop, but the festival's entry fee included a meal voucher, and Jim was not one to turn down a free meal, ever. Jim planned to visit a local eatery's booth in the food court area of the festival, Bertha's Pub. Bertha's pub was known for their extremely concentrated, flavorful, spicy bright red slop and hard loaves of ice-cold bread.
Red slop. Any slop that is red, usually spicy.
Jim wanted to eat alone today to mentally prepare, but before he could escape for lunch to Bertha's booth, Billiam and some peasants noticed Jim scurrying off.
Ooh, hungry, my lord? It's time to eat, huh? Working up an appetite for the catwalk?
Billiam shook his ass in an odd circular motion and whistled as the peasants joined in laughter.
Silence!
He shouted and cracked his whip. The peasants hushed.
Yep, I'm pretty hungry. I'll be back in a bit, guys. I'm going to be eating alone today. Keep an eye on things for me, Billiam.
Jim rushed out the words as he speed walked toward the food court. Truthfully, Jim was not hungry. He was too nervous. Eating was going to serve a purely utilitarian purpose today for him. He needed a full belly of slop and an irritated gut in order to put the icing on the cake of his final performance.
If I don't have a full belly and a disrupted gut, I won't be able to really show off what my new khakis are capable of. Oh boy, the look on everyone's faces when they see my sloppy spray surprise.
Jim realized he had said this thought out loud and hushed himself as he continued to walk fast. Jim tried to relax by taking deep breaths, but every passing minute cut into his nerves, and the impending performance involving his new khaki prototypes made him quiver with fear. His bowels loosened.
Boy, oh boy, I hope the villagers are pleased with my nice new khaki pants. These pants could change things forever if they catch on. I know it. And wow, ouch, my gut is really starting to loosen up. I need a hot bowl of spicy red slop to set things into motion perfectly.
Jim thought aloud once more. As he neared the middle of the field, Jim spotted Jill Johnson, a very short and feeble elderly woman who was an expert maker of golden clogs and owner of a small shop in town, Jill Johnson's Clogmaster's Emporium.
Oh, hello, Jim,
Jill shouted with her arms open and sporting a wide grin.
I heard you were displaying some new khakis today on your main stage. I got here extra early this morning and watched the peasants construct your catwalk. Your booth is magnificent, my dear.
Thank you, Jill. If all goes well, I hope to supply all the townsfolk with a clever new take on the classic khaki pants,
remarked Jim in a hurried voice while increasing his walking speed.
Oh, wait, dear.
Jill ran to catch up with him.
I've got a clever idea for you. What if you wore my shiny golden clogs during your demonstration? That way, the townsfolk will see what great products I have in my shop. A little advertisement for your dear friend Jill.
Jim snatched the clogs from Jill's hands and quickly put them on.
Yes, of course,
he muttered as he continued forward through an excessively muddy patch in the field, completely soiling the golden clogs. Jim marched on, determined to reach Bertha's booth.
Oh, wonderful! Thank you, my dear! And if you get a chance, come see me at my booth!
Jill pointed toward a small, dilapidated, and barely standing booth in the corner of the field, constructed with rotten wood and attended to by no one.
And good luck with your demonstration, love. May Lord Prim bless you, son.
Lord Prim, an ancient noble wiseman whose historical existence is disputed. Prim is fabled to possess immortality and live in an otherworldly place called the Upper Realm. Legend says Lord Prim established the kingdom of Fabricia and still meddles in its affairs, doling out favor to those he loves and punishing individuals he dislikes.
Jill continued shouting as Jim grew farther and farther away. Jim neither heard Jill nor cared about what she had to say as he continued his journey, determined to reach the spicy red slop at Bertha's booth. He finally arrived and grabbed a small open table off to the side of the booth. He was greeted by a hurried and unfriendly, attractive young barmaid.
Yeah, what do you want, red slop?
She barked quickly and snapped her fingers at Jim.
Yes, please,
Jim responded as the barmaid immediately walked away. About a dozen feet behind Bertha's pub booth, a massive, sweaty, bald man attended to a pot of red slop, bubbling within a heavily dented and stained vat over an open fire. He used his bare arm to stir it while half asleep. Next to him stood a table with dozens of stacked, grimy and unwashed bowls, flies buzzing all around them. The barmaid hurried up to the man and berated him while frantically chewing a piece of flavorless gum.
We need another red slop, fat man.
The young woman adjusted her comically tight and overtly sexualized uniform, which pushed up her large breast and caused them to spill out.
Come on, I need another bowl, stat!
She stood impatiently waiting for the large, sweaty cook to acknowledge her, but he remained half asleep, his eyes barely open and mouth agape in a sedated state. Gravity pulled drool from his crusty and cracked fat lower lip.
Hey, wake up!
The barmaid's shouting caused the gum she was chewing to fling suddenly into the back of her throat and momentarily choked her. With a quick, hard cough, the gum dislodged and shot straight into the vat of red slop. The cook was now fully asleep.
Aw, fuck!
The barmaid bemoaned. She sighed, then reached into the pot with her bare hand and retrieved the gum. She quickly shoved it into the crevice of her bosom, smearing red slop all over her chest in the process, then grabbed a dirty bowl.
Okay, I'll do it myself.
The barmaid scooped up a portion of red slop from the vat and hurried back to Jim's table. She threw down a spoon, a soggy rag as a napkin, and a small loaf of cold, hard bread before hurrying away. Jim took a deep breath and sucked down the slop. He feasted with a tremendous speed like he hadn't eaten in weeks. He gasped or belched intermittently, but kept a steady, determined pace. Soon, the slop was gone and the bowl was bone dry. The barmaid came to offer more, and Jim obliged. The second bowl went down as quick as the first, but this time, Jim had his fill. Jim surprised himself with just how much he was able to consume. He had arrived at the booth with no appetite, but as soon as the red slop was put in front of him, his nerves had given way to ravenous hunger.
Good, he thought. Now I've got the ammunition I need for my grand finale.
Jim reached into his pockets and threw down some coins, then waddled away from the Bertha's Pub booth, ready to face the demonstration. As the day progressed and the demonstration grew nearer, Jim became more and more confident. He told himself he had nothing to worry about, and that his fantastic khakis would sell themselves. Jim watched the stunt cyclers do double and triple backflips off a large ramp in the main fielded area of the festival, and was able to enjoy their jolly antics without worry. He even laughed heartily along with the crowd when the fire breathers caught themselves on fire and nearly died in front of everyone's eyes. Yes, Jim was sure that all would go off without a hitch, and his nerves calmed as the red slop made its way through his bowels. Jim finally returned to the backstage area behind his booth and suited up in full khaki, including his new prototype pants, alongside a group of model peasants who had been selected to showcase this year's other products with him. Billiam noticed Jim suiting up.
Looking good, my lord. What beautiful golden clogs you wear.
Billiam squatted to get a better look at the mud-covered clogs Jim had received from Jill Johnson.
Let's clean them up and make them shine and sparkle, my lord.
Billiam whistled for several elderly female peasants who ran over and hovered above Jim's feet, polishing his clogs using their spit and some dirty rags. They annoyed Jim with their rigorous polishing.
Okay, that's enough, thank you.
Jim shooed them off.
Thank you. The clogs are beautiful, yes, but today's about my pants, not Jill's clogs. Let's not forget.
Jim exclaimed as he took deep breaths, now becoming increasingly nervous as his presentation neared. Jim paid close attention to the crowd as the first of his peasants strode out wearing some of his new designs. First, the audience clapped as the curtain rose. Then there was hushed silence while the first models strode down the catwalk. Finally, a roar of applause and cheers exploded as the models popped and squatted to display the garment's stretchability. As more peasants marched out onto the catwalk, the crowd grew excessively rowdy. Squats turned into full splits and high jumps with spread legs. The townspeople were in a frenzy. Some were screaming in disbelief. Many were crying. One man was running around in the nude. Then it was time. Jim was about to demonstrate his magnum opus, the product he had been working diligently on for the entire year, his brand new prototype. Jim's prototype featured not only the patented squat stretching technology, which allowed the wearer to squat fast and hard without fear of rips, but also an added flap on the ass, which was automated and extremely complex. The flap's primary purpose and what made it special was that it sensed the exact moment when the wearer was ready to shit. The flap would open itself in under 1 second, allowing for seamless bathroom usage and eliminating the risk of soiling oneself due to a lack of quickness and removal at the moment of release. Only Jim knew exactly how this technology worked or that it even existed, due to the great lengths he had gone to keep everything about them a secret.
Today, that will change and usher in a new era of pant technology,
Jim thought. For Jim, the pants were surely a game changer, as oftentimes he had to use the bathroom so badly he was unable to get his pants off in time while hovering over the chamber pot or bowel bucket chair.
Bowel bucket chair. A small wooden bucket with a thin seat on top used for releasing bowel movements into.
The pants intuitively knew the moment in which the wearer needed to spray and made a millisecond decision with extremely accurate precision, effectively solving this unique and specific problem once and for all.
Soiling trousers mid-squat was a thing of the past with these puppies,
Jim thought, running through possible catchphrases for his new product while he waited for his time to go up on stage. He planned to stop mid-runway and squat, then wait for a small peasant man to come and place a chamber pot below him. Next, placing his full trust and reputation on the line, Jim would push out his bowels as hard as he could, triggering the flap's advanced sensors and giving the townsfolk a real show to remember. In Jim's mind, not one drop of brown would soil the pants or even land anywhere outside the bucket. The curtains parted before Jim, and the townspeople rose to a new level of insanity. Their shrieks and wails increased in volume as Jim made his way down the stage. He stepped out slowly at first and played coy for the crowd, pretending he was shy for comedic effect, then sprinted a few yards before stopping and doing a quick jig. The crowd suddenly went nuts and started throwing things on stage out of pure excitement. Jim caught a pair of tiny sunglasses someone had thrown at him and put them on. He continued down the runway, clapping loudly with each step, then stopped and clapped above his head in a rhythmic cadence. Jim chanted and nodded and beckoned the crowd to join in.
Khaki! Khaki!
Jim clapped with each syllable. The crowd joined in and chanted with him for almost 5 entire minutes. Some villagers cried out of sheer joy and excitement. Then, bam! He popped an expert squat and winked at some villagers in the front row. Now was the time. The small man sprinted out onto the catwalk and placed a bucket underneath Jim. Time stood still. Jim was aware of every noise, every sound, and the air was thick with anticipation. Suddenly, his gut rumbled and his hole burned. This was it. He pushed as hard as he could and felt the hot spray pass through his hole and out of his body. For a moment, Jim was somehow spared the initial shock. In his mind, he was already victorious, and his flap had behaved according to plan. Suddenly, it dawned on him. The crowd went silent. Then he felt it, dripping down his legs. Why was it dripping down his legs? He looked back at the faces of the villagers he had just winked at. They looked frightened, disgusted, even angry. He looked down to see Jill's golden clogs dripping with diarrhea, which had poured down upon them through his pant legs. His special flap had failed to open. How could this be? Jim wondered. A loud cacophony of boos and angry screams emanated from the crowd, who had now completely turned on Jim.
My flap! No, wait! The flap was supposed to open!
Before he could explain, Jim was cut off by a bombardment of rotten garbage and slop hurled at him by the villagers. He turned around quickly to shield his face and assumed a crouched and cowered position. Just as he did, his flap opened, and a bombardment of rotten garbage pummeled his soiled cheeks, turning his skin bright red and brown. Across the field, Sheila and Crassus Dinneman sat perched atop their booth in 2 dark purple armchairs holding tiny binoculars in front of their squinting eyes. Sheila let out a high-pitched, squealing laugh.
Oh my! Look, Crassus! The khaki man soiled himself!
Crassus shoved bang chips into his mouth and giggled in response.
Bang chips, an energy snack, possessing the consistency of a hard cracker or chip, but infused with various energizing chemicals and drugs to pep up the snacker.
How pathetic! What is that, a flap in the khaki man's pants?
Crassus put his binoculars down and lost interest as Sheila perked up and leaned to the edge of her chair.
Yes, some sort of flap fell to open. What a pathetic sight! Magnificent!
Sheila remained affixed through her binoculars at the events unfolding across the field on Jim's catwalk. Jim started off stage and dashed into his private backstage area.
Look, he's running away! What a dirty little loser!
Sheila spoke to deaf ears as Crassus, no longer looking through his binoculars, pointed at the area immediately in front of them and remarked disappointedly.
Look, no one's watching our show!
Underneath and directly in front of the Dinneman's perch tower was their own stage show, which featured shirtless hunks in denim jackets and pants alongside busty babes in denim bikinis. They grinded on each other and flirted aggressively. The denim hunks employed flirtatious ribbing techniques such as hurling bland and boring insults at the babes loudly and publicly for all to hear. The babes in turn played hard to get and would shout back in feigned disapproval, displaying a coy sense of phony anger while donning smiles and returning the hunks' overt advances with light slaps and pushes.
Oh my God, Jason, you suck!
one babe shouted before pushing the hunk back, then immediately making out with him. The denim hotties did not engage with or pay attention to the audience whatsoever, and so the small crowd paid little attention to them in their bizarre and personal dramatic mating rituals, which Sheila had thought would be a thoroughly entertaining spectacle for the villagers this year. Most of the villagers in front of the Denim stage spoke amongst themselves, save for a group of elderly village men who stood directly in front of the show and stared at the group of hot young denim wearers while masturbating unashamedly. Sheila pointed her binoculars down and caught a direct up-close view of an elderly man touching himself.
Yuck! God, spray them!
Denim guards quickly leapt on stage and grabbed a massive hose, then released a powerful spray of ambiguous gray fluid at the group of old men, sending them tumbling dozens of feet away. The sexually charged young denim displayers continued to rub against each other and dance without taking any notice.
Why isn't anyone watching our show? Surely our show is more entertaining than some khaki freak crapping himself.
Sheila stood up in anger and pointed her binoculars at their stage.
I mean, come on! Look at Amanda. She's always playing so hard to get with Jason. It's awesome! Why doesn't anyone care?
There was a pause before Crassus questioned.
Maybe it's because we don't have any new products this year. A khaki man's pants did fail, but they were new and exciting.
Silence!
Shouted Sheila.
You said it yourself. The khaki man's pants failed. That's all that matters, that the khaki man fails. It is not important if we succeed, only that the khaki man fails. And besides, we do have a beautiful new product, the pleasure robes. The villagers are not aware yet, but they will soon be totally consumed by our products, whether they like it or not.
Crassus laughed and laid back, then closed his eyes. He nodded in agreement.
In time, cousin, yes, the time draws near. The villagers must have no choice but to wear our robes. It is not about whether they enjoy our fashion festival show or not. It is not about winning. It is about destroying and coercing. Besides, the khaki man will be of no concern once our boy completes his task.
Crassus shoved a fistful of bang chips in his mouth, then let out a loud belch as he gnashed. Sheila giggled and hopped into Crassus's lap, then began making out with him while chunks of chewed-up chips smeared over both their lips. Sheila hopped off Crassus's lap and retreated back to her armchair, then picked up her binoculars and looked toward the backstage area behind Jim's display.
The khaki man soiled himself today, and we shall count that as a victory.
As soon as she lifted the binoculars from her face, Sheila quickly raised them back in front of her eyes.
Oh, look! It's our boy, our little spy boy! He's approaching the khaki man!
Barry slowly walked up behind Jim, who was now nude and being cleaned by peasants in a washmaster's vat.
Washmaster's vat. A large round water receptacle which is used to wash one's body.
Jim's eyes were red and swollen, and it looked as if he had been weeping. He noticed Barry.
Barry! Oh, hello! Everyone, it's Barry with a Y!
Jim tried to appear upbeat as he greeted Barry, but his attempt was forced, and he wept once more.
Oh, what will I do?
Jim's head sunk into his chest as the peasants continued to scrub him with bright yellow sponges.
I saw the show, my lord. Such great khaki pants, and your dancing was magnificent. The beauty was unimaginable. Your products are fantastic, sir.
Barry smiled and jumped up and down quickly as he spoke. He was genuinely thrilled and impressed by Jim's display. Maybe it was because this was the first fashion festival he had ever attended, and so any sort of mildly entertaining display would have impressed him. The Denimans only allowed a select few of their peasants to attend the festival each year, and usually they were preoccupied with performing tasks backstage, with little time to view the events of the day.
You liked it? But didn't you see me soil myself? My pants failed, and I crapped all over my legs, as well as Jill Johnson's beautiful golden clogs.
Jim questioned the boy earnestly for his opinion.
It was good?
The soiling was the best part. I thought it was a magnificent finale, sir.
Barry exclaimed before clapping. Jim's mood changed, and he chuckled before he shot up in the tub and shouted at the peasants attending him.
Fetch my robe!
The two peasants brought Jim a fresh khaki robe, and he quickly tied it around his waist and jumped out of the tub.
Follow me, Barry!
Jim waved his arm while he walked away into the corner of the backstage area near a large wooden chest. He opened it, revealing a disheveled heap of khaki garments inside. Jim shuffled through them frantically and picked out a wet, brown-stained pair of khaki pants, the new prototype he had just displayed and soiled in front of everyone.
Here you go, boy! Enjoy!
Jim tossed the rancid pants into Barry's arms.
Oh my, thank you. For me? This is the pair you just soiled on stage?
Barry could barely contain his excitement.
Indeed it is, Barry with a Y, and now they're yours.
But what did I do to deserve this, sir?
Barry was genuinely waiting for some sort of catch or hook. Elaborate mental pranks and tricks had been played on Barry his entire life as a denim peasant, which made it hard for him to accept any sort of gift or act of kindness from someone, especially someone who had authority over him. But there was no catch. Jim knelt to Barry's level.
Now, don't forget, they malfunctioned. Consider them something to study. Take them apart and take a look at the flap mechanisms. Use them to learn. If you do wear them, be careful and don't expect that flap to open. I wasn't able to work out all the kinks, apparently. You may end up shitting all over yourself.
Barry could barely contain his excitement. A gift with no catch, no prank? It was a miracle, he thought.
Run along now and help the others deconstruct the stage.
Barry ran away into the crowd of busy, bustling peasants and disappeared from Jim's sight. Jim stood with a sense of accomplishment now. Even though his display had technically failed miserably, he felt as if it was all worth it if he inspired the young Barry. His eyes trailed over to the Denneman's tower across the field, and he saw Sheila and Crassus staring at him with their tiny binoculars. Jim waved and they quickly looked away, moving the binoculars from their faces and acting as though they didn't see him. Sheila shrieked,
He saw us!
It does not matter. He knows nothing of our plans. You just saw for yourself. The boy is gathering intel seamlessly. Do not worry. The small khaki man will be destroyed,
Crassus said while lazily reclining his armchair, pulling a lever which popped out a mechanism for him to rest his feet.
Yes, true.
Sheila sprung from her chair, now energized, and stood over Crassus, who had his eyes closed. She slapped Crassus across the face.
But do not get lazy. We have only completed phase 1 of our plan. Tomorrow, you will initiate the next phase. You must speak with the bald squatter known as Big Rix.
Chapter 3, Squatter's Task. A tall, muscular young bald man performed various karate-style jabs and kicks in a dirty alleyway somewhere deep within Porp. He was Big Rix, and he wore a white sheer robe with nothing underneath. There was absolutely no hair on his body, save for a small pencil-thin black mustache above his upper lip. Standing against the wall near him were 3 20-something young men and 1 woman dressed similarly. They all smoked yellow sticks.
Yellow sticks. Long, thin and yellow sticks burnt and inhaled. Yellow sticks contain the ground up and powdered yellow leaves of the strop tree and are known for their medical properties. Smoking strop stimulates the user slightly and causes heightened alertness.
The young men were exceedingly thin and had shaved heads. Each wore a small white earring dangling from their left earlobe. They did not speak except for an occasional shout of encouragement or compliment, which they hurled toward Big Rix, who practiced a seemingly arbitrary, random, and unrefined form of martial arts.
Great kicks!
The woman shouted, a tall, lanky, fair-skinned redhead named Gland. Gland wore her hair in the typical shoulder-length, sheared female squatter fashion, and her porcelain skin was nearly invisible underneath her sheer white robe.
Yes, Gland, I do good kicks. Watch me punch and kick.
Big Rix continued his odd, erratic movements, then ran out of steam and slowly dropped into a squat. The group high-fived each other and looked at Big Rix intently as he prepared to speak, still in the squat position. Big Rix closed his eyes while he spoke.
We are...
He stopped mid-sentence and pointed his fingers at the group as if to signal them to complete the phrase, but they looked puzzled at each other.
I said, we are...
Big Rix pointed again, but they displayed similar looks of confusion.
We are squatters! Come on, guys!
The group chimed in as Big Rix let out the word squatters this time and finally gave an off-cadence, lackadaisical ending to his chant.
You guys need to pump that energy up a little bit. Big Rix doesn't like it one bit.
Big Rix looked over at a large barrel which leaked orange sludge.
Orange sludge. A thick, viscous sludge found stored in alleyways throughout Porp. Orange sludge is mainly used as a cleaning agent in Porp. Squatters often steal sips of the sludge for its energizing and intoxicating properties.
Hey, Glenn, drink some orange. Here, everyone, drink some orange.
The group walked over to the barrel as Big Rick's pried its lid off and fed the orange sludge to each member individually from his cupped bare hands.
Drink up, y'all. This will energize y'all folks.
Almost as soon as he began the strange ritual, Big Rick's attention was immediately drawn from serving his comrades as someone else entered the alleyway.
Tan!
Big Rick shouted. He walked over to meet Tan, who approached from the entrance of the alleyway carrying a small square bag over her shoulder. Big Rick's dropped the orange sludge, which he had been feeding to Gland, who stood on her hands and knees in front of him. He wiped his hands on his clean white robe, creating long orange ribbons on its white surface where his fingers slid.
Hey, Big Rick's, doing your kicks?
Tan giggled, and the two embraced with a short kiss.
Yeah, Big Rick's loves to kick!
Big Rick's responded in a questioning tone.
Yeah, you sure do.
Tan smiled and gave Big Rick's another kiss on the cheek. Gland gave a look of disdain to Tan and interjected.
So, I heard yesterday your father soiled himself.
The group of squatter boys laughed. Big Rick's looked confused.
Huh? He did what?
I don't know. Who cares? It's just mainstream garment crap. He gave a display at the fashion festival yesterday. Yeah, my dad is famous.
The group seemed slightly impressed and whispered amongst themselves. Gland continued.
Oh yeah, he's famous all right. Famous for shitting all over his legs and smelling like dung.
There was a pause. Big Rick's thought for a moment before letting out a meaningless and out-of-context thought, as he often did.
Dung is pretty cool. Did you know dung spiders can hurl dung at 42 miles per hour?
Tan, relieved the subject was changing, happily responded.
No, I didn't know that.
She patted him on the head. Gland, realizing her animosity may have been a little too overt, changed her tune.
Tan, you know we're just joking, right? Don't take things so seriously. Oh my God.
Gland remarked, then let out a forced fake laugh. Tan reached into her small bag.
Here, I made something for you guys.
She pulled out 5 pairs of khaki gloves.
I made you guys some gloves. I noticed it's really easy to stain these stark white robes we wear. I made you guys some gloves. I noticed it's really easy to stain these stark white robes we wear. Having these gloves prevents dirt and other nasty grime from messing them up.
The group of young male squatters looked excited.
Holy crap, that's sick! Thank you!
Shouted Bilt, the smallest and youngest squatter in the group. Tan passed out the gloves one by one, and all but Gland put them on. Gland looked at the gloves she had been handed with disgust.
How am I supposed to smoke my yellow sticks? The gloves are too thick and slick. They'll cause my yellow stick to slip and slide straight out of my grasp.
Gland rolled her eyes.
No, look!
Interjected young Bilt.
There's a little cutout for where it can fit between your fingers. Thanks, Tan. You think of everything.
Tan smiled sheepishly.
They're khaki,
Gland said dismissively. Tan's smile faded.
Yeah, I mean, my dad had some extra khaki lying around the house. I just took some and...
Okay, cool.
Big Rick's cut her off. He had grown bored of the situation due to his remarkably short attention span.
Cool, yeah. Thanks for the gloves, Tan. Are y'all folks hungry? Big Rick's is hungry.
Big Rick's did a strange jig and rubbed his belly. The squatter boys laughed and clapped. Gland interrupted them.
No, boys, come on. Let's go make bang. Tan, Big Rick's, we'll catch you guys later.
Gland snapped her fingers as the boys, now entranced with Gland's sexual proposition, followed her out of the alleyway with their mouths agape and drooling. Squatter culture, however new it was in the village of Porp, had developed some key features over the past 5 or so years ever since it was able to be defined as a distinct social group. One such characteristic was the squatters' propensity towards free love and extremely open sexual behaviors. Sexual activity was always referred to as making bang by the squatters, and it had become a purely physical and ritualistic activity devoid of affection or meaning for them. Making bang was like shaking hands for squatters, and they often did it 50 times a day or more. Big Rick stood looking confused.
Oh, what did I say again? What were we going to do?
Get something to eat,
Tan replied.
Oh yeah, shit, let's freaking eat. Here, follow me.
Big Rick's let off in a full sprint, and Tan struggled to keep up as she chased him through the tight alleyways and streets of Porp until they finally reached a small corner diner called Burroughs Trough. The two entered and were greeted by an elderly man, Old Man Burroughs. He spoke in a forced whisper and sat on a stump, which he had uprooted, polished, and placed behind the counter as a stool.
Yes, young ones. What might I prepare for you this afternoon?
Big Rick's grabbed a fistful of coins from his robe pocket and slammed them on the counter before marching to a booth by the window, then shouting back at the old man from across the room.
50 brown sticks, old man!
brown sticks. Long, hardened, baked gobs of brown dough stuck to a wooden stick.
Tan stood by the entrance, confused, as Big Rix had placed his order and sat all within a matter of seconds, not giving her a chance to process what had just happened.
You, Tan, over here! Hello, Tan!
Big Rix waved and beckoned Tan to his newly chosen table. She stepped over and sat down. The second she did, Big Rix let out a loud exclamation for all to hear.
I have to shit!
He screamed before jumping up and running to the back of the restaurant into the bowel bucket chair chamber.
Bowel bucket chair chamber. A room containing bowel bucket chairs for public use in Fabricia.
Old Man Burroughs was now slouched over the counter deep in sleep, but with his eyes wide open. Tan was somewhat overwhelmed. She had little experience in the world of dating. Was this a date with Big Rix? She wondered. Big Rix and Tan had been making bang since Tan started hanging out with the squatters last year, but this was far from being an indicator of any sort of intimate relationship, as all squatters made bang constantly. Tan's mind trailed the thoughts of the recent nights in which Big Rix had poured his heart out to her while out of his mind on Rottenmead, and the two had been spending a lot of time alone together recently.
Rottenmead. A dark black sludge aged to the point of being rotten and poisonous. Ingested for its intoxicating effects.
In actual fact, Big Rix was an erratic maniac with the intellect and attention span of a young boy and routinely unloaded emotionally on anyone nearby during his episodes of Rottenmead binging. He really didn't see much in Tan, other than just another squatter comrade and a bang partner. But Tan wanted to believe there was more there. Big Rix finally exited the bowel bucket chair chamber with dripping wet hands when two teen boys wearing sheer white squatter robes entered the establishment and immediately ran over to him.
Holy shit, it's Rix!
One shouted as the other screamed in a high-pitched squeal.
Hey, Big Rix, can you sign our robes?
One of the boys pulled out an ink quill pen and handed it to Big Rix. This was not an uncommon occurrence for Big Rix, and the following he had garnered in the village as leader of the squatters meant he was often being accosted by young fans.
Hey, little dude. Yeah, sure. Wait, can I dry my hands on your robe real quick, though?
The young fan was unable to contain his excitement.
Yes, yes, yes!
He shouted and squirmed as Big Rix wiped his wet hands on his white robe. After the robes were signed, the boys promptly exited the restaurant and slammed the door behind them, which caused Old Man Burroughs to jolt awake, still at his post sitting behind the counter.
What? Who's there? Yes?
No one responded to Burroughs' questioning, and he immediately fell back asleep. Big Rix returned to the table as Tan was immersed in thought and slammed his large body down into the booth.
God damn, that was a lot of shit that came out of my ass just now.
Big Rix laughed and jerked his head back toward the counter where Old Man Burroughs still sat sleeping with his eyes open.
Burroughs, brown sticks, stat, dude, come on!
Big Rix's command shook Old Man Burroughs awake once more, and he shot up from his stump to finally begin retrieving the brown sticks, which Big Rix had ordered earlier from the back of the kitchen. Old Man Burroughs scurried back out a moment later and dropped a tray full of 50 glistening and steaming hot brown sticks in front of the two. He lingered at the table and stood hovering over them while there was a long, awkward pause. Tan broke the silence.
Okay, thank you, Old Man Burroughs.
The old man muttered something unintelligible and sauntered back to his stump. Big Rix promptly devoured the sticks and ate 10 while Tan finished 1. Once he had his fill, he slumped back into the booth and let out a loud belch, then called for Old Man Burroughs again.
Yo, Old Man B, can we smoke in here?
Big Rix lit up a yellow stick before Old Man Burroughs could answer.
Oh, yes, my boy. Feel free. I'm not one to stop a young lad from enjoying a puff.
Burroughs reached from under the counter and retrieved a massive yellow cigar, then lit it before letting out loud, pained gags and dry heaves. The old man went into a coughing fit, spitting up phlegm as he excused himself to the back room. Big Rix took a long drag from his yellow stick, and then slowly exhaled the smoke straight into Tan's face. Tan tried to pretend like she didn't notice or care, but reflexively waved her hand to dissipate the smoke, then let out a quick cough. After some thought, she mustered up the courage to pry Big Rix about their relationship.
Hey, Big Rix, I wanted to talk to you about something.
Yes?
Big Rix replied, looking out of the restaurant window and side-eyeing Tan. He did not seem very interested and shouted back at Old Man Burroughs to interrupt Tan before she began speaking again.
Old B, Rottenmead, now!
Burroughs was still in the back room and did not hear.
Shit, okay, yeah, you were saying?
Big Rix signaled to Tan to continue with a circular hand wave as he stepped out of the booth and made his way behind the counter to pour himself a serving of Rottenmead. He grabbed a dusty mug from the cabinet under the counter and pulled on a protruding tap from the bar, which caused rotten mead to sputter out violently into the mug.
Well, I just wanted to talk about, us. We've been hanging out a lot more lately. I was just thinking, what are we? What's our relationship, I really like you and I don't know.
Tan had begun to regret the conversation she had started almost immediately and hoped Big Rix would ease her anxiety with a response of understanding. Instead, he looked puzzled, holding an overflowing mug of rotten mead and a tiny lit yellow stick in his mouth, now burning almost into his lip. He sat back at the booth, then seemed to immerse himself in deep thought, processing what Tan had just said. He pulled out a fresh yellow stick, then ignited it with the lit end of the one he had just finished.
What?
He muttered before chugging the entire mug of rotten mead.
You know what? Never mind. I'm sorry. Just never mind.
Tan was genuinely embarrassed and sorry for trying to bring up something serious with him. Big Rix had a strange, almost telepathic ability to make Tan feel insecure about saying nearly anything besides words of affirmation toward him or trite small talk. He had this effect on nearly everyone he met, and it's what allowed him to influence those around him so effectively. With the twitch of his brow or squint of his eye, Big Rix was able to disarm anyone trying to question his authority, get serious with him, or start an otherwise hard conversation. This ability wielded him the charismatic power of a cult leader among the squatters, and he was quickly being recognized in the community as the authoritative figurehead of this ever-expanding squatter social group. Before Tan or Big Rix could continue their conversation, Crassus Dinnerman barged into the diner, barely fitting his obese body through the small doorway. He wore an opulent gold-embroidered baby blue denim hood and cloak with a black denim bodysuit underneath. On his feet were pointed denim boots which sported small blue balls on their tips. Inside the balls were tiny bells that jingled and jangled as he marched his obese frame forward. Crassus shouted while side-eyeing Big Rix and Tan, pretending not to notice them. He sat at a booth directly across the dining area from the two.
Old man Barrows, prepare me 100 brown sticks,
he shouted in a sing-songy tone.
Damn, that fat guy's hungry as shit,
Big Rix whispered to Tan. He was thoroughly impressed by obese Crassus' shocking appetite. Tan responded unenthusiastically, paying no mind to Crassus.
Yeah. Hey, listen, I gotta go. I'll see you later, okay?
She got up and quickly left, leaving Crassus and Big Rix as the only two diners in the entire restaurant. Big Rix did not notice Tan's exit. He was growing more and more affixed on the obese man with each moment, curious about who he was and impressed by his order of 100 brown sticks. He was not impressed by much, but large individuals who could consume seemingly miraculous amounts of food and beverage always commanded Big Rix's respect. He watched Crassus dig into the brown sticks the second the tray left Old Man Burrow's small elderly hands and hit the table. The rotten mead buzz was hitting Big Rix, and he craved more. He looked down at his empty mug and reached into his pockets, finding no more coins. Crassus abruptly stopped eating for a moment and let out a long, wet fart before wincing and shouting in pain. He continued gorging before stopping once more and yelling loudly to no one in particular.
Oh, gee! I wish there was someone here for me to buy rotten mead for. I've got all these coins to purchase dozens of mugs of rotten mead, but no one to chuck it down. What a sad circumstance. A charity man with no gift, gobbler.
Charity man. Villagers in Porp who allot 20 minutes of their day each day to seek out random individuals and give them various treats and gifts. One must apply to a small committee in Porp to obtain a charity man's license. Gift gobbler. A person who receives gifts from a charity man.
If only there was a thirsty young lad to bestow some rotten mead unto.
Crassus stared straight at Big Rix, no longer trying to maintain any sense of subtlety whatsoever. Big Rix now sat on the edge of his booth, his legs shook with excitement and he could barely contain himself. He shouted at Crassus, who now smiled.
Hey, bro, me! I want rotten mead! Bro, over here!
He waved his large, muscular arms in the air frantically and pointed at himself with his thumbs. Crassus continued to pretend as if he didn't notice and arose from his booth to start toward the exit.
Oh, well, no good deeds for me today. No free rotten mead to give a thirsty man in need.
Big Rix lunged toward Crassus and grabbed his shoulders from behind.
No! Stop! I want the rotten mead! Give me the rotten mead!
Crassus laughed and was not at all taken aback by suddenly having his personal space invaded.
Okay, yes indeed, my son. Here, take a seat.
Crassus indicated for Big Rix to join him in his booth, and they both sat down.
Old Man Burrows, 12 rotten meats, now!
Crassus shouted. Old Man Burrows sauntered over with 12 mugs of rotten meat delicately balanced on a dingy wooden tray. His elderly arm shook the heavy overloaded tray as he walked, and rotten meat sloshed out of the mugs onto the floor. Eventually, the old man reached the table and dropped the tray down. Crassus rummaged in his pockets and realized he did not have any coins.
Yes, you are a loyal old man and a true family friend. I shall bestow upon you several coins at a later date, perhaps tomorrow or another day soon thereafter,
Crassus said in a confident, authoritative voice. Burrows was not at all upset and was in fact terrified of Crassus. He responded with nervous laughter.
Oh, yes, no, it's on the house. You know your coinage is no good here, Lord Crassus. Please, take it.
He scurried away and Crassus turned to Big Rix.
Well, what are you waiting for? Drink up!
The two drank furiously. Several hours passed, and the 12 rotten meats turned into 24, which turned into 36. Due to Crassus's massive weight, he was able to handle more rotten meat than Big Rix by several orders of magnitude, and so remained comparatively sober as Big Rix turned into a drunken mess. Crassus had kept the conversation somewhat light for the first hour as they sat at the booth, speaking only of hoop-de-hoop ball and the weather, but now steered the conversation in another direction.
So you must be aware, my reputation precedes me in these parts of town. You do know who I am, don't you?
Crassus spoke clearly as if he had not had even one rotten meat despite having just consumed over a dozen.
Yes. Wait, no.
Big Rix said, slurring, burping, and hiccuping as he spoke.
Surely you've noticed this opulent denim hood and cloak that hangs from my back?
Crassus questioned, now annoyed that Big Rix did not know who he was.
Yeah, it looks pretty cool. Denim? Yes, Denim! I am Crassus Denimin of the Denimin Fortress, cousin of Lady Sheila and Lord in the House Denimin.
Big Rix still looked somewhat unimpressed.
Yeah, cool. Denim is, cool. People rip on denim, but it's kind of sick.
Crassus cut him off.
Yes. Listen, my family has taken notice of your influence on the local youth. You are an impressive man, Big Rix, with an innate ability to lead. You may be able to aid my family. A handsome reward awaits you if you might like to speak more about great opportunities. With your help, the Denimins could...
Crassus's long-winded spiel was cut short by Big Rix knocking over a mug of rotten meat as he swung his arm across the table to light up a yellow stick. It was getting dark outside, and now Burrow's trough was filling with patrons. Big Rix paid no mind to the rotten meat he had just spilled or anything Crassus had been saying, and instead gazed over at a group of young villager women in the corner of the restaurant. Crassus realized he had perhaps fed Big Rix too much rotten meat and thought for a moment.
Time to bang?
Crassus slid his right pointer finger in and out of a pocket made by his left hand, then stuck his pointer and middle finger in a V shape against his mouth and moved his tongue erratically in and out.
Oh, shit! Yeah, bro!
Big Rix leaped from the booth toward the young women in the corner before Crassus grabbed his robe and stopped him.
No. Come with me. I think you will find something much more satisfying back at the fortress tonight.
Big Rix looked at Crassus, then back at the young women, then back at Crassus again.
Bang at fortress? Hot tit, hot ass?
He questioned, swaying as he stood.
Yes, my boy. Come with me,
Crassus said with a sigh, now growing tired of the drunken buffoon. Crassus escorted Big Rix out of the establishment, and the two stepped into an oversized denim carriage pulled by two stark black stallions wearing denim robes and hoods, especially fashioned for horses. The denim-masked driver whipped the horses into a frenzy, and the carriage led out past the village walls as a bolt of lightning struck a distant mountain and lit up the darkening sky, revealing the outline of the Denimins' fortress on the horizon. Jim skipped out of his home en route to the factory, whistling a joyous tune with a spring in his step on a cold Monday morning to begin his work week.
Joyous tune, one of any 12 short melodic songs customarily whistled by Fabricians when happy. If a citizen is ever found to be whistling a joyous tune while sad, the punishment is execution.
It had only been a few days since the festival incident on Friday, but Jim's mood had improved dramatically with each passing day. To say the collective attention span of the peasants and villagers in Fabricia was short would be an understatement. In fact, Jim's embarrassing display on Friday at the festival had been almost entirely forgotten in the realm's collective memory already. Jim had now mentally moved past the diarrhea dump on stage as well, realizing it was just a small setback in his greater plan to create a truly revolutionary pair of khaki pants for all to enjoy. He understood there would have to be failures along the way, and that, if he persisted, he would eventually create a great pair of pants that would pleasantly shock Fabricians. With a spring in his step, Jim reached his factory this morning in record time. Torrential rain the night before had caused the ground around the entrance of the factory to become excessively muddy and slippery. Rainfall in Fabricia was not very frequent, so when a downpour did occur, it was cause for celebration among the peasant children. The young peasants would gather the morning after a storm around the factory and roll in the wet brown mud, playing mud pig.
Mud pig, a game played by peasant children after a heavy rainfall. The object of the game is to become muddy. There are no other rules.
As Jim neared the building, he heard the laughs and squeals of the children as they rolled around playing this odd little game. He chuckled and remembered the days of his youth playing mud pig in the very same spot. "Look out, piggies!" Jim shouted in the scariest voice he could muster, which commanded the young children's attention. They scurried off while giggling. He stopped before the large mud pit, which surrounded the area directly in front of the factory's main entrance and blocked the way to its large wooden doors. He looked down at the muddy patch, now covered in the imprints of small feet and bodies. "I need a plankman!" Jim shouted toward the closed wooden doors.
Plankman, a peasant involved in the handling of planks. Plankmen provide planks to their lord when their lord requires use of small wooden planks, sticks, or other pieces of wood, not to be confused with a carpenter or woodworker.
Almost immediately, a hunchbacked man carrying about a dozen small planks snapped to his back, stumbled out of the entrance and into the mud. He was followed by Barry. "Ah, yes, my favorite plankman!" Jim paused and grasped for the man's name. He started to guess the plankman's name before the hunchbacked peasant interrupted him with the answer.
Tooby, sir. Plankman Tooby. And this is young Barry with a Y. He's helping me today.
The plankman pointed down at Barry, who stood next to him. Jim was taken aback. "Yes, I'm familiar with young Barry. He's my new personal assistant, Tooby. By what authority have you made the young boy your helper this day?" The plankman went pale.
"Oh, sir, I'm sorry. I didn't know. The boy was wandering. I thought he was—"
"Silence, plankman!" Jim had heard enough. "Now lay down planks on this muddy patch so I can pass!" Tooby carefully set down about 6 wooden planks in a row across the muddy patch, and in doing so, his own clogs and pant legs became caked in mud. Jim did a jig across the wood pieces to lighten the mood. "Thank you, Tooby!" Jim exclaimed, pointing at Tooby as he did his jig. This entertained Tooby and Barry, and they both clapped and laughed. Jim finally reached the end of the small makeshift bridge and placed his hands on his waist. With an upright posture, he turned around and looked down at the muddy planks. "Thank you, plankmen! No mud on me today! Now get back to work!" he exclaimed with a sense of accomplishment. Tooby scurried off into the bowels of the factory, leaving Barry and Jim standing in the entrance. "Now, Barry!" Jim gestured for Barry to follow him and moved leisurely across the factory floor toward the stairs to his office. "Next time a peasant tries to scoop you off to help them in their tasks, you make sure and tell them you work directly for me. Did you see what I did there? You must be firm with lowly peasants. And Barry, you're not a lowly peasant. You're my personal assistant."
"Yes, Lord Jim,"
Barry responded happily as the two ascended the stairs to Jim's office. Barry's mood had improved now that he was free from being captive to his temporary taskmaster Tooby the Plankman. The two entered Jim's office and Jim sat down behind his desk. "Okay, take a seat." Jim pointed toward a small chair in the corner of the room and Barry sat himself down in it. He looked around curiously as he sat, admiring the dozens of golden doorknobs which Jim had adorned his office walls with.
"The doorknobs are very nice, sir,"
remarked Barry. Yes, indeed." Jim put on his glasses and looked down at a small agenda book on his desk. "You can admire the knobs with your eyes, Barry, but please do not touch." Jim took off his glasses and set down the agenda book. He paused for a moment and pulled out a large wooden megaphone from under his desk, then raised it to his lips after clearing his throat. "Morning meeting!" Jim's amplified voice shook the golden knobs mounted all around his office. The loud yell startled Barry as he was closely admiring a knob mounted near to where he sat. Billiam barged into the room and stood at attention.
"Good morning, my lord. A muddy one today, isn't it?"
Billiam noticed Barry out of the corner of his eye.
"And good morning to you, young Barry with a Y."
Barry smiled and nodded. A woman then entered the office doorway and stood next to Billiam. "Ah, there's my star pumper! Hello, Torp!" Jim happily proclaimed. This was the head pumper in the factory, Torp, a middle-aged woman short and stout in stature. Her head was somewhat large for her body and housed a massive brain which contained the intricate knowledge of how the factory ran in a technical sense. Torp looked over at Barry. She spoke in a strange, ambiguous foreign accent.
Yes, good morning. Who is the boy?
Torp was matter-of-fact in her speaking and always got straight to the point. Jim responded quickly.
He's my new personal assistant, Barry with a Y. Meet Torp. She's the head pumper at the factory and oversees all technical aspects of production.
Barry waved at Torp, who stared at him and did not respond. She jerked her head back at Jim. Torp spoke sharply.
He is a small boy. His arms and legs are quite tiny. Perhaps he may not be able to efficiently perform the tasks which you would like him to perform for you.
Jim dismissed her observation.
Yes, okay. So this morning, I've really got no items to go over. Torp, just make sure everything keeps pumping. Billiam, please watch for any peasants slacking. You know the drill, and, well, that's about it. Great meeting, guys.
Jim clapped in a slow, rhythmic cadence, and everyone joined in except Barry, who watched awkwardly. The applause abruptly stopped, and Torp, along with Billiam, hurried out of Jim's office. Jim got up from his desk and walked over to his office window overlooking the factory floor. He spoke to Barry as he looked down upon peasants stirring a large vat of khaki slop.
And that's pretty much it, Barry. This factory basically runs itself. I've got Big Billiam to whip peasants into working and my genius pumper Torp to run the machinery. As for me, I get to work on the most important project of all, my prototypes. It really is that simple.
Jim continued to look down at his peasants while Barry thought for a moment before responding.
The prototypes are fantastic, Lord Jim. I've been wearing them ever since the festival, and they are very comfortable.
Jim chuckled.
Well, I'm glad you like them, but what you're wearing are only beta version 1. They're far from being finished. Obviously, they've failed their most important function. I've got a lot of work to do perfecting them, and that's where you come in.
Jim turned around and looked at Barry.
As my personal assistant, I'm going to need you to help me collect all the bips and bops I need to build these bad boys.
Barry was excited. He felt for the first time in his life important and useful. Jim walked back to his desk, then sat down.
All right, then. Come here. I've got my first task for you.
Jim pulled open the singular large drawer underneath his desk and retrieved 2 small scrolls rolled up and tied together by tan-colored twine.
Take these.
Jim handed the torn and brown-stained scrolls to Barry delicately, then reached into his back pocket and retrieved a small envelope.
Please, deliver this note along with these scrolls into town for me. And please be careful with all this, Barry. These are the schematics for my new prototypes. I need you to take them into Porp and let Jill Johnson look at them. Jill is a shop owner in town and makes ornate golden clogs. Her shop is called Jill Johnson's Clog Masters Emporium.
Barry was intrigued.
Are you incorporating clogs into the design, Lord Jim?
Barry asked, looking at the envelope he was just handed.
No, nothing like that. In fact, quite the opposite. I have a feeling Jill's golden clogs I had been wearing during my demonstration at the festival may have interfered with the flap's internal mechanisms, causing my embarrassing spray on stage. Anyway, get going and please make sure Jill gets those schematics, and only Jill. Understood? Now run along!
Barry nodded his head and darted out the door. He made his way out of the factory doors and across the makeshift wooden plank bridge, which was now half sunken in the mud. As he exited the factory compound, he came upon a feeling of guilt. For the first time, Barry considered more deeply his task as undercover agent at the factory for the Denimans. He realized he had been treated more fairly and well in the past few days by Jim and the khaki factory peasants than he had ever been in his entire short life at the Denimans' fortress, and felt remorse for being dishonest with Jim. He also wondered what exactly the nature of his undercover mission was, as Sheila had been somewhat vague in her instructions. On top of that, Barry was thoroughly enjoying the khaki prototypes Jim had bestowed upon him. His enjoyment, however, also brought him a sense of more guilt, as he did not think he deserved to have them. They were comfortable and a delight to wear. All Sheila Deniman's talk of Jim being a shit man and khaki being a shit fabric was beginning to seem like one big lie to him. Before this moment, Barry hadn't really considered his task as being part of any larger conflict, and as such had not come to terms with the idea that he was doing anything important enough to be unethical or immoral in the first place. His thoughts were only of Jesterfest and getting to those sweet hot meats. It was all a lot for the young boy to process. Barry continued down the dirt path leading into Porp, grasping Jim's scrolls. What type of information were the Denimans trying to get by sending him to Jim? Why was khaki such a big problem for them? What were they expecting him to report back about? Then, Barry remembered he had already failed part of his mission. He was supposed to be a pumper's apprentice, not Jim's personal assistant. The thought gave him a quick nudge of anxiety, and his mind wandered to thoughts of being whipped and beaten for this hiccup in the plan. He had to return to Sheila that night and dreaded giving an unsatisfactory report to her. The anxiety was enough to push Barry into considering a betrayal of his denim lords and spilling the beans to Jim about who he was, his real name, and why he had come and asked for a job in the first place. He wondered if confessing this would even matter, and if Jim would even be able to help keep him safe from the Denimans' wrath. He shook his head and told himself that defecting from the plan was a silly idea. The Denimans were his lords, and running from them would quite literally be suicide. He continued toward port with the scrolls in his hand, determined to reach Jill Johnson's Clogmaster's Emporium. Chapter 4. Delivery Boy. Barry approached Porp's main city gate with Jim's scrolls in his hands and was immediately energized by the hustle and bustle of villagers who darted around in front of it. Porp's exhilarating effect was common on many weary travelers, and it was a village of an undeniable liveliness and excitement, which was contagious. Windowmen spat on shop windows and rubbed their saliva into the glass with dirty brown rags, while trash masters poked and prodded bits of refuse from the gutters and sidewalks using pointed sticks to dispose of the garbage in small brown sacks.
Windowmen. Window cleaners. Villagers who clean windows for a living. Windowmen usually use their own spit to clean windows. Trash masters. Villagers who make a living by collecting trash in the city of Porp, using long pointed sticks to pick up refuse and place it in sacks. Trash masters then sell the trash to peasants to muster up a meager wage.
Everyone seemed to be immersed in a task, and the city operated like a well-cleaned and lubricated machine. Once inside the city's gates, it was not difficult to become lost, and after taking a few random turns, Barry had no idea where he was. His disorientation was inevitable. Barry did not know exactly where Jill Johnson's Clogmaster's Emporium was because Jim had not told him. He had planned to ask around for directions once he reached the city, but at the moment was too enthralled with this new environment, which offered an overwhelming amount of visual stimulus, especially for a young Deniman peasant. After some wandering and a few random turns, Barry found himself on Clothmaster's Row, the main thoroughfare in town. Clothmaster's Row was by far the widest street in Porp, and naturally the most heavily trodden by horses' hooves and pedestrians' feet alike. Besides the fashion festival last week, this was the first time Barry had really seen a large number of villagers in one place. He couldn't help but stare at them walking by, taking in the details of their diverse physical characteristics as they passed. The villagers seemed hardier, more in shape and well-fed than many of the peasants Barry was used to hanging around, and they wore much nicer clothes. He was especially intrigued by some of the wealthier villagers' fashion and had never seen such beautiful garments. He noticed opulent embroidered denim robes, hats, and shoes, as well as stark plain, classic khaki pants and shirts. The sidewalk was a mishmash of denim and tan khaki-clad figures darting about, and the pedestrians flowed together like a tan and blue river, never ceasing as it meandered down the sides of Clothmaster's Row. The atmosphere entranced young Barry so much so that he unknowingly wandered straight into the middle of the road. A whiny man driving a tall stagecoach pulled by 4 horses snapped Barry out of his daze.
Hey, kid, move! Mindless ped! Get!
He let out a nasally whine.
Ped. Derogatory term for pedestrians in Porp.
Barry ducked and turned around and darted back to the safety of the sidewalk, bumping into other pedestrians until he eventually found his way underneath an awning.
Sorry!
Barry shouted back at the stagecoach driver now halfway down the block and out of earshot. He took a moment to catch his breath under the awning overhanging an unmarked door, now safe from the heavy, relentless flow of pedestrian traffic. He suddenly remembered why he was there in the first place, to find Jill. Since Barry had received no map or even general instructions from Jim about where to find Jill's shop, he scanned each storefront on Clothmaster's Row with his eyes, thinking it must be here with all the other garment retailers. He started down the sidewalk once more, struggling to keep up with the foot traffic around him while inspecting each storefront sign in the hopes one would read Jill Johnson's Clogmaster's Emporium. Such a store was nowhere to be found, and eventually, Barry decided to ask one of the many pedestrians around him for help. This proved extremely unfruitful.
Excuse me, sir? Ma'am?
He tried to politely grab each passing villager's attention, but no one paid any mind to young Barry, and he was completely ignored in his attempts to be noticed for a full 15 minutes or so. A scraggly, disheveled-looking beggar sitting on the corner across the street from Barry eventually took notice of his attempts to gather the villagers' attention and called for Barry with a loud whistle.
Boy, over here! Come here! It's no use, they can't hear you!
He shouted in a raspy, high-pitched voice. Every utterance he made came out like a question, and he ended his sentences with a strange upwardly pitched inflection that made his speech sound rehearsed, or as if he was reading his thoughts from a book only he could see in his mind's eye. Barry was hesitant at first to acknowledge the beggar, but eventually crossed the street and jogged over to him, finding that the man became even more disheveled and dirty-looking as he approached. As Barry stepped up next to him, he noticed the man was caked in dirt and smelled like rotten garbage.
You'll never get their attention like that, boy! You've got to give them a show, it's the only way!
The beggar said with a sigh, still speaking in his odd, questioning tone.
A show? What do you mean?
Barry asked. The beggar slowly got up from his sitting position, and his bones audibly cracked as he straightened his back.
Wow, loud pops, oops!
The beggar chuckled, attempting to break the awkwardness caused by the hardcore and painful-sounding cracks and pops that had just rung out loudly from his thin body.
Watch, boy, this is how it's done!
He then grabbed 2 sturdy-looking sticks, each about 4 feet tall with Y-shaped forks at the tops. Carefully, he lifted his leg up into one of the stick's Y-shaped ends. Next, in a seemingly miraculous display of flexibility, he lifted his right leg up into the air, while his left leg remained stretched out from his body in a 90-degree angle. He placed his right leg into the other stick's Y-shaped fork. The beggar was now fully suspended in a perfect split atop the 2 sticks. Barry was speechless. The beggar cleared his throat and struck up a match, then let out an ear-piercing high-pitched squeal as he lit his hair on fire. 2 villagers, both adorned in a combination of various khaki and denim garments, stopped on the sidewalk, taking notice of the beggar's incredible and bizarre display. The villagers' faces remained flat and emotionless, and they clapped lazily. One threw a single coin under the beggar's suspended body, which was now beginning to shake and sway.
Quick, boy! Ask your question! I've got their attention!
Barry snapped into action.
Hello, sir!
He shouted at one of the villagers, who continued clapping at the beggar's incredible display of flexibility.
Do you know where I might find Jill Johnson's Clogmaster's Emporium?
The villager, dressed in a khaki bodysuit with a large denim coat draped over his back, thought for a moment as he fidgeted with his small, unkempt goatee.
Clogs, eh? You'll be wanting Clogger's Alley, probably. It's right there.
The villager pointed at the opening to a dark alleyway across the street and about a block away. A broken, dilapidated wooden sign stood at its entrance, with the barely visible words, "Welcome to Clogger's Alley," displayed in faded, chipped white paint. A green, misty haze radiated from the alleyway, and the sounds of men grunting loudly in pain could be heard coming from within.
Oh, okay, well, thanks!
Barry was thankful for the villager's answer, but somewhat distraught now. The sight of the alley and the green mist emerging from it frightened him, but he ventured across the street toward it anyway.
Thank you, sir! Oh, wait, what's your name?
Barry shouted back at the villager, but he was nowhere to be found, and only the beggar remained on the corner as villagers passed him by. He was now beginning to fall out of his full split atop the 2 sticks and thought Barry was talking to him.
Bingy! I'm Bingy!
He let out before slamming into the ground on his back. The sound of loud cracking bones rang out once more from his frail frame and echoed through the street. Barry went on. He reached the alleyway's entrance and read the old, barely legible sign once more.
Clogger's Alley, he said out loud. Yep, that's probably a good place to start.
He took a deep breath and hurried into the alley. As soon as he did, his lungs filled with the green mist, which lingered and hung in the air. He immediately coughed it back up and gagged. Determined, Barry pulled his shirt up over his nose and continued. Each storefront in the alley was abandoned and empty. Some seemed like they had been burned out, and broken glass lay everywhere. As he ventured in farther, the sounds of pained, deep male grunts became louder and louder.
Get out! Get out of me now!
One voice shouted above the rest, startling Barry enough for him to briefly consider turning around, but he persevered. The screams and grunts seemed to originate from deeper within, and it sounded like men were pushing or lifting something. Barry did not care to know more about the strange noises, and was relieved when he found himself standing directly in front of the only open storefront in the alley. In large golden letters, Jill Johnson's Clogmaster's Emporium hung above a well-lit shop entrance. Barry hurried inside. As he entered the shop, he felt a sense of calm, and his lungs filled with fresh air. The shop was clean, well-kept, and offered a refuge from the nasty green mist outside. He looked around to see dozens of beautiful golden clogs displayed throughout the showroom floor. As he was admiring a particularly small, shiny pair, Jill Johnson shouted from high above him.
Yes, hello! Welcome to my shop!
Jill yelped in a manic but desperate tone. She sat behind an extraordinarily tall counter which towered above her showroom, leaving only several inches of clearance between her head and the ceiling. After hopping down a small set of stairs, Jill reached the floor and stood next to Barry. Despite being at nearly opposite ends of life, the youthful boy and elderly woman shared the same tiny stature and physical dimensions.
Oh my, we're twins! Now what brings you in here, boy? Would you like some clogs?
Twins, size twins. Two individuals who share the same height and weight, but have no other similarities, not to be confused with T-twins, aka total twins, individuals who are similar in every way.
Jill was thrilled to see a potential customer. It had been almost a full month of zero sales for her.
No, my lady, I'm here to deliver some scrolls from Jimston. Might you be Jill Johnson?
Jill's head sank when she realized Barry would not be a customer.
Ah, yes, Jim the khaki master. Such a fine young lad, a good boy, making wonderful garments, yes, yes indeed. Scrolls, you say?
Jill grabbed the scrolls from Barry's grip before he could say anything.
Yes.
She thought out loud as she opened one of the scrolls and began deciphering the khaki pants schematic etched on it.
And what am I meant to do with this exactly?
Jill asked, still looking at the scroll. Barry had almost forgotten. He quickly grabbed the sealed envelope Jim had given him from his pocket.
Oh, a letter from Mr. Jim. He mentioned something about your clogs interfering with his prototype pants.
Barry let out happily, now grinning with a sense of accomplishment for having completed this delivery task.
Very good, boy. I shall take a look. And what was your name? Barry, Barry with a Y, my lady.
Their meeting was suddenly interrupted by a loud, pained male grunt from the other side of the wall. It startled Barry but did not faze Jill whatsoever.
What was that?
Barry asked in a whisper. He feared being overheard, now with the understanding the walls were quite thin and that sound traveled through them easily. Jill returned in the full volume of her normal speaking voice as she climbed back up the stairs of the tall counter by the register.
Oh, yes,
Jill sighed.
That's the men's bowel bucket chair chamber.
Barry now put the pieces together.
The loud grunts are...
Jill cut him off.
Yes, the grunting is part of life in the alley. It keeps the rent down, my dear. And the green mist? Asked Barry. The green mist, yes, quite. The green mist comes from the bowel bucket chair chamber, same as the grunts. There is but one bowel bucket chair chamber in this part of Porp, and being near the center of Clothmaster's Row, there are constantly men pushing and grunting out their waste right next to me. You should hear the post-lunch rush,
Jill muttered under her breath.
Sure wish they'd buy some clogs,
she continued, now shouting down at Barry atop her tall, perched position.
So, as a result, there are green mists and foul odors. Yes, yes, indeed.
Barry immediately had questions.
So, where is the woman's bowel bucket chair chamber? And why are you stuck in this alleyway with such beautiful golden clogs? Surely you'd make a killing on Clothmaster's Row.
Jill chuckled at Barry's naivety.
Barry, a woman's bowel bucket chair chamber? There are no women's bowel bucket chair chambers. Don't be silly. Women do not produce waste.
Women do not piss and shit.
And as for my shop's location, yes, the green mist is offensive to the nostrils. Yes, the grunts are loud and disturbing. But there is no other choice for me. It is in truth the best location available to a clogger such as myself. Politics, my dear, this is Fabricia after all. A clothmaster's realm, not a clogger's. A clogger's shop on Clothmaster's Row. It is simply unthinkable. The landlords of Porp would never allow it.
Barry's curiosity was satisfied, and he made his way out of the exit before Jill stopped him with a shout.
Oh, yes! Tell Jim I need a day or two to look over the schematics, and I'll have an answer to his question shortly. Thank you, young one.
Barry nodded and exited Jill's shop, diving back into the green mist-filled alleyway and covering his nose with his shirt once more. It was the mid-afternoon, and dozens of male villagers filled the alleyway waiting to use the bowel bucket chair chamber. Barry pushed his way through the crowd of men and eventually returned to the bright sunlit Clothmaster's Row. As he made his way to the gates of the city en route back to the khaki factory, the sun beat down on Fabricia, making it hotter and hotter with each passing minute. It was the stripping hour, and Barry watched as villagers stripped their morning robes in favor of afternoon shorts and skirts. Barry had failed to bring a fresh outfit to change into for the afternoon, as he did not realize his trip into town would take so long, and so he sweated profusely in his morning clothes. By the time he reached the factory, his khaki pants and robe top were soaked with sweat. Jim was still sitting in the exact same spot he was in when Barry had left that morning, though now with his head on his desk, fast asleep. Barry lightly knocked on Jim's ajar door to rouse him from this afternoon nap.
Sir, I have delivered the scrolls as you asked,
Barry said as he continued to knock. Jim lazily lifted his head and yawned. Oh, very good, thank you. He got up from his desk and stretched his body as he began to fully awaken. How was the journey? How was Jill?
Very good, sir. She is a nice old lady, and her clogs are beautiful.
Yes, clogs. Never been much of a clog man myself. Khaki and denim footwear are superior, in my opinion. I hope the foul odor of Clogger's Alley didn't choke you up. Jim laughed as he walked over and patted Barry on the back.
No, sir. It was quite all right. No trouble at all.
Barry was in truth very worn out and tired by the experience, and could still smell the lingering stench of the alley's foul green mist inside his nostrils. The stench had stuck to him the whole way back to the factory. Jim walked over to the window in his office. Barry knew a long-winded speech was coming, so he took a seat. Jim looked down at a group of pumpers' apprentices repairing a large broken pipe. Well, you did well today. Jim smiled and closed his eyes for a moment, then turned to Barry. I think it's time to reveal to you my true master plan, Jim said enthusiastically, then paused for a long while, seeming to debate himself in his head for a moment. Barry prodded him.
Yes, sir?
Horg! Jim shouted to a confused Barry.
Horg, sir?
Horg, Barry! Jim laughed and clapped. Heat-optimized retracted garments! It's my master plan and the end goal of my prototypes!
Oh, okay. What is that, sir?
Barry's enthusiasm had waned slightly. It's a game changer. It will allow the garments to sense a person's body heat and retract themselves, forever changing the stripping hour as we know it. No longer will you need to strip down and change into a new outfit as the sun starts to beat down upon you in the afternoon. No! Instead, the clothes will gauge your heat level and retract themselves, morphing into a cooler outfit. You see, the prototypes I wore at the festival and the ones I gave to you are just a small application of the technology, which senses diarrhea heat only. But Horg Tech can be utilized for so much more. Jim immediately sat back at his desk and put his head down as if to start to try and go to sleep. Barry was still a little confused and sat processing what Jim had just said.
Sounds great, sir. I think I understand. So the Horg Tech animates the garments and gives them a mind of their own when they overheat? That would have come in handy today on my journey back to the factory. I was dripping in sweat.
Barry cut himself off as he now noticed Jim was snoring, fully asleep and not listening. It was not uncommon for Jim to immediately go to sleep after a particularly animated and loud exclamation or declaration. Even in the short few days Barry had been around Jim in the factory, he had learned not to question Jim's odd social behavioral quirks and instead turned around to exit the office. Barry led off toward his small living quarters, a cramped room toward the back of the factory which was more like a Jan hole than a bedchamber.
Jan hole, a janitor's closet.
Before he reached his tiny makeshift sleeping area, though, he realized the time. It was nearly Duskman's dance, and he was meant to report back to the Denimans this evening.
Duskman's dance, sundown. Traditionally, a man dubbed the Duskman would dance each evening through the streets of Porp as the sun set. He has since passed away.
Barry altered course and ran for the factory doors instead of his quarters, then rushed out as quickly as he could down the path northward toward the Denimans' fortress. As night fell at the Denimans' fortress and the sounds of whining dogs filled the crisp evening air, Big Rix reclined nude atop a large stone bed with about a dozen beautiful denim maidens next to him, wearing only denim hats. They were surrounded by trays of various exotic fruits, meats, and buckets of slop. Dozens of empty mugs dripping with rotten meat lay strewn across the floor, and the faint giggles of the denim maidens echoed through the chamber. A tiny man sat in the corner playing a quiet stringed instrument lightly. The calm atmosphere was broken by Crassus, who barged in and screamed in a high-pitched whine, resembling a pig.
Maidens! Leave at once! I require a word with Mr. Rix!
The women frantically gathered their robes off the floor and scurried off. Crassus's eyes shot toward the small musician in the corner. He walked over to the man before picking him up and tossing him out of the fourth-story window with one solid movement, then waddled over to the edge of the stone bed where Big Rix still lay. Big Rix raised his arm for a high five and laughed. "What's up, big man?" Crassus slapped Big Rix's hand away.
It is time to get down to business. Clothe yourself.
Crassus turned his attention to a small table with a tray full of finger foods to give Big Rick some privacy and gnawed on a half-eaten brown stick. Big Rick's put on his sheer white squatter's robe and hopped out of bed.
Bro, you guys have an epic situation going on here. Free food, free rotten meat, hot-ass babes. Damn, bro, you the man!
Big Rick's reached his arm from behind Crassus to grab a brown stick for himself off the table, but Crassus swatted it away immediately.
No! No more pleasures for you, Rix. Not until you perform my tasks.
Crassus motioned for him to sit in a chair next to the small table full of food as he continued to gnaw on a brown stick standing up. He paced and spoke with food in his mouth.
I trust you've come to find yourself quite pleasured by the food and drinks we have offered, the amenities, the denim servants at your beck and call, and I also trust the denim maidens have pleasured and drained your body of its fluids to a satisfactory level.
Crassus maintained an air of pleasantness. He genuinely waited for an answer to his seemingly rhetorical question.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, dude, this freaking rocks.
Big Rick's thought for a moment. It had taken over 24 hours of fully indulging himself and immersing his body in pleasure for him to begin wondering if there was some sort of catch. The bizarre situation he had fallen into at random the night before was too good to be true, he suspected, and he questioned why he was led to a chamber of pleasures by this strange obese denim lord. He wondered if he owed Crassus something.
Ah, shit, I probably ran up a big bill or something, right?
Big Rick said, as reality fully dawned on him. Crassus laughed.
No. Do you think we ought to come in nasty house?
Nasty house. Part hotel, part brothel, part tavern. A place where general nastiness occurs.
No. We do not bill as such. What we offer here at the Fortress for individuals such as yourself is much more than a common nasty house transaction. Yes, it is much more. I have a question for you. How would you like to enjoy the fruits of our fortress in perpetuity?
Big Rick's responded quickly.
Oh, and pooping? Yeah, the pooping was confusing at first, but one of the girls showed me the bowel bucket chair chamber. It was down the hall over past the torture lounge.
Torture lounge. Part lounge, part torture chamber. A large room in the denim man's fortress containing individuals both relaxing and in extreme pain.
Crassus cut him off.
No, in perpetuity, forever. Would you like to enjoy the pleasures of our fortress forever?
Big Rick was taken aback but excited.
Bro, I can just chill here and get drained non-stop? Are you kidding?
His jaw dropped. Crassus continued.
No, I'm not kidding. But everything comes at a price, and I will no longer delay in revealing mine.
He opened the door to the chamber and let in 4 denim peasants dressed in dirty, tattered denim tunics. They held what appeared to be several large bolts of rolled-up denim robes and ran to the middle of the room where Crassus kicked away empty mugs and threw over a small table to make space. The peasants rolled the denim robes out onto the floor.
Gaze upon these beautiful creations. These are golden embroidered denim robes. They resemble the squatter's style. I designed them myself very closely in style to the robes you wear now.
Big Rick got up from his chair and walked over to the denim robes, sewn together with golden thread and embroidered with ornate patterns. They laid strewn across the floor, and he squatted in front of the robes, examining them closely. Crassus continued.
Now, you will take these robes and administer them to your squatter comrades. Then you will begin really pushing the denim lifestyle and fashion among the rest of the villagers. I want you to go to Clothmaster's Row and display your new style. I want you to visit every eatery and watering hole adorned in these beautiful robes so the villagers might catch a glimpse of their beautiful glory. We will not rest until every man, woman, and child is a denim wearer in Fabricia, and you will be a key part of that.
Crassus was parched from this long-winded exclamation and grabbed a mug of rotten meat from the table. He chugged its contents, then threw the mug to the ground, smashing it into pieces. He noticed Big Rick was not responding to him at all and was still squatting. His attention remained affixed to the robes on the floor.
Hello, Big Rix, did you hear me?
Big Rix finally broke his silence.
Yeah, man, these are sick.
He stripped naked and quickly threw one of them on.
Yeah, okay, man, these are really badass. Oh my god.
Big Rix moaned with pleasure, then leapt up with energy before popping into a squat. Still in the squatting position, he punched and kicked. Big Rix was taking a genuine liking to the garment, and it filled his body with immense pleasure. He went to lay back down in the large stone bed and moaned as he did so.
Oh my God! Crap, this is nice!
Big Rix's mouth shot open and he stared at the ceiling in a state of pure bliss. Crassus laughed.
Excellent,
he said under his breath. He addressed Big Rix once more.
Fantastic! So let us recap here.
Crassus was worried Big Rix was not listening to him, and rightfully so. The robes had now whipped him into a frenzy, and Big Rix began jumping around the room, kicking and punching the air once more.
You wear our garments, you spread love for denim to the squatter youth, and you entice the villagers to become loyal denim dressers, fans of our fabric, so that we may gain a 100% denim wearing rate, and if you perform these tasks, you will receive all the rotten meat you can handle, and the denim maidens will rub your body parts and such, etc., etc.
Crassus walked over and got close to Big Rix.
Now remove the robe, he demanded.
Big Rix rolled his head around to either shoulder in disappointment.
Oh man, for real? This crap feels so good on my skin.
Yes, remove the robe now. I will give it back soon enough. Continue to enjoy the other pleasures we have to offer in the meantime.
Crassus snapped his fingers and the denim maiden scurried back into the chamber, giggling. Big Rix pulled his robe off and got completely naked, then began squatting and kicking the air once more. The maidens clapped and gasped in amazement at his movements. Crassus picked the denim robe off the ground and shouted to his denim peasant servants.
Come now, gather the rest of the robes. Let us leave the bold squatter man to his pleasures.
He addressed Big Rix before exiting the chamber one final time.
Does this all make sense?
Crassus said as he stood in the doorway.
Yep, sounds good, fat man.
Big Rix continued kicking in the nude in front of the easily impressed maidens. Crassus made his exit into the hall. He picked up his walking speed as he neared the end of the long, dark stone hallway and made a left into the expansive Great Hall chamber. It was the same room Sheila had gathered the peasants in the week before, and where she had briefed young Barry on his reconnaissance mission. Now, only Barry sat alone in the room at one end of the stone dining table with his back to the doorway. Crassus entered.
Aha!
He startled Barry, who jerked his head around quickly to see who was there.
Our young spy! Warming up to the khaki man, are we?
Crassus clapped his hands and laughed. Before Barry could say anything, Sheila barged into the room and crept up behind him, then put her hands on his shoulders and lowered her head to Barry's level.
Aha!
She screamed, straight into the back of his neck.
Our young spy! Warming up to the khaki man, are we?
Sheila laughed and then sat across from Barry. Barry again tried to respond but was stopped by Crassus.
Sheila! You're not going to believe this! I just asked him the exact same thing! It's like we've come down with mimikidosis!
Mimikidosis, a rare fatal disease in which two individuals speaking and thinking become linked together. Sufferers speak in lockstep with each other for several months before their bodies explode and they die.
The two laughed while Crassus waddled over to where she sat, then made out for several seconds before stopping abruptly. Crassus sat down at the far end of the table where a large fruit tray had been prepared and gorged on the delicacies. Barry wondered if he'd ever get a chance to speak. Sheila questioned him once more.
Yes, so boy, let us know of your exploits within the khaki factory. I trust you have gained access as a pumper's apprentice, as we previously discussed.
Well, no, milady,
Beads of sweat formed on Barry's forehead as he prepared to explain why he had failed to gain the pumper's apprentice position.
I'm not a pumper's apprentice,
Barry let out with a sigh. Sheila gasped.
You worthless peasant! What have you been doing all this time? Playing games? Playing in the muck with the other dirty children? Guards, take the boy to the torture lounge!
Two denim-clad guards quickly moved to Barry's location at the table and grabbed his small body, suspending him in the air between them. They started toward the door before something caught Sheila's eyes, and she stopped them. It was Barry's pants. He wore Jim's prototypes, and this was enough to pique her interest. Sheila sprang up.
Guards, stop! Wait!
The guards halted and turned around, still dangling Barry by his arms between them.
What are those pants you're wearing, young, what was your name?
Sheila rushed the question from her lips impatiently. Barry responded frantically, still dangling in midair.
Barry, milady, and these are Mr. Jim's prototype pants. They have a flap at the back meant to... Yes, and why do you have them on? Where did you get them?
Mr. Jim let me have them, ma'am. He said I could study them. They were a gift.
Sheila's eyes widened.
Guards, get!
The guards dropped Barry to the floor and ran out of the room. Barry stood up and sat back in the chair. Sheila continued.
And why would the khaki man give a lowly peasant boy such as yourself a pair of his prototype pants?
She walked over to where Barry was now sitting and brought her head directly down to his level, 1 inch from his face.
Well, milady, I am his personal assistant. Mr. Jim gives me a lot of things.
Barry spoke fearfully and quietly as Sheila got even closer to him. Sheila's attitude switched from angry to jovial and relieved. She pulled her head back quickly away from Barry's face and laughed.
Little, what was it?
Sheila had forgotten Barry's name once more.
Barry, milady.
He responded, timid and unsure if Sheila was feigning her newfound delight.
Betty, why did you not tell me this first thing? This is excellent, Betty, quite.
Sheila now paced around the room.
Oh, yes, very good indeed. Crassus, did you hear this?
Crassus dismissively nodded as he shoved exotic fruits into his mouth. Sheila started again.
Betty, your task is moving along much more quickly than I expected. We will initiate its final phase, and here's what that means for you.
Sheila opened a small broom closet door in the corner of the room and grabbed a denim duffel bag stuffed full of items. She sat the bag on the table and unzipped it, then pulled out a strange-looking white orb with wires shooting out of it. A small countdown timer and a big red button were attached to it. The large red button said, "Push to explode" on it. She then pulled out a small backpack that had similar-looking wires protruding from it and another countdown timer.
All right, then, are you ready to begin the final phase of your life? I'm in mission.
Sheila grabbed the backpack and strapped it to Barry's small frame.
Yes, milady. Final phase, and then I get to go to Jesterfest.
Barry asked about Jesterfest now almost as some sort of formality, motivated by a feeling he needed to still be excited about it. He had stopped thinking or caring much about Jesterfest and really just wanted to finish his mission so he'd get back to life as usual. The entire ordeal with Jim and the khaki factory was profoundly confusing him and causing him great stress.
Yes, boy, then you will get to go to Jesterfest, of course, but you must perform the final part of your task perfectly.
Sheila finished strapping the backpack to Barry, then grabbed the orb and set it in his lap.
Okay, now here's the deal, Borgie. Take this orb here and get it inside the pipes however you can. The main pumper's vat may be your best bet as it connects to the entire pipe system in the khaki factory. The point is, get this orb into the pipes, place it somewhere, and then press this button.
Sheila pointed at a bright red button on the side of the orb which read, "Activate Orb Bomb."
Intel has told us the khaki man plans to do a pipe cleaning tomorrow. This would be an ideal time to find a way into the factory's pipe system. Once the orb has been placed, we will need to wait 8 hours for the chemicals in the vat to interact with it. Next, I want you to press this red button.
Sheila grabbed a small remote with another red button which read, "Blow Yourself Up," and hung down from the side of the backpack by a cord. She waved the remote in front of Barry's face.
What does this say, Borgie? She asked.
I can't read, my lady.
Perfect!
Sheila rose to her feet.
Well, that's it. Go away now, Bobsy.
She darted toward Crassus at the other end of the table, but Barry stopped her as he spoke in a meager and faint tone.
Milady, we're not going to hurt Mr. Jim, are we?
Sheila turned around. She resisted the urge to laugh and tensed up her face, displaying an odd, pained expression. Barry continued.
Why are we spying on Mr. Jim? What is going on? Mr. Jim is a nice man.
He teared up and Sheila knelt by his side.
Now there, young one. No need to cry. Of course we're not hurting the khaki man.
She patted Barry on the head. Upon hearing Sheila say this, Crassus let out a quick, loud laugh before immediately immersing himself in his food once more. It had dawned on Sheila that young Barry had grown close to Jim.
Can you keep a secret?
Sheila looked around, then leaned in to whisper. Barry stopped crying.
Yes, milady.
Well, it's the khaki man's birthday tomorrow.
It is?
Barry was now thrilled.
Yes, it is. And we're going to surprise him with the best and biggest birthday surprise of all time.
Sheila spoke in a loud whisper. Crassus let out a belch and a hearty laugh again before she continued.
Yes, a very, very big birthday surprise for him. You see, that was the plan all along. We love the khaki man. He is our best friend, and we wanted to surprise him for his birthday.
Sheila hoped this was all she needed to say to subdue Barry's curiosity, but he prodded.
So, milady, what exactly is the surprise? What is the orb for, and why do I need this backpack?
Well, now, if I told you, it would ruin the surprise for you, too. This is partly a surprise for you.
Sheila hurled the explanation at Barry, unsure if it would land. It did, and Barry's eyes lit up.
I love surprises, my lady. Oh, boy.
Barry leapt from the table and started toward the door.
I'll do exactly as you say, and then we'll all go to Jesterfest.
Barry dashed out of the door to the Great Hall, and Sheila let out a loud cackle. She jumped up on the table in front of where Crassus was eating and got on her hands and knees, then grabbed his obese head and inhaled the food straight from his mouth. Chapter 5. Birthday Orb Surprise. Barry awoke startled and in a heavy sweat as his eyes trained toward a small space underneath the door of his cramped bedchamber. It was the only source of natural light in the tiny windowless broom closet underneath Jim's office that had been fashioned into living quarters for him. He stared at a thin, square sheet of light emanating from the gap under the door and watched it flicker as factory peasants darted about on the other side, hurrying around frantically and readying themselves for another busy day at the factory. Barry had been tossing and turning in the night with thoughts of Sheila's instructions ceaselessly running through his mind. It was a mixture of excitement for Jim's birthday surprise, as well as a glooming sense of uncertainty that had kept him from resting. Perhaps Sheila was not giving him the full story. Perhaps it is not Jim's birthday after all, he thought as he leaned over and lit a small candle next to his bed, which sat on top of the underside of an upside-down bucket. Barry looked over at the dimly lit backpack and orb Sheila had given him. The items sat directly in front of the doorway and were illuminated by the ribbon of light peeking through the crack under the door. His eyes remained affixed to the objects as he gathered his thoughts for the day, and his mind fully awakened. Suddenly, the door flung open, cramming the backpack and orb behind it and slamming them against the wall. Barry leapt out of bed nervously. Standing in the open doorway was Jim, who promptly stepped into Barry's quarters, entering the tiny space, which was just too small for two people to stand in at once.
Rise, my boy! Late snoozer suffers the trek! The day has begun! We have much work to do!
Late snoozer suffers the trick. Common saying in Fabricia, shouted at sleepyheads in the morning, meant to imply that late sleepers will be tricked by pranksters more easily.
Jim reached into a large pile of khaki garments wedged in the corner of the room and tossed some at Barry, who was now back in bed.
Dress! Not a moment to waste! Today will be a glorious day! It's pipe cleansing day!
Jim shouted in an abrasive, shrill screech, which was especially grating to Barry at this early hour. Barry raised his arm in front of his face to shield himself from the bright light of the factory floor now flowing through the open door.
Yes, my lord, very well,
he returned as Jim exited the room, leaving the door wide open. Barry closed the door and his attention returned to the backpack and orb, which lay slightly damaged on the floor. Now that he had some time to fully awaken, his anxiety was almost completely gone. He remembered what Sheila had said about the birthday surprise, that it was a surprise for him, too. Barry's head filled with delightful thoughts of birthday surprises and Jesterfest. He gleefully put the backpack on and grabbed the Deniman's strange orb. Barry marched out of his small room and made his way up the stairs to Jim's office. He was stopped halfway up by the faint sound of Jim's shouting voice across the factory. Jim, Torp, Billiam, and about a dozen peasants surrounded an intricate rectangular machine next to a massive wooden vat full of khaki slop on the other side of the factory floor. Jim waved his hands at Barry.
Barry, over here! I told you it's pipe cleansing day! Come now!
Barry turned around and sprinted over to where the group stood, still wielding Sheila's backpack and grasping the orb device tightly. When he arrived, Torp was in the middle of a short speech directed toward the peasants.
And once the vat is drained and the slop is gone, baby boys will climb into the pipes and scrub the gunk from inside. Thank you.
The peasants let out a short applause before dispersing and attending to the pipes and levers attached to the machine. Barry approached Jim.
Mr. Jim, what's going on?
He looked over at the large vat and noticed the slop inside draining out.
Ah, Barry, I told you it's pipe cleansing day. Today's the day we drain the slop and scrub the pipes. You see, you must have clean pipes for khaki slop to run smoothly. K-logs build up over the months and years and require proper scrubbing.
K-logs. Khaki clogs.
About once every 2 years, we drain the vat, then we send in the baby boys to climb inside the pipes and make them sparkling clean.
Jim looked over at the peasants, some now climbing inside the vat with scrubbers. They scrubbed the inside of the vat as Jim smiled. He quickly did a double take back at Barry, now noticing his backpack and orb.
Say, what's with the accessories? New toys?
Jim was genuinely intrigued. Barry had to think quickly. He had not yet prepared for this inevitable question from Jim.
Yes, sir. My new toys. I found them in a hole,
he answered confidently.
A hole, huh? Wow, lucky find.
Jim squatted and examined the backpack.
Denim, huh? Very cool. But you know we wear khaki in these parts.
Jim gave a playful nudge to Barry's shoulder, then noticed the small remote which hung from the backpack. He looked at the inscription on its red button and read it aloud to himself.
Blow yourself up!
Jim thought for a moment.
Blow yourself up! I love it! How cool!
Jim popped back up and quickly gestured toward the vat as he noticed peasants slacking.
Billiam! Hey, we got slackers!
Billiam sprung into the vat and whipped the slacking peasants, causing several other onlooking peasants to scrub faster. Jim sighed and turned back to Barry.
Now I was just thinking, you are just about the right size to fit up in these pipes with the baby boys. Now it's completely up to you, but how'd you like to join the baby boys this afternoon and enter the pipes, really get in there and do some scrubbing? Could be fun.
Barry couldn't believe his luck. This was the perfect opportunity to get the orb into the factory's pipe system as Sheila had instructed. The surprise was on, and Barry, energized by the prospect of completing his mission, jumped at the opportunity.
Yes! Oh, yes, I'd love to enter the pipes with the baby boys. I can't wait to see what the surprise is.
Barry's excitement got the better of him, and he nearly gave away his secret plan.
Surprise?
Jim questioned.
No, the surprise of seeing what's inside all those pipes.
Barry responded quickly.
Oh, yes, indeed. I haven't been in the pipes myself since I was a child. My father would let me climb in during cleansing days, and boy, did I have a blast whenever that happened.
Jim's mind wandered off into memory.
Enjoy being in there while you can. Soon you'll be too big like me to fit in the pipes.
Jim laughed, snapped back to the present, then nudged Barry toward the vat. By now, the vat had drained enough to reveal the entry to a large pipe connected at the bottom corner of the vat from inside. 4 or 5 tiny members of the baby boys suited up by the edge of the vat where a small metal ladder allowed access. They zipped tan-colored khaki wetsuits onto their small bodies and strapped on goggles and gas masks. Jim approached the baby boys and introduced Barry to the group.
Baby boys, this is Barry, my personal assistant. He'll be joining you in the pipes this afternoon,
Jim exclaimed before darting away, leaving Barry standing awkwardly with his backpack still on in front of the small men.
Great, we got a kid with us on this one.
A snarky-sounding baby boy remarked through a pinched and plugged-up nose. He snapped a tan swimming cap to his small head.
All right, kid, I'm Tonius, and I'm the frickin' king of the baby boys.
The group chuckled before Tonius continued.
I know you're the boss's buddy, so it don't matter really, but if you feel like being useful, here's a scrub master.
Tonius tossed Barry the scrub master, then climbed up the metal ladder into the vat. He was soon followed by the others.
Scrub master. A small brush made of horsehair with a wooden handle.
Thank you, Mr. Tonius. I'll try to be of service.
Tonius and the other baby boys paid Barry no mind. One by one, they climbed into the vat. Now standing inside the empty vessel, Tonius addressed the small group.
All right, everyone. You know what to do. You see a K-log? I don't know, just scrub it. Okay, let's go.
The group slowly entered the pipe hole one by one as Tonius stood at the entrance, patting each baby boy on the back. They each walked past until it was Barry's turn. Tonius stopped him.
Okay. Hey, kid, what's with the backpack and the, orb? Oh, it's...
Barry leaned in toward Tonius and whispered,
It's for Mr. Jim's birthday surprise.
Tonius was annoyed.
Birthday, what?
He held up a small dimly lit lantern into the pipe to see that the other baby boys were already about 20 feet ahead.
Okay, whatever,
he muttered as he grabbed Barry and flung him into the pipe, then hopped in behind him. The two crawled through the pipe and quickly caught up with the rest of the group.
Okay, 2 groups, Group A and Group B. Group A, come with me. We're headed this way. Group B goes the other way. Kid, you stick with me,
Tonius said as he gestured at Barry to follow him. The baby boys split off and began scrubbing. For hours they scrubbed and scrubbed until the inner walls of the factory's pipes were sparkling clean. Eventually, Barry grew weary of the cleansing session and wondered if they'd ever finish. He found a small pipeway leading to nowhere and escaped the group of scrubbing baby boys for a moment to take a break and catch his breath. He crawled down the especially narrow pipe and laid down. His mind drifted to thoughts of a birthday celebration as he fell slowly into a deep slumber. Barry had been asleep for about 5 minutes when the baby boys finally finished cleaning completely. They made their way back to the vat. After Tonius did a quick head count, it was realized Barry still laid within the pipes. Tonius darted back through the pipe entrance.
Hey, kid, come on! Get out of the pipes!
The small man shouted as he crawled down the main pipeway, holding his dim lantern.
Hey, bang these pipes over here!
Tonius shouted at Billiam, who was outside the pipes on the factory floor with a large hammer. Billiam slapped and slammed the wooden pipes in various locations, but Barry remained fast asleep. Billiam finally reached the smaller pipe, which shot off into the dead end Barry had made his sleeping spot, and with a loud thud of his hammer on the pipe's exterior, Barry shot awake. It was at this moment Tonius reached Barry's location and waved his lantern in the sleeping boy's face. Barry's eyes were lit up the moment they flung open.
Come on, we're done! Get up, boy!
Tonius shouted, then immediately turned around and waved his hand for Barry to follow.
Come on, this way out!
Tonius became fainter to Barry as the baby boy made his way toward the pipe system's exit, back at the large vat. Barry rolled up and onto his knees. He grabbed his orb and thought for a moment.
Well, here's as good as any spot to place the orb, I guess,
Barry muttered as he sat the orb down where he knelt. It was now glowing red and hot to the touch. Barry remembered what Sheila had told him, and he excitedly pressed the red button on the orb that read, Activate Orb Bomb. He quickly crawled away toward Tonius, who was now waiting at the exit of the pipe system, waving his lantern for Barry to see. By the time Barry reached the main pipe exit and climbed back into the empty vat, the rest of the baby boys and peasants were wiping themselves down and cleaning khaki gunk off their small bodies. There was a calm energy among the group. They had done a good day's work, and now the pipes were clean, at least for another 2 years or so until they'd need to do it all over again. Tonius approached Barry and patted him on the shoulder.
Hey, kid, good work in here, but next time don't be going off being a nap star, okay?
Nap star. Famous individuals who practice professional napping for an audience. Nap stars travel throughout Fabricia and display their napping skills for large crowds who pay money to silently examine the sleepers.
He chuckled, then gave a look of confusion toward Barry. He shuffled Barry around as if to be searching for something on his person.
Hey, where's that orb you had? Ah, shit, you didn't leave it in the pipes, did you? What was it again?
Tonius asked nervously, squinting his eyes, but lacked enough energy to really care that much about the situation.
It was a toy, sir. I didn't leave it in there. It's back in my chamber.
Barry lied to the tiny man with the most bland and quick response he could think of.
Okay, well, shit. I mean, if it is in the pipes, fuck it, whatever. It'll probably just get washed out.
Tonius turned and walked away from Barry toward the other baby boys and high-fived one. He laughed and conversed lightly with them.
All right, baby boys, we did it. Pipes are clean. That's that. Let's pump juice, baby.
Pumping juice. Slang for binge drinking rotten mead.
Tonius made this declaration loudly for everyone, not just his fellow baby boys, to hear. Some of the peasants sweeping up near the vat rolled their eyes and scoffed. After pipe cleansing day, it was common for the baby boys to make a ruckus the night after by partying hard and pumping juice, much to the annoyance of the other peasants in the factory. Pipe cleaning was the baby boys' only real role in the factory, so after the rare event, they would hoot and holler all night, then celebrate for 2 years straight. Torp sprinted over to the vat where the baby boys were still celebrating and silenced them with a loud shout.
Baby boys!
Torp hurled spit from her mouth and veins visibly protruded from her flexing neck as she screamed. Once she gathered the group's attention, her demeanor shifted to completely calm. She spoke softly.
Now, baby boys, you must complete your checklist so that I may file your cleaning session and review your work for approval by Lord Jim.
Torp handed Tonius a clipboard and quill pen. He tossed it aside immediately.
Uh-huh.
The other baby boys laughed as Torp became visibly enraged once more.
You will sign off on the checklist now, or you will be punished by Billiam with great whippings!
Torp screamed with ferocity and looked over to where Billiam had been standing, now nowhere in sight. The baby boys ignored her still. Jim approached and Torp, now red with anger, stormed off.
Now, it's okay. They can sign off later. I think their work has been satisfactory. Let them celebrate,
Jim exclaimed as the baby boys let out a cheer.
Praise our khaki Lord!
One shouted toward Jim as the others joined in a chant.
Lord Jim! Lord Jim!
They chanted. Jim blushed. Barry remembered what Sheila had told him. After placing the orb, he had to wait 8 hours to activate the backpack, then get ready for the biggest birthday surprise ever. He climbed up into the sill of a dusty factory window and checked a wooden sundial which lay a story below in the factory's courtyard. It was only about noon. He jumped down from the window and looked around for something to do until then. Barry noticed Torp gathering the clipboard checklist and quill pen Tonius had tossed aside and watched as she retreated to the control panel attached to the large machine to the side of the vat. She smashed buttons on it in an erratic fashion. This piqued Barry's interest, now that he was bored and taskless. With the denim bag still strapped to his back, he sprinted over to Torp at the panel and hurled at her a series of questions.
So what does this panel do? Now what? Does the vat get refilled right away?
Barry's questions were tinged with anxious, excited energy. Torp barely noticed him and did not respond. Barry continued.
So, the slop seeps back into the pipes now. Where does the slop come from?
A wooden box near the control panel spit out a long scroll with various numbers and symbols on it. Barry noticed Torp's face shift to a confused squint as she inspected what was on the scroll. She let out a loud gasp.
That cannot be right,
she muttered to herself, then continued to fiddle with the panel's controls. Torp waved at Jim to gather his attention. Jim walked over to where the two stood with a smile on his face.
Yes, running some post-cleaning tests. How are we looking?
He stopped before he reached them and jumped up to the side of the vat, then peeked into it. Jim noticed it was still bone dry.
Hey, what you say we fill her up again? Everything looks good, right?
No, levels are not correct for refilling,
Torp said in an emphatic tone, then assumed a military salute position.
Here, let me see.
Jim walked over to where the scroll spit out of the wooden box. He knelt to inspect it.
Yes. I see what you mean. The orbinium levels are high.
He scratched his head.
Yes, this is simply unacceptable. We must shut down and reclean.
Torp saluted Jim after each word she spoke now.
Now, calm down at ease, Torp.
Jim tried to calm Torp down, and she shifted to an at-ease standing position with her hands behind her back, but remained tense with her eyes wide open and bulging.
I will not turn on the machines until the orbinium levels are satisfactory.
Jim chuckled. That's my star pumper. Jim walked in a circle around Torp, always double-checking, triple-checking. He stopped and put his hands on Torp's shoulders, then spoke from behind her in a whisper.
Listen, it's okay. Relax. Everything's fine. The readings are just a little skewed from the cleaning. It happens every time we do this.
Jim moved a few feet away from Torp, then cupped his hands over his mouth and shouted to a group of peasants attending to levers on the machine next to the vat.
Fill her up! It's fine!
Torp was incensed and marched off, angrily cursing underneath her breath. Barry approached Jim and tapped him on the back.
Sir, now that the cleaning is complete, is there anything else you need from me? Nope. Take the rest of the day off. It's celebration time. You've all worked so hard and done such a good job.
Jim looked over at the baby boys across the room who were now dressed in their normal khaki peasant rags again and were pouring themselves mugs of rotten meat from a barrel that had seemingly appeared out of nowhere. They hooted and hollered. Jim whistled through his fingers at them.
Hey, baby boys, what you say we take this party to the roof?
The baby boys immediately jumped up and down. Tonia squatted and began twerking his ass. This amused the entire factory, who clapped and cheered him on in encouragement. Tonius did a jig while the other peasants clapped in a rhythmic cadence. Torp stood in the corner, watching the now factory-wide celebration, and folded her arms in discontent. She shook her head, then turned and exited the factory doors. It was now apparent that the workday was over for everyone, and the factory had gone into full celebration mode. Not before too long, Jim busted out several large kegs of rotten mead from a back storage room, and the peasants lined up to receive their allotment. All categories of khaki peasants gathered into the factory for the afternoon, and eventually the majority made their way to the roof, where Jim had laid out a chic, hip rooftop bar serving rotten mead, which was attended to by hot young village bartenders he hired in port for the occasion. This was a real treat for the peasants, and many seized the opportunity to really let loose. The party got raucous quickly, and it was clear within half an hour that no more work would be done that day. On and on the peasants drank and laughed, and after about 6 or 7 hours, Barry prepared for the final step in Jim's birthday surprise. From the roof, he could see the now dimly lit sundial, which read nearly 8 o'clock. It was time. Sheila's words ran through his head. After 8 hours, press the backpack's button for the birthday surprise. Barry couldn't wait any longer. It looked to be around 7:50 or so, but he decided to go ahead and finish his task. He ran up to Jim, who was now visibly swaying and intoxicated from dozens of mugs of rotten mead.
Mr. Jim, happy birthday!
Barry grabbed his button and pressed it over and over as he stood near Jim, but nothing happened. He looked around confused and continued to mash the button frantically. Jim laughed, then looked confused and pointed his finger in Barry's face.
Hello, birthday! It's not my birthday, huh?
Jim's attention was caught by a group of peasants beckoning him from across the roof, and he darted away toward them, leaving Barry. Barry stood for a moment puzzled.
But if it's not Mr. Jim's birthday, then what?
Suddenly it all dawned on Barry as he thought aloud. His fears of Sheila being deceitful had just been confirmed. What was that thing he had just stuck in the pipes? Barry had little time to think before the entire factory shook and rumbled. Drunken peasants lost their footing on the roof, and several tumbled over the edge, plummeting to their death. Party cheers turned to shrieks as the group on the roof rushed toward the exit. Jim attempted to ease everyone's fears to thwart a panic.
Hey, it's just a landquake! Don't worry, guys. The factory is structurally very sound. Just wait out the quake. Safest spot to wait for a quake is the rooftop. Everybody knows that.
Landquake. A violent shaking of the ground, still unknown in origin. Many believe land quakes are caused by Lord Prim throwing a temper tantrum deep underground.
Jim raised his glass in the air as if to propose a toast. His reassurance seemed to work, and the group collectively settled to take cover around the roof. The shaking and rumbling only got worse after about a minute or so.
This is a long one, folks. Just keep waiting out the quake.
Jim shouted in an attempt to continue easing fears while cowering in a crouched-over position with his head between his legs. Truthfully, Jim was getting worried. With a loud bang, the rooftop doorway slammed open and Torp stumbled out holding a long scroll which was dragging and ripping under her feet as she ran toward where Jim took cover in the corner of the roof. She tripped and fell, then stumbled toward him and tumbled back up onto her feet in one odd fluid motion. Torp was hysterical and fidgeted with what was left of the scroll in her hands. She let out a long-winded string of information toward the slightly inebriated, hunched-over Jim.
The orbinium levels are off the charts. We've located the source. Some sort of mass lodged in an auxiliary pipe. It looks to be an incendiary device and explosive. We are all in extreme danger. Send the baby boys back in now, she screamed.
The building was now shaking even more violently, and a large hole broke through the roof, causing dozens of peasants to fall into the large vat, which was now boiling over, flooding the factory floor with raw khaki slop. Torp and Jim ran to the edge of the hole and looked down at the vat.
The vat! It's overflowing! The pipe pressure is off the charts! It's going to blow!
Torp shrieked as Tonius darted over and chimed in.
An object lodged in the pipes? The boy! I knew we left his orb in there!
Tonius pointed over at Barry, who was now cowering in fear underneath a table. Suddenly, a pipe below where Torp, Jim, and Tonius stood burst open with a loud sprang sound. The roof section below their feet gave way as Tonius and Jim leapt to safety. Torp was not so quick, and she plunged into the boiling vat below.
No! Torp, no!
Jim screamed as Tonius held him back. Torp's final screams of pain rang out as she went limp in the boiling vat of slop, along with dozens of other lifeless peasant bodies. Some peasants tried to climb down the fire escape, which collapsed under their weight, causing about a dozen to fall and become crushed by its heavy parts. There was little time for anyone to think or make sense of what was going on. The building was now in the process of completely falling. Then it happened. The entire factory went up in an instant. Every piece of the building flung apart with the tremendous force initiated by the orb bomb. Those peasants unlucky enough to have fallen into the factory floor were instantly vaporized, and partygoers on the roof were hurled off, nearly all to their death. Barry and the baby boys were flung straight out toward the woods, where a small pond lay near the factory. Their tiny bodies flew through the cold night air limp and unconscious. The explosion woke many villagers of Porp miles away and lit up the dark, cloudy night sky for a moment. Barry and the baby boys finally landed. The other baby boys slammed into the ground near the small pond and died instantly, but Barry and Tonius were slapped awake by the pond as they slammed into its surface. The two immediately gasped for air, only to inhale pond water. Tonius' small arms and legs jolted about as he sunk deeper underwater. Barry swam to safety and pulled himself out, then laid down at the water's edge. He heard the gasps and splashes of Tonius, now in the process of drowning. Without hesitation, Barry jumped straight back in and grabbed the small man by the back of his shirt, then swam him to safety. The two lay in the dark in a grassy patch near the pond, catching their breath and staring up at the cloudy night sky. Wispy white clouds darted in front of a bright moon. Tonius sobbed.
What the fuck was that? What the fuck, man?
Tonius wailed out at Barry and rolled around in anguish as he looked at the three small dead baby boys whose bodies lay next to the pond.
My boys are fucking dead! Was that your little orb toy that did that? Ah!
Tonius yelped as he clasped his ankle, which was bleeding and swollen.
Ah, shit, my fucking leg!
Tonius lunged at Barry and pounded on him with his small, balled-up fists. Barry easily deflected the tiny man and jumped back. He was somewhat miraculously uninjured.
No, I didn't know! I didn't know! Sheila said it was...
Barry tried to explain himself. Tonius cut him off.
Sheila? As in Sheila Denneman? Oh, shit! You're a Denneman peasant? You working for the Dennemans?
Tonius looked at the denim backpack Barry was still wearing, which had somehow remained strapped to his back. He continued shouting.
That orb was a fucking bomb, wasn't it, you little bitch?
Tonius once again tried to lunge at Barry, but his injured ankle stopped him, and he fell to the ground.
Oh, God damn it, my fucking ankle, fuck!
Tonius was now drained of energy. He rested on his back and breathed heavily. There was a silence for a moment. Tears welled up in Barry's eyes. The full weight of what he had done finally dawned on him.
Mr. Tonius, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Lady Sheila told me it was Mr. Jim's birthday.
Tonius cut him off once more, but this time spoke softly to himself.
He's a denim spy. A plant.
He looked over at Barry.
You're a real fucking trip, buddy. Look, boy, I want you to get out of here. Get out of my sight.
Tonius flipped over to his stomach and crawled toward what was left of the factory, which now glowed in the distance and was illuminated by flames through the trees. Barry leapt to help the small man, but Tonius recoiled and slapped his hands away.
No! Get! We don't want you here, and we never want to see you again. Now get!
Tonius continued to drag himself with no aid as Barry darted away in the opposite direction and sobbed uncontrollably. He ran through the dark woods as fast as he could, periodically glancing back at the glowing red flames in the distance, engulfing the factory rubble and growing farther and farther away. He didn't know where he was heading, and he didn't care. He merely wanted out. He was finished. Barry's sprint turned to a slow walk. He had run out of energy, and the cold of the night turned Barry's lips a dark blue. He continued and neared a small creek running through a wilderness valley and decided to stop. Up against the creek and jutting out of the side of a hill, there sat a large rocky outcrop that created a natural enclosure. He huddled into the small space. As he drifted to sleep, his tears froze solid on his face, and the sound of the crackling, burning walls of Jim's once great khaki factory remained audible far in the distance. Chapter 6. Nasty Newsman. Sheila and Crassus Denneman sat on the fortress lawn in total darkness. Suddenly, the night sky lit up with a bright flash from behind the trees on the horizon. Sheila gasped.
Yes, that was it! That was it! The boy did it!
She jumped out of her chair, then turned around to embrace Crassus.
Yes, 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 yes!
Crassus chanted in a perfectly rhythmic cadence for nearly 30 seconds, and then embraced Sheila. They grasped each other tightly and jumped up about an inch in the air together over and over. Crassus yelped each time they jumped. Finally, the two settled. Crassus made a short, loud declaration.
I'm going to bed. I will need my rest for tomorrow. There is still much work to do.
The fat man skipped back toward the fortress. Sheila's attention remained absorbed by a large plume of smoke slithering up from the horizon, now dimly lit by moonlight. She leaned on the short stone wall outlining the fortress lawn. At sunrise, Crassus made his way into Porp, sitting inside a large wooden carriage driven by a young denim-clad peasant. The carriage cut through a thin layer of frozen dew covering the roadway like a sheet, and the denim peasant driver whipped the overworked horses with great haste. Inside the carriage, Crassus was joined by Big Rix. The two behemoth men's excessive mass nearly caused the vehicle to buckle under its own weight, and its narrow wooden wheels dug deeper and deeper into a lower, softer segment of the brown dirt road. The two sat facing each other inside the opulent carriage. Big Rick slept with his head slumped over on his shoulder and snored loudly as Crassus read a newspaper scroll. Suddenly, the carriage halted as its back wheels dug too deep into the wet muck of the road for the horses to continue pulling it. The peasant driver let out a particularly loud whip and cried at the horses.
Let's go, big beast! Let's go, boys!
His voice cracked as he shouted in a fearful whine. The horses remained still. The hard halting of the carriage sent Big Rix flying straight into Crassus's lap, and he shook awake, now looking straight up at the fat man's stern face. Confused, he popped Crassus in the mouth with an open-handed slap, then let out a loud grunt.
Hey! I said no fingers in there!
He remained in Crassus's lap for a moment before realizing where he was.
Oh, shit! Sorry, bro. I was dreaming a denim maiden was trying to get handy with my hole.
Big Rix jumped back into his seat, smiling. Crassus was not amused, but also not upset by the slap at all. His preoccupation was toward the fact that they had ceased moving for the moment, and so he leaned over to a small window to his right and pulled the denim curtain aside, then popped his head out of the carriage and shouted to the driver.
Come on now! Whip them harder! Is it your first time pushing the box? Spank their butts with the tip of your whip, imbecile!
Pushing the box. Slang for piloting a horse carriage.
Crassus pulled his head back into the carriage. With this command, the driver frantically beat the horses harder, who shrieked in pain. The driver's efforts seemed to work, and slowly but surely the carriage was freed from the muck, allowing the trip to continue. Crassus resumed reading his newspaper scroll, and Big Rick sat bored, now awake, surveying his surroundings and fidgeting with the denim fabric curtain next to him. He glanced over at the newspaper scroll.
Anything cool in the news?
He leaned in toward Crassus to get a closer look at the paper and saw the Daily Porper etched across the top.
Oh, sweet. Yeah, the Daily Porper, good scroll.
Big Rix pretended to have an opinion on the news publication despite being unfamiliar with it. Crassus put down the scroll for a moment.
Yes, you are familiar with the Daily Porper. Tell me what you know,
he questioned lazily. Big Rix searched his mind for something to say.
It's like the scroll for news, and it's epic as crap with the news.
He answered in an unsure tone. Crassus shook his head and resumed reading as Big Rix continued.
Yep, it is epic as crap. Big time. That's definitely a big time epic one where they have super epic stories and all that.
He let out this second declaration more confidently and matter-of-factly, even though he continued to say nothing of substance. Big Rix looked out the window at trees passing by, then slowly, without moving his head, turned just his eyes and looked at Crassus peripherally, checking to see if his endorsement of the scroll had impressed the denim lord. Crassus continued to look down reading and sighed.
The Daily Porper is the biggest newspaper scroll in Porp, and as such serves as a great tool.
He flipped the scroll around and pointed at a headline that read, Porp's Poison Problem. Brown sticks tainted with terrible toxins.
See this?
Crassus smirked as Big Rix leaned in closer to read the headline. He shook his head in dismay.
Damn, brown sticks are poison now? I love brown sticks.
Big Rix leaned back into his bench.
No. This headline was one of my little plans. I paid the Daily Porper to report this. You see, the backlog of hundreds of brown sticks at the taverns and pubs across Porp are now worthless. I buy them, then I pay to print another headline. Once deemed dirty, now unblemished brown sticks begin to beckon buyers. Now safe! Or something like that. And then I promptly resell the sticks to the villagers, keeping some for myself, of course.
Crassus crumpled up the news scroll and tossed it out the window.
This thing is full of lies, but they are useful lies. They give me the things I want. They fulfill my plans. It is a beautiful thing.
Big Rix was confused.
So we're going into town to buy brown sticks?
No, not today. Today I will be making sure a much more important headline is written. But do not dwell on that. You only have one thing to worry about.
The horses slowed as they approached the main entrance into Porp, and the driver navigated their vehicle to a small designated parking area outside the city gate. The peasant driver parked and hopped to the ground, then opened the carriage's small door for Crassus and Big Rix to exit. Their huge bodies barely fit through the narrow exit, and they struggled down the small steps hanging off the carriage before landing on the muddy ground. After flipping one single coin to the denim peasant driver, Crassus gestured for Big Rix to follow him around the back of the carriage. Tied to the rear of the vehicle was a large chest.
Here, cut this thing down!
Crassus handed a small knife to Big Rix, who began cutting through a rope twine securing the large chest to the carriage. He severed the twine, and the chest dropped to the muddy ground. Crassus then reached into his pocket and retrieved a key he used to open the chest. Inside was a pile of denim robes.
Well, here are the denim pleasure robes. I trust they are to your liking.
He reached down and grabbed one robe, then tossed it to Big Rix.
Put it on,
he commanded. Big Rix stripped his white squatter's robe off, revealing his nude body before donning the fresh new gold-embroidered denim robe. He shook with pleasure.
Oh, shit! It's even better the second time!
Big Rix moaned, and his body vibrated with pent-up manic energy.
Fuck!
He shouted before nodding off to sleep standing up, immersed in pure bliss. Crassus snapped his fingers and Big Rix shot awake.
Now disperse the robes to your squad of freaks and strut your stuff around town to show off these beautiful creations. You will not rest until all squatters are draped in our denim and the villagers take note. Do you understand? Only then will you return to the fortress and receive more pleasure blasts.
Crassus spoke hurriedly as he cut down 2 additional large denim sacks full of pleasure robes and carried them away toward the city gate. As he walked away, he flung the chest's small key at Big Rix, who fumbled to catch it.
Right on, dude. Squatters will be draped in denim. Got it.
Big Rix looked puzzlingly down at the wooden chest full of robes, then closed it and locked it. He grabbed one end of its muddy side, then leaned it at an incline and dragged it toward the city gate, making his way into the depths of Porp. Across town, the Daily Porper office was filled with dozens of ambitious young Porp reporters pacing aimlessly throughout a large industrial-looking open-plan office with exposed pipes and ceiling beams. They carried notepads, jotting down things here and there, and muttering to themselves. The paper's office took up the entire top floor of one of the largest buildings in Porp, and the 360-degree view of the village from its floor-to-ceiling windows offered an incredible vantage point for the young journalists. Standing against a portion of the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows on one side of the open room were about 6 or 7 reporters, each taking turns peering into a wooden telescope bolted to the floor. Occasionally, they would become impatient with each other as they competed to gain access to the scope, reluctantly taking turns training the device on some portion of the city to get a closer look. A very greasy and gaunt middle-aged man with thinning brown hair and a huge unkempt bushy red beard entered the office from the staircase. He was dressed in a beautiful denim 3-piece suit. A perfectly round and oversized potbelly protruded from underneath his suit jacket, which stuck out on his comically thin frame to produce a physique not unlike a pregnant woman's.
Easy, take it easy. You're all gonna get to look through the scope eventually. Take turns, be nice, he shouted at the group of young reporters who, after hearing his command, formed a single-file line perfectly behind the telescope. The man was Rag Mindax, owner and editor of the Daily Porper. Rag made his way over to the telescope, and his employees shuffled away from it, forming a half-circle around him in silence. They watched intently, taking notes as their boss leaned into the device. Yes, let's see. Old man Burrows is opening his shop. Very good. A nice robust line forming in Clogger's Alley already. Yes.
Rag rotated the telescope some more and surveyed the horizon.
Wow, what the?
He pointed the scope toward the large plume of smoke still rising from the horizon caused by the explosion at Jim's factory.
Wonder what that could be.
He pointed the telescope back down to the street below.
Oh, and look at that. Here comes Lord Crassus Deneman, and he's got some pretty big sacks with him. Interesting.
The young reporters continued to take notes so vigorously and quickly that some dug their quill pens into their notepads, ripping and tearing the paper within. Rag pulled his greasy head away from the scope and turned to address his employees.
All right, you guys, there's a ton to see today out there. Make sure everybody gets a turn on the scope, and don't forget the #1 rule.
Rag stopped himself and pointed at the group before they spit out a trained response in unison. Never openly go outside. Only use the scope inside diligently every day. No, go outside. Rag clapped and returned with a laugh. Nugouts! Good. That's how we do it around here, guys. Never go outside for information. Never talk to anyone. That's what the scope is for. Now get to peeping. With that, he darted toward his private corner office as the young reporters frantically competed for access to the telescope once more. Rag entered his office and sat at a large, disordered desk covered in papers. He pulled open a narrow drawer to his right and grabbed a tattered booklet, then flipped it open. The booklet was full of lewd pornographic etchings. He flipped to a page displaying an etching of a nude, large-breasted woman in denim high heels towering over a small, pathetic man in dirty, tattered clothing, rusted chains hanging over his neck and shoulders. Rag excitedly began unzipping his denim pants when Crassus barged into the office, still holding his 2 large sacks.
Rag!
Crassus shouted as he closed and locked the door behind him. Rag frantically put away his booklet and zipped up his pants.
Oh, I see you're testing the flexibility of your denim suit fly. Quite an extraordinary suit that one is. I designed it myself.
Crassus chuckled, then slowly walked nearer to where Rag sat and sunk into a stark black armchair with streaks of white stains all over it in front of Rag's desk. Rag stood up and speedily walked to the corner of the room where a small wooden icebox sat.
Oh, Lord Crassus, pleasure to see you. I didn't know you'd be coming by this morning. What's in the sacks? Did Biz Treaters Exchange Day come early this year?
Biz Treaters Exchange Day, a holiday in which business associates visit each other at their various places of work and exchange gifts.
Rag laughed nervously as he leaned over and opened the wooden icebox, which contained various bottles of neon-colored fluids.
Here, take something to drink!
Rag pointed toward the open box, but Crassus did not turn his head to look.
No, thank you. I've had my fill of fluids this morning already. Yes, I'm very well hydrated. I'll get straight to it. In these sacks you will find a most incredible garment, a denim robe I have worked tirelessly on for years. I want you and your employees to have this batch for free.
Rag smiled and was pleased by Crassus's offer.
Oh boy, I'm sure everyone will love them. Thank you, Lord Crassus.
He wandered back over to his desk.
Please sit. I also have a new headline request for you.
Crassus said as he pulled out a small denim sack of coins and tossed it onto Rag's desk. The sack fully commanded Rag's attention, and his eyes glued to it as they widened.
Oh boy, you know I love your requests.
Rag opened the sack and began counting the coins. Crassus lit up a large yellow cigar.
There was a massive explosion at the khaki factory last night. I trust you've seen the smoke on your telescopes.
Rag stopped counting coins for a moment.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Khaki factory exploded, huh? Wow, so you've got the scoop for me on that. What's the spin?
Rag asked slyly.
The story will be this. The khaki man has lost his mind. He blew up his factory on purpose and killed his own peasants. His crap fabric poisoned his brain and drove him mad. He must be banished from Fabricia. No, the khaki man has gone rogue and must be executed.
Crassus puffed his cigar. There was a pause as Rag stopped counting the coins once more.
Executed, huh? A little harsh, don't you think? And say, how about maybe a few more coins? This isn't half as much as I got for the brownstick story.
Rag folded his arms. Crassus slowly rose to his feet from the black armchair and sucked on his cigar, letting out 3 quick puffs of smoke from his mouth before he pulled up his denim robe and tucked it under his chin, exposing his obese nude body underneath. Crassus grabbed onto his astonishingly small penis and pointed it toward Rag's desk, then began urinating all over Rag's papers.
Hey, what the fuck are you doing? Stop!
Rag shouted and frantically grabbed at the papers to protect them from Crassus, but only succeeded in having his hands and arms also soaked in the fat man's urine.
Stop that! Stop that!
Crassus paid no mind. In one quick pivot, he diverted his urine stream to the wooden icebox across the room. Rag couldn't help but be impressed by the great length Crassus was able to shoot his piss, and his anger subsided for a moment.
Okay, wow, that's pretty impressive,
Rag remarked before snapping back into anger.
Wait, okay, stop! I'll run the story, fine!
As soon as Rag agreed, Crassus ceased his urine stream with a quick, pained shout.
You see, I can start and stop on a dime. All it takes is cooperation. That's all I want from you, Raggy boy.
Crassus pulled the lit yellow cigar from his mouth and extinguished it using a wet, urine-soaked piece of paper on Rag's desk.
Very good, then. I trust we will see the smear headlines tomorrow morning. Thank you, Rag, that is all.
Crassus started to exit Rag's office before turning back around to him in a sudden moment of inspiration.
Write this down.
Rag fumbled for a pen and paper.
Complete combustion. Khaki man blasts factory due to dopey and demented mind.
Crassus thought for a moment, then continued as Rag listened intently.
Then, khaki fabric poisons the mind. Experts weigh in on the negative effects of khaki on the brain.
Crassus paused one more time as Rag continued to jot down the headlines on his wet notepad.
And lastly, opinion. Execute the khaki man publicly for poisoning villagers with crap fabric. Okay, that's it. Goodbye.
Crassus finally exited the office door in a strange, slow jog as Rag began cleaning up his desk. On the street level below, Big Rix made his way deep into port, still dragging the large chest full of denim robes down the sidewalk. He approached a small alleyway where his squatter comrades usually gathered, but turned to see that it was empty before hearing a loud whistle from above. Sitting on the roof were Gland and Tan, smoking yellow sticks.
Hey, Rix, up here! We're perching!
Shouted Gland with a wave of her arm.
Perching. Common practice among the youth of Porp, involving finding an empty and accessible rooftop and sitting on it for hours.
Big Rix looked over at a slightly ajar and weathered wooden door in the corner of the building and noticed a stairway behind it. "Take the stairs! It's unlocked!" shouted Tan. Big Rix was already making his way toward the door. He used up nearly all his energy pulling the heavy chest up 3 flights of stairs, and upon reaching the roof, he was covered in sweat. "Hey!" Tan greeted him and ran to his aid. "What's in the chest? Wow, this is really heavy. What's inside?" Tan was impressed. "Oh, wow! New robe? It looks beautiful. Denim?" she asked as she pulled the opposite side of the chest with Big Rix.
Uh-huh!
Big Rix was too exhausted to speak. The two reached the center of the roof, and Gland, along with 3 young male squatters, approached the chest. Big Rix pulled up his robe to wipe the sweat off his face and glistening bald head.
"Okay, wow! That crap is freaking heavy as crap!"
He sat on the chest to rest.
"Okay, so, inside this chest are some freaking incredible robes like the one I'm wearing."
He spoke in a rehearsed fashion.
"These robes are insanely freaking epic, and they are going to knock your freaking socks off. I'm literally fucking coming wearing this thing. It literally basically makes you fucking cum."
The young squatters were intrigued and moved in even closer around the chest in anticipation. Big Rix then stood and flung the chest open, revealing a heaping pile of brand-new denim pleasure robes. The group stared at them silently. Tan broke the silence and spoke, but no one listened. "I thought you guys didn't like denim."
"Oh my god, these rock!"
shouted Bilt, interrupting her. He pushed past her and grabbed a robe, then stripped naked and flung it on his body. Bilt squatted rapidly.
"Shit, this is a killer robe! Holy crap, where did you get these, Rex? Look at the golden stitching!"
Bilt was ecstatic as he jumped around the roof.
"Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap! This crap is getting me fucking high!"
Bilt screamed as the other young squatters watched him burst into a squatting frenzy. Gland quickly stripped down and threw one on as well.
Oh my god, this is..."
Gland moaned as she dropped to her knees and laid on her back, convulsing in pleasure. The remaining squatter boys followed suit and popped on robes before also jumping around and yelping in a manic frenzy. Bilt stopped for a moment and ripped off the pair of khaki gloves Tan had given him last week. He threw them off the roof and screamed,
"Denim only! Denim only now! Yes, yes, yes!"
He danced around frantically, then looked over at Big Rix for approval. Big Rix gave a thumbs up to him, and the other squatter boys still wearing Tan's khaki gloves tossed theirs off the side of the roof as well. Tan was upset at the sight of her khaki gloves being discarded, but tried not to react as she watched the group run out of energy and sit. They all nodded off to nap together. Tan was hesitant to investigate the robes. "What the?" she said to herself as she backed into the corner, opting to observe the strange scene rather than join in. Big Rick sat on the edge of the roof as the group woke up and frantically reacted to the robe's effects once more. Seconds later, he nodded off and leaned toward the edge. Tan noticed and ran to his aid, grabbing his large body before he fell off the 3-story building. He snapped awake, and Tan pulled him away from the roof's edge.
"What the hell is wrong with you guys? What are these robes? Where did you get them?"
The rest of the squatters rolled around and laughed on the other side of the rooftop.
"These things freaking rock! It's hard to explain. Put one on for yourself. You are a squatter, right, Tan? This is the new squatter's robe. Yes, it is official. I am making these the new mandatory robes for all squatters to wear."
Big Rix jumped up, now with a jolt of energy, and ran over to the other squatters, who also rose to their feet. The group got in a circle and began cheering. Tan looked over at them, confused, then over at the chest full of the new strange robes. She thought for a moment before grabbing a robe and inspecting it closely. The embroidery was the most beautiful she'd ever seen, and the fabric smelled of rich perfumes. She leaned in to sniff the robe, and a wave of euphoria ran through her. Tan finally succumbed to her curiosity. She stripped off her white squatter's robe and pulled a thick, heavy denim robe over her head. Then it hit her. She squealed out,
"Oh, wow! Yeah!"
Tan's scream caught the other squatter's attention.
"Hey, look! Little Tan put one on finally!"
Glenn shouted.
"Come here, Tan, come roll with us!"
Big Rix beckoned. Tan joined the others, and they all dropped to the floor, rolling around as a group while gasping and moaning. It was now around the stripping hour, and the sun beat down on Fabricia with its normal daily intensity. Miles away outside Porp, the khaki factory had been reduced to a pile of smoldering rubble, and lifeless peasant bodies lay strewn throughout the wreckage. The usual sound of the factory's hustle and bustle had been replaced by chirping birds and the sound of wind rustling through trees, which made up the nearby tree line, marking the edge of Jim's property in the forest. Faint sounds of rustling broke the still air. A small cloud of dust erupted from a pile of rubble against a corner of the factory still somewhat intact. The debris making up the pile suddenly flung in all directions as Billiam exerted all of his energy to free himself from the heavy wreckage. He cried out in pain as he fell back down, now free from the weight of the smoldering chunks of wood trapping him all night.
"Ah! My lord! My lord! Where is my lord?"
Billiam attempted to stand once more in another painful exertion. He immediately got to work digging through piles of wreckage, his body covered in soot and blood.
"My lord, no! Lord Jim! Lord Jim!"
Billiam was hysterical. He dropped to his knees and sobbed. A faint cough caught Billiam's attention. It came from across the field adjacent to the factory site. He jerked his head in the noise's direction and beheld a singular large smoldering wooden beam, about 20 feet long. It lay in the unkempt tall grass, and a figure was visible underneath it. He popped up.
"My lord!"
Billiam cried out as he ran into the field toward the beam. As he neared the beam, he noticed it was indeed Jim trapped underneath, barely alive and with twisted, broken legs. In a feat of inhuman strength, Billiam stretched his massive arms around the burnt wood and grasped it against his chest, then flung the heavy beam about a dozen feet away. He quickly knelt to Jim's aid.
My lord, wake up! Speak!
Billiam slapped Jim in the face and his eyes darted open, but only for a moment. He let out a yelp and fell back into unconsciousness. Billiam examined Jim's legs and noticed several spots where his small boss's bones protruded through the skin. He grabbed Jim and gingerly draped him over his shoulder, then walked back toward the burnt factory. The sun beat down on the two men as Billiam slowly but surely marched on through the field. He walked back toward the factory rubble and then stopped to get a good look at what remained. Dozens of Jim's favorite golden knobs dotted the blackened, burnt landscape, and many were dented beyond repair. Billiam's living quarters and all his possessions lay underneath the burnt remains, and he cried. He scanned the rubble to see hundreds of dead peasants, and a recognizable large corpse lay on top of the now dilapidated and burnt machinery which used to control the factory pipes. It was Torp, and Billiam reflexively diverted his head away in disgust as he made out her lifeless face. It was all too much for the sensitive man, and he sat for a moment weeping, his unconscious boss draped over his shoulder. Eventually, Billiam charted a course in his mind toward Porp. There was nothing left of the factory, and the only place for him to go was Jim's home. He started off toward the dirt path which led to town, Jim still on his shoulder. After about an hour of slow, painful walking, Billiam reached Jim's neighborhood, then his home. He kicked down the door and marched up the stairs to Jim's bedroom, then placed Jim in his bed. Billiam gathered up some discarded bits of khaki fabric in Jim's closet and, along with some rope, carefully bent both of Jim's legs back into place, then wrapped them in crude khaki casts. There was no hospital in Porp or any sort of means to obtain medical treatment since the painter's edict, which was enacted several years prior, so this would have to do.
Painter's Edict, a city-wide decree enacted by the elders of Porp, outlawing healthcare.
Billiam collapsed on the floor after tending to Jim's wounds and fell into a deep sleep. The two men lay for hours and day turned to night. As night progressed, Jim tossed and turned around in a half-conscious state and entered into a full-on struggleman's wakemare, staining his white bed linens with blood and scraping his protruding bones across the sheets.
Struggleman's wakemare, a waking nightmare experienced usually by an ill or injured individual during the night as they try to rest but cannot due to pain and discomfort.
The long, painful night gave way to morning, and the neighborhood scroll boy rode by on a small fat horse. He flung a news scroll straight through the busted, kicked-in doorway to Jim's home, which had remained wide open all night. The news scroll shot across Jim's foyer and knocked a large tan decorative vase which sat on a table by the stairwell to the ground. It caused a loud crash which roused Billiam awake. Billiam had slept face down on Jim's hard wooden floor the entire night and wiped drool from his face as he jumped up. Miraculously, he was now almost fully healed and energized. He ran downstairs to investigate the crashing noise and found bits of the broken vase along with the news scroll laying on the floor. Relieved it was not an intruder, Billiam grabbed the scroll, swept up the vase fragments, and then picked up the busted front door and slammed it back into place. He made his way to the kitchen and prepared some hot breakfast slop, then placed it on a tray and brought it to Jim, who was now waking up. Billiam placed the breakfast slop along with the morning news scroll next to Jim on a bedside table.
Easy now, my lord, easy. You're very injured. Please relax. I've prepared breakfast slop for you. Please relax.
Billiam grabbed the tray and placed it in front of Jim, who was now sitting up in bed.
What happened? We were on the roof, then...
Jim trailed off in thought.
There was an explosion, sir. The factory was destroyed.
Billiam examined the khaki casts he had placed on Jim, which were now drenched in blood.
You are injured quite badly, my lord. Best for you to get bed rest now. I will serve you and help you mend, my lord. Do not worry.
Billiam stood up and saluted Jim, who stared blankly back at him.
How did I end up here in my bed? Where are the peasants? The party, the landquake, then an explosion. Ow!
Jim winced and grasped his heavily broken legs.
My lord, I'm sorry to say, the peasants are... Well, there seem to have been many casualties. I found you thrown across the field yesterday. I brought you here. It seems we're the only survivors. I'm sorry to have to tell you this, my lord.
Billiam lowered his head and tears formed in his eyes. Tears also welled up in Jim's eyes at the sight of Billiam's emotional distress, and he remembered more.
Torp! The orbidium levels! Barry! Ah!
Jim cried out in pain and grasped his legs once more. Billiam rushed to his aid when a loud cry rang out from behind the front door.
Hey, anybody home?
It was Tonius. Billiam ran to the front door and ripped it back out of place to find tiny Tonius standing at the doorstep. He was badly bruised and bloodied and leaned on a small piece of wood he had fashioned into a walking stick.
Tonius, you're alive! Come in!
Billiam shouted in excitement as Tonius limped through the doorway.
Yeah, I'm alive. My fucking ass is bruised up real good and my goddamn leg don't fucking work right now, but I'm alive. So where's the boss? Did he make it out or is it just you and me?
Tonius asked, fearing the answer.
Yes, Lord Jim is with us. He is badly injured, but I have tended to his wounds. Please, come upstairs.
Billiam lifted the heavy front door and slammed it back into position. He rushed up to Jim's bedchamber and Tonius followed slowly, limping up the uneven stairs. Billiam reached Jim's bedside first.
My lord, it's baby boy Tonius! He's alive!
Tonius? Where is he? He's here?
Jim pointed his head toward the bedchamber door and Tonius slowly waddled in.
Hey, boss, miss me?
Tonius hobbled on his hurt leg and made his way over to a bench to rest by the window.
I got flung by the explosion into the damn woods with the other BBs, and they,
His voice cracked as he held back tears.
And they didn't make it. I hit the pond water, which bruised me up pretty bad. You know I can't swim, but your little assistant boy,
Jim chimed in.
Barry? Is Barry okay? Barry, yeah, the boy, your assistant. The boy was in the pipes with us. Look, boss, I got some bad news for you. He's a spy. He was working for the Denimans.
Tonius fidgeted with his walking stick and tapped it on the floor. Jim laughed.
A spy? The Denimans? What? What are you talking about? Look, me and the kid were laying there, hurt after the explosion. He started talking about Sheila. I was like, hey, what the fuck? As in Sheila Deniman? You working for the Denimans? He's like, yeah, I don't know, blah, blah, blah.
Tonius pulled out a yellow stick and lit it up. Jim put the pieces together.
Actually, it makes sense. Torp was talking about the increased orbidium levels. That's really never happened after a cleaning.
Jim scratched his chin.
Yep.
Tonius exhaled a puff of smoke.
He planted some sort of bomb. My boys get it clean.
The thought of his fellow baby boys made Tonius emotional once more, and he cried.
My boys get it clean,
he said again. His sadness now turned to anger.
Those fucking Denimans need to fucking pay.
Jim interjected.
Well, what the hell did I ever do to them? I love denim. It's cool. How could Barry betray me? Now that I think about it, it did seem odd. He never once mentioned his sick grandmother after visiting me that first night, and how did he find my home so easily? The denim backpack he wore was much too nice for a peasant as well.
Jim grew angry.
That little punk lied to me. I bet his real name isn't even Barry with a Y.
Jim shook now and leaned up from his pillows. He was frantically angry but unable to release his energy, his broken legs preventing him from moving. He laid back.
What the hell did we do to deserve this?
He screamed. Jim looked at his badly bruised comrades who were staring into the ground and sporting sad faces.
Now, my lord, don't get too worked up right this moment. You need your rest. Here.
Billiam walked over to Jim's bedside table. He grabbed the morning news scroll.
Take a look at the morning's news. Here's the Daily Popper. I heard the Prims went to the playoffs.
The Prims, a hoop-de-hoop ball team in Porp.
Billiam placed the scroll in his boss's lap. Jim sighed and opened it to reveal the day's main headline. Complete combustion. Khaki man blasts factory due to dopey and demented mind. Jim's face went pale, and he nearly fainted before gaining his composure again.
Guys, what is this?
Jim shouted at Billiam and Tonius, who were now chatting with each other across the room. Jim read the article out loud.
Jim Jimston, the owner of the one and only khaki factory in Fabricia, blew it all up late Friday night. There were no survivors. Okay, well, none of that is true.
Jim was incensed. The two darted over to Jim's bedside and leaned in to get a look at the scroll. Jim's eyes trailed down to another paragraph and he began reading aloud once more.
Sources report Jimston was driven mad by his khaki fabric, which experts agree causes mania, sleeplessness, and delusional thinking in the wearer? Okay, now that's definitely not right. What is this crap?
Jim whined as pain shot through his legs. His anger was now turning to a less energetic feeling of defeat. Jim handed the scroll to Billiam and he laid back down.
Is this the Denimans too?
He asked to no one in particular as he stared into the ceiling.
Yep, I want to be surprised. I seen a fat guy, what's his name?
Tonius paused. Jim interjected.
Crassus, Lord Crassus Deniman?
Crassus, yeah. I seen him over there in town. He's real friendly with these guys at the Porpoise. Look, we gotta do something, boss. What do you say we crack this motherfucker's skull?
Tony stood up and banged his walking stick on the ground after he let out this violent proposition. Jim's gaze remained pointed at the ceiling. I don't know. I really don't see how that would help at this point. He thought for a moment.
You know, I always suspected the Denimans had it out for me somewhat. But I don't get it. I mean, we compete for the villagers' fashion choices sometimes, sure. But there's plenty of room for competition in Fabricia. Things have been great for everyone for decades. What happened?
It's war, muttered Tonius. The small man banged his stick against the floor even harder now and slapped it on Jim's bedside. Billiam walked over to Tonius to calm him down.
Get some rest, my lord. Come now, Tonius.
He picked up Tonius like a baby and carried him out of the room. Jim picked the paper back up and read it again. He saw the opinion piece near the back of the publication and read its headline. Opinion: execute the khaki man publicly for poisoning villagers with crap fabric. Jim shrieked.
What? What?
He sobbed but stopped when he heard a group of people outside. Their faint moans and laughter caught his attention, and he recognized one of the voices as Tan's. The sounds became louder as they neared the house's front door.
Tan? Guys, is that Tan? Is Tan here?
Jim shouted. The volume of his shouts was not loud enough to reach the two men who were now lounging in Jim's living room.
Huh?
Tonia shouted back up the stairs as Tan busted through the front door with Big Rix, Gland, and the squatter boys. They were all sporting their new denim robes and barged in giggling and moaning in pleasure, then stumbled into the living room where Billiam and Tonius sat. Billiam assumed a defensive stance, reacting to the group's entry, and Big Rix responded by doing the same. The two large men sparred.
Hey, stop! It's me, Tan!
Tan shouted as Big Rix was immediately put into a chokehold by Billiam. Big Rix laughed even though he was losing oxygen quickly, and the group smiled. Tonius noticed their odd behavior in denim robes.
What the fuck is wrong with you guys? You guys high or some shit?
Tan chuckled.
Is my dad home?
Billiam realized he was looking at Jim's daughter and let go.
Apologies, Miss Tan. I did not recognize you in such robes.
Billiam studied Tan's new robe for a moment, then stood and saluted her.
It's okay.
Tan smiled with a vacant look in her eyes. Big Rix hopped back over to the other squatters who assembled themselves into a group embrace as Tan approached Billiam and gave him a hug. Billiam was taken aback by this sudden invasion of his personal space and returned the hug by awkwardly tapping his hands on Tan's back. He noticed his hands tingle as he touched her robe, and he slowly pushed her away.
You've come to see your father. He is fine but badly injured. Come, he is upstairs.
Billiam gestured for the group to follow. Tonius shouted as he remained in the living room smoking a yellow stick.
Hey, what's with the fucking denim? Take that shit off!
The group ignored him and continued to giggle as they followed Billiam up the stairs. Tan spoke to Billiam as she led the group toward Jim's bedchamber.
We read the paper this morning and saw about the explosion.
She laughed.
But honestly, I know it's all good. I just feel extremely good.
Tan looked back at her squatter friends and they all nodded in agreement. The group spilled into Jim's bedchamber, and all the squatters except Tan were captivated by Jim's khaki garments in the corner of the room strewn over 2 chairs and an armoire. They walked over to the chairs, then grabbed the clothing, jeering at the khaki items and laughing as they placed the garments up against their bodies, as if to make a mockery of Jim's fashion choices. Tan knelt by her father's bedside. Jim was pleased to see her.
Tan, we've been through hell.
The two embraced.
Dad, I'm glad you're okay, but we need to talk.
Tan spoke with a smile and strange, flat affect unfamiliar to Jim.
Oh, okay,
Jim returned.
We read the paper today.
Tan looked over at her squatter friends who were still mocking Jim's clothing, then back at her father.
And we learned about the explosion. I honestly thought you were dead.
She laughed, then put on a serious tone once more.
The khaki. It needs to stop. It's made you not yourself.
She noticed her father's bloodied legs wrapped in the khaki casts Billiam had fashioned the night before. Tan lifted part of her robe and dabbed the blood from the edge of the cast where it was leaking out onto Jim's sheets. Jim winced, then felt less pain in the area of his wound, but did not dwell on the sudden seemingly miraculous relief provided by the edge of Tan's denim robe.
No, it's not true! And what is that you're wearing?
Jim leaned in to examine the beautiful golden stitching on Tan's robe.
Where did you get this? It looks incredible, but it's denim. We think the Denimans were the ones who destroyed the factory. They're the ones behind all this.
Tan stared back at him with a strange, vacant half-smile.
Denim. Yes, Dad. What do you even know about denim? What do you know about robes? You're living in the past, and honestly, the khaki has made you delusional. Experts agree. Look, I brought you a robe. Everything's going to be okay.
Tan tried to hand Jim a new denim robe, but he pushed it away.
No, it's not going to be okay. Did you read the opinion piece in the back of the Porper? They want to execute me.
Jim grabbed the Daily Porper scroll and shoved it in Tan's face, pointing at the opinion headline. Tan lightly pushed the paper away and dismissed it.
Dad, they don't really mean that. Everyone thinks you died in the blast anyway. It's just hot air. You're gonna be fine. Just put on a robe and relax. Maybe make a public apology.
Tan patted her father on the head as if she was speaking to a child.
An apology? For what?
Jim shouted back. Big Rix yelled from across the room.
Yo, hey, Tan, so where's the shit? We got robes to spread, dog, and we need rotten meat and some yellow sticks to energize us folks to spread these epic robes. Come on, I want to smoke boat the Brown River and honk my horn.
Smoke boating the Brown River and honking your horn. Slang for taking a long drag of a yellow stick, while simultaneously chugging an entire mug of rotten mead, then exhaling the smoke and belching loudly at the same time.
Big Rix threw one of Jim's khaki robes to the ground violently, then danced on top of it and clapped. The squatter boys laughed.
Well, grab it. It's downstairs. I'm just talking to my dad, okay?
Tan returned with a sly, almost flirtatious tone, then looked back at her father. Jim gave Tan a puzzled look before asking her earnestly,
Why are you even here? Is it to check to see if your own father is alive or to get something for your squatter friends?
Tan looked over at Big Rix and the squatters for a moment.
Dad, you can kill a man with 2 stones.
She returned with a smile, then popped up and gestured for the squatters to join her downstairs.
Okay, guys, the rotten meat and yellow sticks are in my room. Come on, over here.
With that, the squatters dropped Jim's clothing on the floor and hastily made their way out of the room with Tan. At this point, Jim had become quite depressed.
Rotten meat and yellow sticks. Of course.
Jim closed his eyes, too tired to process anything else for the day as Billiam attended to his casts and tightened them. Downstairs, Tonius still sat smoking in the living room. He clutched onto his walking stick and stared angrily at Jim's coffee table, upon which a small wooden figurine of a pair of khaki pants sat. He caught a blue flash of light in his peripheral vision across the house. It was Tan and the denim-wearing squatters darting across the kitchen. He stood up and painfully hobbled over to Tan's bedchamber door, leaning on his walking stick. He watched as the squatters gathered around Tan, who reached underneath her bed and slid out a long wooden box. She opened it to reveal dozens of small sealed wooden containers inside with rotten mead etched into their sides.
Okay, here's the rotten mead,
Tan let out quickly as she stood up, then pulled her small closet open. She reached for a shelf just out of her reach. Big Rix walked over to help, and they grabbed a yellow box full of hundreds of yellow sticks.
Damn, that's a lot of sticks, dog!
Big Rix said as he took out a handful of yellow sticks, then placed one in each of the squatters' mouths before striking up a match and lighting them one by one. The group began obsessively sucking down smoke in a frantic fashion. Tonius, still standing in the doorway, cleared his throat to get Big Rix's attention.
Hey, buddy, mind if I get a light? Oh, word, sure, little man.
Big Rix walked over and knelt to Tonius' level, then struck up another match. Before Big Rix could light his yellow stick, Tonius quickly removed it from his mouth and spat in Big Rix's face.
You motherfucker, take that fucking denim off! You're a fucking denim and goon, I know it!
Tonius hurled his walking stick at Big Rix, who put up his arms in defense.
Hey, what?
Big Rix shouted and stepped back defensively. Tan and Glenn interjected.
Stop that!
Tan shouted. The two women darted over to pull Tonius off of Big Rix while the squatter boys laughed in the background.
Look, I know everyone's a little heated right now, but let's just relax, okay?
Tan's words calmed Tonius and Big Rix down, and they backed away from each other.
That little dude just spit in my dang eye. Wow.
Big Rix retreated toward the squatter boys, who were now incapacitated by amusement in the corner. Tan squatted to Tonius' level and put her hands on his shoulders.
Look, Tonius, please, just relax. There's nothing to worry about. The khaki factory is gone, and that's a good thing. My dad he was tainted by the fabric. And I'm sorry, but you are too, I think. You're both brain-soaked, probably by the khaki fabric itself.
Tan spoke softly at the small man.
Brain-soaked. A condition in which an individual is permanently brain-damaged by exposure to any number of poisonous chemicals in Fabricia. Little is known about the condition, and it seemingly befalls individuals at random.
Tonius pointed his finger in Tan's face.
Look, you don't know what you're fucking talking about right now. We ain't fucking brain-soaked, dumbass, and I'm afraid this ain't gonna end well for any of us unless we start looking for real answers here. I think you're starting to play a game you don't want to play.
Tonius looked up at the other squatters and shouted,
All of you!
Tan stood up and shook her head. It's sad. It's honestly sad. You're just so delusional. She looked down at Tonius for a moment, then back at the other squatters. Guys, I think it's best we go. Tonius moved out of the way as the squatters shuffled out of Tan's bedchamber and made their way out of the house. He leaned over to pick up the yellow stick, which he had spit out, struck up a match and lit it, then climbed up into one of Jim's tall kitchen chairs after leaning his walking stick against the table. He sat in silence before taking a long drag of the yellow stick and spoke to himself as he exhaled.
This is fucked.
Chapter 7. Pursuit. Crassus and Sheila Dinneman approached the site where Jim's khaki factory once stood in a blue denim-covered carriage. The previously great building was now reduced to cold and damp blackened rubble on this wet, rainy morning, and Sheila was filled with joy as she noticed it.
Yes, it is quite glorious to see it in person, Crassus, to know that it is gone. This entire area will now slowly turn back into a bubble bog.
Bubble bog, a swampy, low-lying area in Fabricia, usually thought to house disease and dark energy. Bubble bogs are covered in large pools of grey slime in which viscous bubbles surface and pop. The land surrounding Jim's khaki factory has been a bubble bog for centuries, before his father improved the area.
Her eyes affixed to the sight of the explosion through the carriage window.
Quiet.
Crassus pulled a yellow cigar from his robe pocket, then took a bite off the end and nibbled it for a moment before swallowing it.
It is important that we survey the damage. Hopefully we will find the khaki man's body in the ruins. If not, we will resume with the plan of publicly executing him. Or not. It really doesn't actually matter.
He laughed. The carriage came to a halt, and Sheila immediately stepped out into the particularly muddy area in front of what used to be the factory's front doors. Her feet became instantly stuck in the thick mud. She felt moisture seep through her denim shoes and onto her denim socks.
Goodness, now my feet are all dirty. These denim shoes you designed were crafted terribly. You'd think with all your fancy gadgets and engineering you'd be able to come up with some footwear that could withstand a little muck.
Sheila pulled herself through the mud and eventually reached a section of hard floor tile that used to be the inside of the factory. Crassus, seeing how hard his cousin had struggled through the wet, swampy patch of dirt, opted for a different approach to traverse the muck.
Oh, carriage peasant!
He shouted in a sing-songy tone at the peasant who had just driven them in the carriage. The peasant sat still at the reins of the horses, and his face went pale. He did not know what Lord Crassus was about to demand of him, but he knew it wouldn't be good. Crassus displayed a particularly wide grin, and his eyes bulged forward, an effect of his that, more often than not, preceded his more bizarre and demented demands.
Peasant, I would like you to come down here and lay your body face down into the muck so that I might use you as a Dryfoot's quick pass to cross this wet area.
Dryfoot's quick pass. Any small makeshift bridge made hastily to pass a dump area, usually on a trail or across a creek.
Crassus's smile grew even larger. The peasant man gulped, and despair struck him as he looked at his obese lord. He knew he would surely be crushed under Crassus's massive body.
My lord, might I suggest...
Silence!
Crassus interrupted the peasant's feeble attempt at getting around the terrible task he had sentenced him to. The peasant's head sunk.
Yes, my lord, right away.
He hopped off his seat at the reins and reluctantly sauntered over to where the fat man stood. The peasant knelt and looked up at the gray sky. Water droplets splashed into his face as he let out a final prayer.
Lord Prim, please, have mercy.
Down!
Crassus shouted, then kicked the peasant's back and flung his body face down into the mud. The peasant's body stretched perfectly across the mud patch, which was about 6 feet wide. The peasant's bones were no match for the behemoth's massive weight, and loud cracks rang out as Crassus took his time lazily stomping across the man's back. Faint and almost inaudible screams barely cut through the thick mud as the man's face and body sunk deeper into the wet muck. Crassus finally reached the man's head and pressed all his weight on the back of it, fully submerging him into the mud with one last push as he leaped to the safety of the dry-grounded area where Sheila stood waiting.
That'll do, peasant. Now rise and help us remove some of this rubble to search for the khaki man's corpse.
Crassus yelled at the peasant man's lifeless body, which had now disappeared into the muck.
You big oaf! You killed the driver! How are we meant to get home?
Sheila angrily stormed ahead into the rubble and walked through the ruins to take note of each dead peasant body.
Oops, have I been naughty, cousin?
Crassus playfully replied in a flirtatious manner. He walked up to embrace Sheila from behind and nibbled at her ear.
Not now! We've got to identify the khaki man's corpse. I want to know he is gone for good. We can't have him running around alive.
How about this one?
Crassus leaned down to a bloated body laid across broken machinery. It was Torp's corpse. He tugged on it, ripping a leg from Torp's body and completely severing it, shouting as he fell backwards.
Oops!
He flung the disembodied leg over his shoulder, discarding it like a piece of trash, then rose to his feet once more and continued searching. Hours passed and the sun set. Despite a full day of searching, the only thing the Denimans could find were plain khaki peasant corpses, gnarled machinery, pipes, and dented golden doorknobs. Sheila was distraught.
No khaki man! What gives? And where is the boy's body? Surely our young spy boy's body would have turned up as well!
Sheila climbed back up and inside their denim carriage, leaving Crassus behind. He saw that she was ready to give up searching and started toward her.
My dear, the boy's body was most certainly disintegrated upon the blast. Remember, he wore the backpack that set off the explosion. He was dusted.
Dusted. To be turned into a cloud of dust or small particles.
Crassus paused after he spoke and smirked with his eyes closed. The thought of this gruesome image pleased him to such an extent that he had to take a moment to himself, and he stopped where he stood. Sheila shouted back,
Come now, hurry up! You will be driving us now since you decided to smother another servant.
She let out a laugh.
What a way to go, suffocating in the muck with a broken spine after being smashed by your behemoth body.
Crassus picked up his pace and waddled quickly toward the carriage, then hopped into the driver's seat, and the two scurried off back toward the fortress. Sheila leaned out one of the small windows in the denim carriage as it darted down the dirt road and shouted at Crassus in the driver's seat. Her voice was barely audible over the stomping of the horse's hooves and the rumbling of the carriage's inner mechanisms.
Take us to the khaki man's home,
she yelled.
The what? Khaki man is toned? No, he was quite feeble, not muscular in the slightest.
Crassus failed to understand his cousin's shouts as she interrupted him.
No, take us to his home, to where he lives.
Sheila's body was now halfway out of the carriage's window, and she screamed mere feet from his head. Her denim robe tossed around chaotically in the wind as the carriage reached higher and higher speeds.
Oh, his home!
Crassus finally understood and whipped the horses in such a way that the carriage took a violent U-turn in the road. Sheila was still halfway out of the window but held on tight enough to avoid falling out, then flung her body back into her seat. Billiam, Tonius, and Jim sat around a crackling fire in Jim's living room as dusk turned to night. Although the events of the day had been stressful, and the morning revelation of the Daily Pauper had Jim in a now constant state of anxiety and despair, the three men were somehow able to share a moment of relief and comfort around the hearth as they drank mugs of rotten meat and remarked on the peculiar situation they found themselves in. Still unable to walk, Jim had been propped up in an armchair near to the fire, with a khaki blanket covering his badly broken legs. Tonius had healed much more quickly than Jim, and was now just barely able to move around the house without his walking stick, albeit slowly and in an unsteady fashion.
Billiam, I don't know what I'd do without you, brother. You are truly a blessing from Lord Prim. I'd be dead in that field if it wasn't for you, B. Lord Prim bless you.
Jim took a sip of his rotten meat as Tonius raised his mug in the air.
To Billiam,
Tonius shouted.
To Billiam,
Jim returned. Billiam shook his head.
Now, my lord, thank you. I was just doing my job. Protecting my lord is its own reward.
Billiam stood up and put another small log on the fire as Jim spoke softly.
So, guys, I was thinking, there's no more khaki factory. There are no more peasants to provide the labor. I hate to say it, but I'm not too optimistic about ever getting back what we've lost, and, well, if they really do execute me, I just want to say that...
Hey!
Tonius interrupted.
None of that! They ain't gonna execute you. They gotta go through me first. If this was the Denimans' work, like I think we know it is, they're smart but not smart enough. We can hide you. We can run. They'll give up. I know how they think. They might have this whole village duped, but not me. Don't worry, boss. We'll get through this. And that ain't just some false Other's bark. That's the real deal, nothing but the truth.
False Other's bark. an intentionally false declaration of loyalty toward one's superior or boss.
Tonius lit a yellow stick nervously. He gazed toward the fire, visibly lost in thought. His eyes and nose twitched as he smoked.
Well, thank you. Thank you for the encouragement, but I'm not so optimistic.
Jim leaned back into his chair before Billiam chimed in.
If I may ask, Mr. Tonius, you say you know how the Denimans think. What makes you such an expert, then?
Billiam questioned in a snarky tone, out of character for him. Maybe it was the rotten mead getting to his head. Jim looked over at Tonius, curious as to what his response might be. Tonius paused and took a drag of his yellow stick, then exhaled it slowly.
I was one of them once.
His declaration was met with astonishment. Billiam and Jim looked at each other as he continued.
I was a Deniman peasant, born and raised. They used to tease me, for being small and all. Used to call me the poor man's piccolobo. Like the jester.
Piccolobo, famous tiny jester who would travel across Fabricia and perform front flips on flat ground for wealthy aristocrats. Piccolobo was banished from the realm after it was discovered he was a false smallman and had spent years of his life as a large man. Piccolobo only became small after ingesting a magician's powder.
The beatings over there, let me tell you something. These people beat their peasants, spank their peasants for no good reason. Now, I'm okay with getting spanked every now and then, but for no good reason? These people are sick. And let me tell you something. That's where they fall short. There's some screws loose. They're so focused on power, beating on people and all that, they ain't thinking straight. They got a one-track mind, and it's power, baby, you see?
Jim was thoroughly shocked. He was completely unaware of Tonius's life story and had never even thought to ask him about it. Tonius was only a few years older than Jim and had appeared seemingly at random in the factory as a khaki peasant worker when the two were teenagers. He had never really thought about where Tonius had come from. This was partly because Tonius had never been a man who shared all that much about himself, but also that Jim had never taken the time to ask.
You were a Deniman peasant? I never knew. How'd you escape all those years ago? Jim questioned.
I waited till nighttime. It was easy. I just walked out the front door. See, it's like this. The Denimans work on a psychological level with their peasants and pretty much anybody else they control. They make you want to be their servant. Not me, though. Nope. I got the fuck out of there quick. Made my way to your father's factory, where being a small guy was a positive, not a negative. I got to build a brotherhood with the baby boys. Now was a baby boy.
Tonius became emotional at the thought of his fallen fellow baby boys and fought away tears before taking a particularly large swig of his rotten mead.
But whatever. All that's in the past now. I ain't trying to memory spray.
Memory spraying. The act of reminiscing for long periods, usually in a group.
All I'm saying is, these people ain't Lord Prem or something. They ain't got some sort of magical foothold on everybody you can't get out from. I say we lay low, hide out, and wait for a while. Then...
The loud crack of a whip rang out in the night in front of Jim's house, interrupting Tonius. Billiam rushed to the window and peeled back one side of a thick khaki curtain to see Crassus and Sheila exiting their parked denim carriage.
Denimans!
He shouted.
Oh shit, okay, let's split. We gotta go. Boss, is there a back door to this place?
Tonius rushed the words out as he leapt up and hobbled around aimlessly, leaning on his walking stick. Jim interjected.
Now, guys, what if we just talk to them? Do you think maybe we could talk this out?
Tonius skipped over to where Billiam stood and got up on the tips of his toes to get a view out of the window's corner. The two watched as Crassus gathered various weapons and rope from a wooden box mounted to the back of the vehicle.
My lord, Crassus is armed. With all due respect, I do not think they've come to talk.
Billiam rushed over to where Jim was seated. He grabbed him and flung him over his back. Tonius remained at the window and watched as Crassus and Sheila slid a cheap wooden coffin from the back of the carriage with the words "Khaki Man" inscribed on its lid.
Okay, yeah, this is serious. We need to split, now!
Tonius hobbled toward Billiam, who picked him up. Billiam sprinted toward the rear of the house with Jim on his back and Tonius in his left arm.
We can squeeze through the back window in the slop room!
Jim spoke directly into Billiam's ear. He did as Jim said and made his way to the slop room.
Slop room. A room usually on the ground floor and in the back of a residential dwelling in Porp, where all the various slops required for cleaning and eating in the household are prepared.
He moved a large vat full of black goo, which sat under a window, then pushed the curtain drawn in front of the window aside and carefully climbed through it, making sure not to drop Jim or Tonius in the process. They hit the ground about 4 feet below outside before Billiam led off with tremendous speed through the alleyway behind Jim's home and out onto the main road perpendicular to the house. Sheila and Crassus stood patiently on Jim's doorstep after Crassus gave a polite knock to the front door.
Wait, why are we knocking? Bust it down! Use the thrust of your body weight!
Sheila shouted. Crassus handed Sheila a large sword he had stored in a sheath on his waist along with several maces and daggers strapped to his chest, then stepped a few feet away from the door and leaned backwards, almost falling over. He hurled his massive weight forward and sped straight into the door. It gave way easily, and Crassus fell into the house, face down, moaning in agony as a dust cloud settled around him. Sheila moved in behind him. She sprinted up and down the house, screaming and waving around the massive sword, smashing everything she could.
Khaki man! Oh, Khaki man! I have a treat for you!
Sheila yelled as if to be baiting a small child or pet. Crassus finally rose to his feet and walked toward the slop room at the back of the house. He noticed the open window with its curtains flailing about in the wind and walked closer to it, then pulled aside the dancing fabric. A small piece of khaki lay stuck in the edge of the window where its framing met the wall. It was stained red. Crassus leaned closer to this small clue and sniffed it. He let out a pleasurable moan as he detected the scent of blood. Crassus then pinched onto the khaki fragment and tugged it from its position. He placed it in his mouth and sucked on it.
Yes, indeed,
he muttered, then stood for a moment, chewing on the khaki and mumbling incoherently to himself before letting out a loud yell directed toward the ceiling, where he now heard the sound of Sheila's footsteps pacing around in circles. Her muffled voice still attempted to entice a hiding Jim to come out and play.
Cousin, it appears as if whoever was here has climbed through this window and escaped into the night.
Crassus' shout halted Sheila's pacing, and she made her way downstairs.
1 step ahead of us he is,
Sheila angrily declared as she entered the slop room. Crassus swallowed the khaki fabric fragment with a loud audible gulp, then cleared his throat.
We do not know who is here. It may have been someone else.
Crassus's eyes darted back to the window, and he leaned into the area where he found the fragment, now lusting for more blood-stained fabric to eat and suck on. Sheila angrily stomped around the slop room, kicking over small buckets full of various colored slops.
Let's tear up the house for clues and destroy the khaki man's belongings.
Yes, quite,
Crassus replied, shaking off his growing appetite for blood. Sheila tossed Crassus a pair of nunchucks, and the two made their way through the house, smashing and destroying everything they found. Sheila's intention now was not to look for clues, but rather to completely destroy all of Jim's belongings out of a sheer hatred for him. Crassus was markedly less fired up and pragmatically searched the house, trying to find information on Jim they may not have previously had. He entered Tan's bedchamber as Sheila sprinted into the living room and slashed the cushions of Jim's couch with her large sword. She pulled out the cushion's stuffing and threw it around the room, laughing.
Our little khaki man will be needing to visit the coucher. That is, if he is still living.
The coucher, a singular individual who builds couches in Porp. There is only allowed to be one coucher in Porp at any given time, and the position is usually inherited.
Crassus was taken aback the moment he entered Tan's bedchamber and saw the dozens of squatter posters lining the walls.
A squatter.
Crassus's gaze turned to Tan's bedside table where an etching of Tan and Jim sat in a small frame. He picked it up and examined it closely.
A squatter daughter.
He smiled.
Very interesting indeed.
He slammed the picture to the ground, breaking the glass inside the frame. His attention was drawn to a small notebook which also sat on Tan's bedside table. He picked it up and thumbed through it, reading aloud.
Dear Diary, Big Rick's pissed me off today. We went out for brown sticks and I tried to open up with him about our relationship, but as usual he totally ignored me. I think it might be a sign that he really cares about me, but I'm not sure.
Crassus stopped.
This is quite an interesting development,
he thought. Not only was Jim's daughter a squatter, she was close to Big Rick's. Crassus looked down at the etching of Tan and Jim, then leaned over and picked it up. He closely examined Tan's face once more.
Yes, the squatter girl from Burroughs Trough!
Crassus shoved the etching into his robe pocket and laughed heartily. He exited Tan's bedchamber to tell Sheila of his findings. Sheila now lay exhausted across Jim's torn couch. Thanks to her, all the furniture in Jim's living room was destroyed, and the decorations that once adorned the walls were strewn across the floor in pieces.
Cousin, I have found some incredible info.
Crassus walked over to the side of the couch and stood above Sheila. She lay satisfied with her eyes closed and her hands folded on her chest, sporting a large smile, as if she had just done a long, hard day's work.
The khaki man's daughter seems to be a squatter who is friendly with Big Ricks.
Crassus leaned down to pick up Sheila and draped her over his arms.
Oh?
Sheila was happily surprised.
And how did we not know the khaki man had a daughter before? How is this just news to us?
She questioned.
Yes, I will admit it was a lapse in the quality of my information-gathering skills. I know. There's a lot that is asked of me to do at the fortress, and I'm sorry, but...
Crassus trailed off in a long-winded defense of himself before Sheila cut him off.
Silence! Okay, this is good. It seems as though the khaki man is most likely either dead or hiding, probably in the wilderness like a banished lonely dog, a dirty reject solely lone man. I say our work here is done.
Solely lone man. Individuals in Fabricia who, for one reason or another, are either banished or banish themselves from society and live off the land in the wilderness. Some estimate the number of solely lone men in Fabricia are in the hundreds. Others believe they number in the dozens.
Sheila drifted back off to sleep after speaking, still in Crassus's arms. Crassus stepped over the large broken front door to Jim's home and approached the carriage, then placed Sheila inside. He hopped up into the driver's seat and cracked his whip on the horses' butts, letting off into the night, speeding away from Jim's home. The Denimans' carriage came to a rickety wooden bridge which hung over Fecal Creek, a small brown-watered creek running through Jim's neighborhood. Billiam, Tonius, and Jim took refuge underneath the bridge and slept against the cold earth on one side. The heavy Deniman carriage shook and cracked the old and poorly constructed wooden planks that made up the structure, momentarily awakening the three men. Now awake and terrified, they felt the collapse of the bridge was inevitable under the heavy weight of the vehicle, but miraculously, the Denimans made their way safely across to the other side in an instant. The three men breathed a collective sigh of relief.
That was them, right?
Tonius asked in a whisper to the group.
I think so.
Jim peeked out from under the bridge and could barely make out the dark figure of the carriage as it grew farther away down the long curved road out of his neighborhood.
It looks like that was them, yeah. So is it safe to go back now?
Jim questioned in a whisper. He poked his head from underneath the bridge and scanned their surroundings nervously.
My lord, no!
Billiam replied. Jim was taken aback by his assertiveness.
Okay,
Jim responded in an unsure tone.
He's right, boss. We can never go back. You'll be asking for it if you go home. They're clearly looking for you. They probably got guys all around the neighborhood informing on your ass. We gotta split for real,
Tonius whispered.
My lord, your safety is my primary concern, and right now we need to lay low, especially as you are healing. We will sleep here tonight,
Billiam said authoritatively, but still trying to keep his voice down. Jim thought about the situation and finally agreed. The three men went back to sleep. After a long, nearly sleepless night, morning came and Billiam rose first. He shook the others awake, and after gathering their wits, the men immediately strategized about where to go next. There was no time to waste. Jim struck an idea.
Jill's,
he shouted.
Jill's, huh?
Questioned Tonius.
Jill Johnson's Clogmaster's Emporium.
Jill John what? Never heard of it,
Tonius remarked, yawning.
Exactly! Jill is a fantastic clogger in town, but sadly, no one buys her clogs. Now, I'm not so much of a clog guy myself. I prefer my classic khaki boots. But her shop would be a great place to hide out. No one really ever visits. I sent Barry, if that is his real name, down to her before the explosion to hand over some scrolls. I'm sure she's wondering what the heck is going on. Anyway, Jill is a wonderful woman who would accommodate us, and her shop would offer a very inconspicuous place to stay right now if she'd have us, I think, Jim explained.
Wonderful idea, my lord. Let us go right away.
Billiam knelt and grabbed Jim, then placed him on his back. Tonius chimed in.
Clogs? Huh? You know, I don't care for them myself, but shit, seems like we're kind of out of options here, huh? All right, Jill Johnson's, here we come.
Upon Tonius's agreement, Billiam reached down and picked him up. Now carrying both men, he started towards Jill's shop in town. As Billiam darted past Jim's house through the back alley, Jim stopped him with a shout.
Wait, stop!
Billiam halted and crouched in the alleyway behind the house.
Yes, my lord, what is it?
He asked while scanning their surroundings for threats.
If we're going into town, we might as well stop by my house quickly and work on disguising ourselves. We should change our looks so that if the Denimans, or anyone else for that matter, sees us, they won't recognize us.
Jim let out this idea as if it was extremely brilliant, and he seemed proud.
You know, that's a damn good idea. I like that one, boss,
added Tonius. Billiam considered this an order and unquestioningly marched up to the back of Jim's home, then climbed through the same window the group had escaped from the night before, all while still holding onto the two smaller men. He set Tonius down, who started hobbling around with his walking stick. Jim remained on Billiam's back and gasped as they walked through the house. He entered a state of shock, seeing all his belongings smashed and destroyed.
No! Denimans, why? Why?
Jim shouted while clinging to Billiam's large frame. He badly wanted to get down and survey the damage closer, but his severely broken legs still prevented him from being able to walk on his own.
My lord, it doesn't look good, I know, but we must not dwell on the damage. We don't have much time. It is unsafe for us to linger much longer in the home. Now, let us fashion disguises.
Billiam attempted to raise Jim's spirits.
Take me upstairs. There's clothing up there we can put on,
Jim said reluctantly. He had been almost entirely desensitized at this point to the Denimans' attacks and was becoming detached from the situation to some degree. The three men entered Jim's bedchamber, which was now in total disarray. The sheets and bedding had been torn and spread across the room. Billiam placed Jim on the unkempt bed and made his way toward the corner of the room where Jim kept his khaki clothing in a large armoire. He pulled open the drawers to find that each piece had been slashed and torn apart. Jim spoke to Billiam from across the room.
You'll find some great pieces in there. I say we just paint the khaki another color so people don't realize who we are. We could even paint some cool designs.
Jim cheered up, thinking about the fun new costumes they could design to disguise themselves.
It'll be like a game of Costume Goblin,
Jim shouted before Billiam interrupted him.
Costume Goblin. A game in Fabricia in which participants dress in ornate costumes, then meet at a predetermined location. Once there, a designated judge scores the costumes. The lowest scoring individual is deemed the goblin. The goblin is then stripped nude, painted green, ridiculed, and finally thrown in either a bubble bog or large trash receptacle in Porp. After this, the other players have a party which the goblin is forbidden from attending unless they pay a small fee to the judge.
My lord, I'm sorry, but all your garments have been slashed and destroyed.
Billiam shuffled through the drawers searching for even just one intact piece of clothing but could find nothing. Tonius now stood inside Jim's adjacent washroom and dug through a wooden box full of small tools and sharp sticks.
Sharp stick. A small stick with a long sharp edge, commonly used to shave hair or perform surgical procedures in the home.
Hey guys, wait, I got an idea.
Tonius grabbed the box and carried it out into the room, then slammed it on the ground.
Okay, you got some nice sharp sticks in here. I say we shave our shit right the fuck off. Every fucking hair. You know, get bald as shit, down to the skin. That'll make us really unrecognizable.
He stared down at the box and seemed to be still processing his own suggestion, almost as if he was not fully sold on the idea himself. Jim and Billiam also stared at the box. The three men thought silently.
Yes, okay, yes, let's do it,
Jim exclaimed. Billiam and Tonius looked up at Jim and nodded in agreement. Their hesitancy seemed to evaporate with Jim's endorsement of the idea. The three got started shaving their heads down to the skin, but quickly realized they were still somehow recognizable in their new shiny bald style.
Wow, it feels clean being bald, but do we really look that much different? Is this a proper disguise?
Jim questioned as he rubbed his clean-shaven scalp. Tonius walked into Jim's washroom with a sharp stick still in his hand and climbed up on a stool in front of Jim's mirror to get a look at himself. He said as he looked at his new bald head.
Eyebrows gotta go too,
he shouted. Tonius quickly removed his eyebrows with several swift movements of the sharp stick, then took a moment to study his new look in the mirror.
Now that's a motherfucker that looks fucked up, unrecognizable.
Tonius hopped down off the stool and ran back to Billiam and Jim to show them.
Wow, looking good, Mr. Tonius. I'll have a go,
shouted Billiam, who grabbed a sharp stick and promptly shaved off his own eyebrows. Jim followed suit. The three men's heads and faces were now completely hairless.
Well, now our heads are hairless, we look like unrecognizable bald freaks, but what about our clothes? We're still wearing our tattered khaki from the explosion. It makes us stand out.
Jim thought for a moment.
It'll have to do, I guess. All right, now let's get to Jill's.
Jim, still sitting in his bed, flung his arms up like a child, beckoning Billiam to pick him up once more.
Right away, my lord.
Billiam responded cheerfully and kind. Jim's markedly more enthusiastic attitude was a breath of fresh air to his comrades. Perhaps it was the removal of their hair that had invigorated the men, or that Jim and Tonius's injuries were slowly but surely beginning to heal that gave everyone a new sense of determination. Billiam knelt and grabbed Tonius, then Jim, and hurried back down to the slop room window, which had become their new regular entrance into Jim's home. He let off quickly and darted through alleyways and side streets en route to downtown Port, all while holding onto the two small men. Billiam was careful not to walk through any area with substantial foot traffic or crowds in order to remain inconspicuous, and made certain to take extra special care to avoid Gazer's Perch, just outside Jim's neighborhood.
Gazer's Perch, a large wooden deck about 20 feet in the air, which sits above a main road into Jim's neighborhood. Mostly elderly retired individuals gather at the perch early each morning to examine the comings and goings of their neighbors and take notes. Old geezer gazers on the perch routinely gossip, gaze, and gawk down upon the community's business, as they have nothing better to do with their time.
Billiam had nearly reached the city gate when, suddenly, the men ran up against the unavoidable fact that their route must include a section of the main thoroughfare into the city, as it was the only way to access Port's central entrance and the only way into Port proper. Billiam stopped in an alleyway several blocks from the large main gate. He knelt, still holding Tonius and Jim, behind the corner of a small building and peered around its edge, squinting to get a glimpse of the area. 4 or 5 city guards stood surrounding the gate and watched as villagers entered and exited Port. Tonius stepped down from Billiam's arms while Jim remained on his back. Billiam leaned around the building so that both he and Jim could get a good view of the gate.
Look, we're not hiding from the guards or the villagers. We're hiding from the Denimans. Why not just walk straight in?
Jim whispered into the back of Billiam's neck. Tonius crawled underneath Billiam and peered around the corner.
Abundance of caution, boss. It's important. Don't underestimate the Denimans. They got eyes and ears everywhere.
Tonius climbed back into Billiam's arms, then continued.
That said, it looks like our only option is to just walk straight in. Hope they don't say nothing.
With that, the other 2 men reluctantly agreed. Billiam stood up and entered the street sidewalk. He tried not to walk too fast, but also not too slow, which made the 3 men's already bizarre entanglement look even stranger as Billiam moved in an awkward and mechanical medium-paced gait. Jim looked around at the villagers walking past them and across the street. He noticed them staring vacantly in their direction, some with a dead look in their eyes, their mouths slightly agape and drooling. Their clothing caught Jim's attention.
Say, everyone's in denim, and it's mostly these new robes like the ones Tan and her friends wore. Not a single khaki wearer. Could the articles have affected the villagers' fashion choices that quickly? Have stores already stopped selling my products?
Jim questioned. The sun was now almost at its high noon stripping hour position, and the group sweated. The 3 men's body odors all merged into one foul stench which seemed to exude from them like a cloud as they walked. Villagers who were unfortunate enough to pass by them coughed and gagged. As they neared the gate, the men's bald heads throbbed and stung from the sun's unrelenting rays, turning them red and raw. Billiam quickened his pace as he attempted to walk straight into Port unnoticed. He jogged off to the left side of the city gate as he walked directly behind an old man pulling a wagon with a dirty and tattered rope. He matched the old man's speed and attempted to hide from the guards behind the wagon as they walked, but to no avail.
"Halt, you there!"
a guard shouted, noticing the odd, now incredibly sunburnt, hairless men in tattered stained khaki. The old man pulling the wagon darted away in fear, tearing his rope in the process and leaving his wagon behind, which came to a halt against the sidewalk.
"Come, here!"
The guard pointed to a spot outside the gate next to the sidewalk in a small patch of grass.
Just do what he says,
whispered Jim into Billiam's ear. Billiam walked over to where the guard pointed.
"All right, new rules, no khaki in Port."
The guard pinched and tugged Billiam's shirt as he spoke. Jim gasped.
No khaki? What? As a matter of law?
Yep, clothmasters all decided. It's a citywide decree. All right, strip it off or turn around.
The guard pulled out a strange plump red fruit from his pocket and took a big bite out of it. He was authoritative and convincing in a strange sort of lazy way. Without thinking, the men quickly did as the guard said. Billiam dropped Jim into the small wagon which sat nearby, and they all stripped nude. The stark contrast in color of the skin on their bright red heads with their pale white bodies was striking. The sun had, in a few short minutes, sunburned the men's hairless heads and faces badly enough to create such an odd color scheme on their skin that it amused passers-by. The guard chuckled as he bit back into his odd-looking fruit, enjoying this bizarre and entertaining display. Tonius hopped into the wagon with Jim, who was forced to remove his khaki casts, exposing his leg wounds and causing him great pain. He lay nude in the wagon, stretched out on his back and writhing around, sweating profusely. Tonius sat up on the wagon's edge. Billiam, now nude as well, grabbed the small bit of rope that remained tied to the wagon and pulled it into the city. The guards stood in a small group pointing and laughing at this bizarre sight. 3 nude, bald, burnt men.
Hey, what the fuck you looking at, dumb motherfuckers?
Tonius shouted at the guards, which caused them to erupt into more laughter. Jim leaned his head up and spoke.
It's, okay. Tonius, just ignore them.
Jim could barely speak, he was in so much pain.
Billiam, get us to Jill's shop quickly. It's, over off, Clothmaster's Row and Clogger's Alley.
He let out the end of his sentence quickly, then dropped his head back down and passed out in the wagon. A group of children ran alongside Billiam and giggled. They flung horse dung and small clusters of dirt into the wagon at Tonius and Jim.
Hey, you little twerps, cut it out, stop!
Tonius shouted as Billiam picked up his pace. A young man on the street corner spotted the men, now traveling fast down the road with Billiam in a full sprint.
Hey, look!
He shouted to get all the surrounding villagers' attention.
Look at the nude, bright red, hairless freaks! What the?
Villagers walking down the street and sitting in shops all took notice and laughed heartily at the nude, hairless men. Billiam finally darted onto Clothmaster's Row, and the ridicule continued. One man tossed a huge handful of gutter sludge into the wagon, and it slammed straight into Jim's face, which roused him awake.
Gutter sludge. A brown sludge which builds up in the gutters and crevices of Porp's streets. A mixture of garbage, dirt, horse dung, and the contents of chamber pots dumped out in the morning.
Wow! Where are we?
Jim screamed out in pain as bits of the gutter sludge stung his festering leg wounds. He sat up and spit out a mouthful of sludge, then quickly dry-heaved. His unproductive gags and heaving gave way to a slurry of vomit, which he sprayed across his nude body in the direction of Tonius. At the sight of Jim's sickness, Tonius also sprayed the contents of his stomach into the road below as they moved swiftly nearer to Clogger's Alley.
Almost there!
Billiam shouted as he rounded the corner into the alley. The green mist that lay over the alleyway now filled all 3 men's lungs and increased Jim and Tonius's recent onset of nausea. The 2 entered into a vomit loop.
Vomit loop. When an individual vomits, causing another to vomit, which in turn causes the original vomiter to vomit again. An infinite loop of vomiting, often also exacerbated by a foul smell in the air or disgusting sight.
Billiam squinted. The mist was causing his eyes to tear up and water profusely. He scanned his surroundings for the entrance to Jill's shop. Through his blurry vision, he examined the vacant storefronts and finally located Jill's. He increased his speed toward it, pulling the wagon containing his vomiting friends. He kicked open the entrance to Jill's shop and stormed in, flinging the cart across the threshold of the door, which jolted and shook it to the point of breakage. Jim and Tonius spilled onto the floor, moaning in agony as Billiam dropped to his knees. He collapsed, winded and breathing heavily. Jill, sitting atop her counter perch, adjusted her small glasses and looked at the nude men sprawled across her showroom floor.
Customers! Hello, boys! Welcome to my shop! Have a look, even touch if you so desire. Try on any clogs you'd like.
The 3 men remained sprawled across the floor, ignoring her. Jill climbed down from her large tower, and as she neared them, squinted her eyes in Jim's direction.
Jim? My word! Jim Jimston, is that you?
Jill questioned. She surveyed Jim's badly broken legs, nude body, and sunburnt hairless head, then noticed he was in agonizing pain.
Hello, my lady. My name is Billiam. This is Tonius, and that's...
Billiam was cut off by Jill before he could finish.
Jim Jimston! Yes, I know! And what on earth has happened to his legs?
Jill ran into the back room for a moment. She grabbed 3 denim robes and a box full of her signature golden metal clogs. Jill also retrieved a small golden metal contraption that looked like a pair of mechanical boots. The devices were intricately engineered and made up of golden gears, levers, and small round indicators. Jill tossed one robe each to Tonius and Billiam and set down the box full of clogs near them.
Here, boys, get dressed. It's a pleasure to meet you. So, what brings you in this afternoon?
Jill had seemingly forgotten about Jim, who was now lying completely unconscious in pain on the floor behind her. She began a sales spiel.
By the way, my name's Jill, and like I said, feel free to have a look around the shop. My new golden clogs are on sale this month. We're doing a... Ah!
Jim moaned out in agonizing pain.
Oh my, yes, Jim!
Jill hurried toward him. She began cleaning his leg wounds and tending to him.
Hey, what the fuck is this shit? One of these denim robes? Same as those dumbasses was wearing at the house and in town. I'd rather be nude than wear denim. Wear something else. You got any khaki?
Tonius threw the denim robe Jill had presented him down in anger. Jill looked up at Tonius while she dabbed a wet cloth on Jim's gaping leg wound.
Afraid not, young man. Khaki's been banned. It's denim only in Porp. I was a bit upset myself, but the guardsmen came by with these beautiful robes, and since my shop is technically included in the Clothers Association, they gave me a dozen for free to sell and give out. Of course, no one's been by.
Clothers Association, CA. Association in Porp of all shops which sell clothing products. The CA was formed when all the real estate on Clothemasters Row had been taken up by shopkeepers. The group now holds a monopoly on clothing retail and do not allow new membership into the CA.
Jill continued tending to Jim's legs and now wrapped them in the golden metal boots she had retrieved from the back room. Tonius walked over next to her, still nude, and leaned in to get a closer look at the odd contraptions.
What the hell are these things?
Tonius knelt and examined the small metal mechanisms making up the shiny golden boots.
Some real handiwork here. A pressurized healing system. Look at these tiny pipes. Wow!
Tonius was thoroughly impressed with the boots.
Yes, they're just a little something I've been working on for a few years now. Never thought I'd have a chance to use them.
Jill and Tonius stepped back from Jim as the boots contracted and formed to his body. Steam seeped out of the small pipes as they seemed to pressurize and stick to his legs with a hissing sound. Jim shook his head, still lying on the floor, and breathed out heavily in relief.
I feel great!
Jim popped up to his feet and began pacing around.
Holy effing crap, I'm healed!
Jim, still totally nude save for his new golden boots, ran to hug Jill.
Thank you, Jill. Oh, it's good to see you. How have you been? Did you get my message last week? I sent it along with a young boy who turned out to be, well...
The initial energy Jim felt after being adorned with Jill's golden boots subsided, and he went to sit in a chair set against the wall near a large display shelf full of clogs.
Easy, dear. These will help your legs heal, but not all at once. You need to rest still,
Jill explained. Jim sat back and relaxed.
Oh boy, okay. Thank you, Jill.
He closed his eyes and took deep breaths as he sat nude in the chair. Jill took a moment to survey the odd scene that had unfolded in her shop. Tonius and Billiam stood nude by the robes and clogs Jill had tossed earlier, staring down at them.
What's wrong, my boys? In a nude shock? Get dressed!
Jill shouted as she wandered into the back room of her shop once more.
Nude shock. A state of frozen shock some individuals enter when they become nude.
Billiam bent over and picked up one of the robes. His hands tingled as he touched it. He remembered the same feeling when he felt Tan's robe back at Jim's home.
Tonius, I think we should put on the robes. We simply cannot remain nude forever.
Billiam quickly pulled the robe over his head and let it hang on his body for a moment. He breathed a long sigh of relief, which turned into a moan of pleasure. Billiam was suddenly energized and did 3 backflips right where he stood in quick succession.
Holy shit!
Tonius remarked at the huge man's nimble movements.
Hey, Tonius, I really recommend this robe. Wow, yeah, I really recommend wearing one of these robes.
Billiam darted over to the box full of golden clogs and sat down next to them, then forced his oversized feet into a pair. Tonius watched in confusion at the strange energetic way in which Billiam was now moving about and behaving. As soon as the second clog snapped to Billiam's right foot, a crackling sound emanated from his denim robe, and Tonius watched as the robe's stitching turned from bright gold to a dull gray. The color flung off the robe's stitching in a golden mist which quickly dissipated into the surrounding air and disappeared. Billiam's mood shifted quickly back to his regular flat affect.
That was interesting,
he remarked while walking toward Jim. knocking against the wood floor of Jill's shop in his newly adorned hard golden clogs.
Hey, man, what the fuck was that?
Tonius shouted.
You just went nuts in that robe. Then you put the clogs on and now you're okay? Look, the stitching turned gray. Okay, I knew there was some fucked up supernatural type shit going on here.
Tonius walked over to the robes on the floor and picked one up, then spoke at it.
Okay, I'm gonna put you on finally. You've piqued my interest.
He turned to Billiam.
Okay, I'm gonna put one of these on. Then I'm gonna put on some clogs. It looked like the clogs did something to the robe stitching.
Tonius pulled the robe over his nude body, then stood for a moment nervously.
Boom! Okay, there it is. Yeah! Okay, that's a fucking hit of something right there. Oh, shit!
Tonius hopped over to Billiam and extended his hand for a high five, then embraced the huge man without giving him a chance to react.
Yup! Yup!
Tonius screamed as he stood up and thrust his hips back and forth in an odd circular motion. He walked toward the clogs, but passed straight by them, continuing his odd celebratory dancing throughout the shop.
Tonius, aren't you going to put on some clogs?
Billiam questioned.
The clogs, yeah, I might just chill without it for an hour. Just give me an hour.
Tonius continued dancing and flailing his arms around in the air. Billiam grabbed a pair of the golden clogs from the box on the floor and marched over to Tonius, then pulled him by the neck of his robe and picked him up.
Hey, okay.
Tonius wiggled and swung around as Billiam carried the small man to the center of the shop, then dropped him on the floor.
Put on the clogs, Tonius.
Billiam bent down and forced the clogs on Tonius' feet. Upon doing so, the two saw the same strange phenomenon that had occurred to Billiam's stitching. Its golden color dissipated into the air. Tonius snapped back into reality.
Shit, that was wild. What the?
The men had no time to think or discuss before Jill barged back into the room.
Boys, don't just dress yourself. Jim is still nude.
Jill pointed over at where Jim sat. He was now in a deep sleep with his head hanging over the back of the chair, his legs extended in the golden boots. Jill walked over to the last remaining denim robe on the floor and picked it up. Tonius and Billiam watched nervously as she walked it slowly over to Jim's nude sleeping body and pulled it over him. The stitching immediately turned gray and dissipated as Jim woke up.
Thank you, Jill,
Jim said as he stood up.
Nice napper's recharge.
Napper's recharge. A quick, refreshing nap, usually taken midday.
He walked with ease now as if he had never been injured in Jill's new boots, and his mood was markedly better.
Okay, we gotta talk about what the hell these robes are, and the clogs,
Tonius exclaimed.
Oh, where are my manners?
Jim ignored him.
Jill, this is Tonius and Billiam. They were my employees at the khaki factory. Tonius is an expert baby boy pipe cleaner, and Billiam is my right-hand man and bodyguard.
Jim pointed at the two men who stood still, confused at what they just saw. Jill smiled.
Yes, very good, boys. Good to meet you. So, Jim, did you...
Tonius interjected.
Hey, wait a minute. Can we at least discuss what the fuck's going on with these robes? There's some weird shit going on with them. I'm telling you, right, Billiam?
He looked over at Billiam, who nodded in agreement, then continued.
When you put these things on, they pleasure the hell out of you. Then they just sort of turn off when you're wearing shoes or clogs. I don't know,
Tonius remarked. Jim looked down at his newly donned robe.
This is what all the villagers wore on the way in, and it looks to be the same robe Tan had on with her friends at the house, but the stitching is gray and not golden.
He looked up.
And all your stitching is gray, not golden. Curious.
Jim scratched his red, shiny, bald head.
The stitching was gold before we put on the clogs. See, we're all wearing clogs.
Tonius looked down at Jim's boots.
Except for you. It must be something about the golden material that fucks with the robe. I'm telling you, boss, when you put these things on and you ain't wearing the clogs, it's something else. It's a real trip.
He looked down at the clogs and fantasized about taking them off again before snapping himself out of it.
Milady, Miss Jill, might I ask your experience with the robes? Were you pleasured upon your first wearing of them? Or when you were not wearing the clogs, are you pleasured by the robes then?
Billiam asked. She thought for a moment.
Well, truthfully, I'm always wearing my clogs. I'm a perma-clogger. I bathe in the clogs. They never come off. Never have in 40 years. It's a rule of mine. I will never stop wearing them.
Perma-clogger. A person who permanently wears clogs. Jill Johnson is the only perma-clogger in Fabricia.
Jill laughed, then thought for another moment.
Say, all this talk of the clogs interfering with the robes, it is very relevant to my findings in regard to your prototypes, Jim.
Jill motioned for the group to follow her into her shop's back room. The four entered Jill's backroom workshop and gathered around a large table. Jill rolled out the scroll Barry had delivered earlier in the week.
Here's your schematic scroll, the one the young boy brought.
Little bitch, Tonius muttered under his breath.
What's that?
Jill questioned. Nothing, please continue, Jim interjected.
So here are your schematics. I studied them closely and found it must be the power mechanism within the bowel release flap being interfered with by my clogs you wore during the fashion festival,
Jill said, looking down at the schematic scroll.
Aha! I knew it! It wasn't a problem with my engineering or my Horg system. It was the clogs, Jim shouted.
I mean, your clogs are great, Jill. I was just saying. Jill shook her head.
Yes, my metal golden clogs actually radiate a small magnetic field, which rendered the flap useless by negating the khaki pants' ability to convert the wearer's body heat into usable power.
Tonius chimed in.
Okay, all right. So the clogs are fucking with the pants' power source. That must be what they're doing to the denim robes. They're canceling out the robe's effects by cutting off the power source, which is our body heat, I guess?
His declaration turned into a question.
Yes, quite. This sounds feasible. I'll have to take your word for it, that these robes even have some sort of effect. I could check myself, but like I said, my clogs have not been removed for 40 years, and in fact, they have become grafted to my elderly feet. No. Removing them would be far too dangerous.
There was an awkward pause.
Okay, that's fucking weird,
Tonius remarked.
So, can you remove your golden boots from my legs? That way I can see for myself the effects of the denim robe,
Jim questioned. Jill looked shocked.
Oh, heavens no, my boy. You need to heal, she shouted.
Take it from me, my lord. The effects are pleasurable while you are immersed in the robe's warm grasp, but once snapping out of it, you realize they are lording some sort of dark power over you,
Billiam said. Jill looked up and out of a small rectangular window into the alleyway behind her shop.
It is quite peculiar. For the first several hours of the khaki ban and the widespread dissemination of these robes, the other villagers seem to be behaving in a quite erratic fashion. Their strange behavior seems to have slowed down somewhat. Of course, I have not personally noticed any effects, but yes, this could very well be due to my clogs. Fascinating, to say the least.
Jim's mood switched to sadness, and he changed the subject.
So then, I trust you've seen the report in the Daily Pauper and heard around town about my factory.
Jill looked inquisitively at Jim.
Your factory? The Pauper? No, I do not read the news. Doesn't interest me.
Jill rolled up Jim's schematic scroll and fidgeted with some boxes on the shelf behind her. Jim was somewhat relieved he could be the one to explain to Jill the situation with his factory, and not the Pauper's smear article.
My factory was blown up. It's totally gone, he said.
Jill gasped.
Oh, goodness! How, my boy? This must be to do with the khaki ban and porp, then. I'm glad you've come to explain. I don't trust the villagers, and I certainly don't trust the Daily Pauper.
Jill exited the back room as the men followed her into the shop area.
We think it was all planned by the Denimans. That boy I sent you last week to deliver my schematic scroll.
Jim stopped as Jill cut in.
Oh, yes, Betty, a very nice boy. No, not a nice boy at all, I'm afraid. We believe he may have been a spy working for the Denimans. We think he planted a bomb in the factory and blew it sky high, Jim exclaimed angrily.
Body count was huge. He killed everybody but us,
Tonius added.
Oh, my good Lord Prim, that is terrible news.
Jill shook her head and walked over to the broken pieces of the old wagon Billiam had pulled Tonius and Jim into the shop on. She began cleaning up the area. The three men darted over to help her.
And that's not all. The Denimans are still looking for me. They even came to my house and tore it up. They want me dead.
Jim bemoaned as he tossed pieces of the broken wagon out of the shop's front door into the alleyway. Jill shook her head in anger once more.
Porp, the villagers, the Denimen, what fools this world has produced. So you've come to my shop to hide? She asked. Well, yes, we were hoping we could stay with you for a while, here in the shop, and, of course, offer ourselves up as workers. But if that's too much to ask, we can—
Jill interrupted.
Hush, my child. Yes, of course. You are always welcome here. There is plenty of space in the upstairs room. I will fashion cots for you.
Jill smiled and embraced Jim.
All is well, my boy. You are safe here with me.
Jill let go of Jim and stepped back, then looked at all three of the men.
You lot look tired. Now, go upstairs, get some rest, and relax.
As rain poured down and uproarious claps of thunder rang outside, a raucous party raged deep within the Denimans' fortress. Dozens of rotten mead kegs lined the walls of the fortress's great hall, and Denim servants scurried about holding trays of various spiced meats and other rare exotic treats. The attendees were a who's who of Porp and larger Fabricia, and consisted of wealthy landowners and successful business moguls. Rag Mindax stood in the corner of the great hall, chatting with a group of his young reporter employees from the Daily Porper. He winked at Crassus, who sat across the room in one of two large denim thrones perched atop a raised temporary stage platform. Crassus gnawed on a hunk of gray meat, peeling small bits of it apart and nibbling on the morsels. He would periodically spit the chewed-up bits into his hand, then examine them quickly before putting the bits back into his mouth and swallowing them. Crassus paid no attention to Rag and glanced over toward another corner of the room where dozens of squatters conversed in a lively manner. They were all wearing the fresh new denim robes Crassus had prepared for them. Big Rix was among them and smiled at Crassus, then raised his mug of rotten meat in the air before shouting,
Lord Crassus, you the man! Let's hear it for Lord Crassus!
The room cheered and clapped, causing Crassus to don a rare smile before he stood up quickly and waved, then immediately sat back down and continued chewing on his gray meat hunk. Sheila approached Crassus and sat down on the empty throne next to him. She fidgeted impatiently with her long denim skirt before tugging on Crassus's robe.
You know I don't like parties. So many dirty undesirables here at the fortress, spitting and passing wind in our various chambers and halls. No, I don't like it one bit. Let's get on with it.
Undesirables, you say? This is the social elite of Porp, cousin. These are the who's who, and will be the new governing elite in our new denim realm,
Crassus replied in a patronizing tone.
But yes, let's get on with it.
He stood up and let out a loud, high-pitched squeal, which immediately gathered the room's attention.
Hello, all!
He screamed. Hello, Lord Crassus! The crowd responded in unison.
Well, I suppose you're all wondering why I have gathered you here today for this raucous event. The sweet meats and rotten meat I've provided at no cost. It may seem too good to be true.
Crassus turned his head to one side of the room where an elderly man and woman slouched forward with their backs against the wall. An attractive female denim maiden stood between them with one arm each down the crotch of the old couple's pants. She fidgeted her hands around frantically underneath their garments.
Oh, and I hope we've all had a chance to take advantage of your one free massage tonight as well. I see Old Man and Lady Gunthrop have.
The crowd turned to look at the elderly couple, then laughed and cheered at them.
Old Man Gunthrop and Lady Gunthrop, an elderly couple in Porp, owner of Gunthrop's Fashion Zone, the largest and most well-established clothing retailer on Clothmasters Row. The Gunthrops are the wealthiest shop owners in Porp.
The couple's heads shot backwards as they writhed in pleasure. The maiden was still fidgeting with their crotches and giggled as Old Man Gunthrop let out an extremely loud noise that sounded like a shout of agonizing pain. The crowd laughed harder and applauded more.
Yes, silence, silence,
shouted Crassus to corral the room's attention.
Well, I've kept you waiting long enough, friends, so I'll just get straight to it. I've brought you here today to congratulate you all. Yes, for you will be the new ruling elite under a new system, my beautiful cousin and I.
Crassus looked back at Sheila and she donned a huge, toothy fake smile. She gave a mechanical forced wave at the crowd.
Yes, my cousin and I have devised an entirely new system and way of life for our realm, one in which you all will be the benefactors.
Crassus paused. The crowd was silent.
I said, I'm making you the new elite. You will rule in power for us. I mean, with us in the new realm. We are ushering in a new era.
Crassus waved his arms and became more animated in order to excite the crowd, but they remained silent.
Cheer, you fools!
Crassus screamed. Upon hearing this order, the crowd cheered wildly and clapped.
Yes, yes, very good. We are all excited.
Crassus turned his head and gestured to a small denim peasant boy waiting in the corner of the stage. The boy rolled out a large display board on top of a cart with wheels. Written across the large board was PAT, Planning Ahead Together. Crassus pulled a telescopic pointing stick from his pocket and elongated it before pointing it to each letter.
planning ahead together. Okay, if everyone could just sit tight, this will only take a few moments. I'm going to explain to you how this is all going to transpire, so please bear with me.
Crassus nodded to the peasant boy, and he quickly flipped the display over to reveal an intricate diagram. Some members of the crowd nearest to Crassus and his display who were still paying attention squinted in a vain attempt to read the overly complicated technical drawing. The rest of the audience chatted quietly amongst themselves as Crassus continued.
We have devised a way to use denim as an infinite energy source. All that's required is an increase in mining of 10,000%, as well as the use of human bodies as fuel to power a large mechanism inserted into the earth which did...
Crassus continued on and on for nearly 30 minutes, explaining the intricacies of the Deneman's new realm. The longer he spoke, the sleepier and more disinterested the audience became. Anytime a small conversation became too loud in the crowd, Crassus would stop his presentation and scream at the top of his lungs, so the group remained largely silent until the very end, mostly due to the fact that many had fallen asleep halfway through the long-winded explanation.
And so that brings me to the last part of my presentation.
Crassus cleared his throat. Many of the partygoers shook awake upon hearing he was almost finished and paid attention once more. The peasant boy placed a new display board on stage. It read, "The New Realm and You." Crassus walked in a small circle as he spoke.
Where do you fit in? You might also be wondering, how do we reach this new glorious realm? How will the new realm be initiated?
He spoke slyly with a smirk and leaned against the display.
All valid questions. However, I'm afraid I cannot answer all the questions you might have today, but you will all learn in time. Just remember to keep your denim robes on and do not take them off. They are paramount in the initiation of the new realm.
Crassus stopped for a moment and surveyed the crowd, realizing no one was listening.
Attention! He screamed. Have you been enjoying your pleasure? Have you been satisfied with the pure bliss my robes have provided?
The crowd nodded and let out lazy affirmations.
So you will not be taking your robes off then, is that clear?
Crassus now shouted so hard his face turned bright red, and veins visibly popped out of his forehead and neck.
Yes!
The crowd shouted again in unison.
Good.
Crassus sighed, now calm.
Now with all that, I will take a few questions. Are there any questions?
Several audience members raised their hands. Crassus pointed to a young man in the middle of the crowd, who belched loudly before asking.
Yeah, who's Pat?
Crassus shook his head and ignored the man.
Okay, are there any more questions?
Crassus selected another member of the crowd to speak, this time an old woman.
Is Pat a nice man?
She asked happily.
Is Pat a what? No, there is no one named Pat.
My name is Pat,
a woman shouted from the back of the crowd. The audience began muttering amongst themselves. Crassus hushed the group with a loud question.
Were any of you imbeciles paying attention?
He spoke to himself as the crowd continued to produce faint chatter.
Perhaps I've overestimated the intelligence of even the brightest and most successful in our village.
Another man quickly raised his hand and waved it around emphatically. Crassus pointed at him.
Okay, yes, you. One last question.
Sick. Okay, so I was using the bowel bucket chair chamber, and do you put brown in the buckets on the right, or is that for yellow, or is it the buckets on the right that are...
Enough!
Crassus cut him off.
Okay, I see that you all did not listen. That is okay. But here is one thing you must remember.
He noticed he had once again lost the attention of the crowd.
Okay, everyone who listens to what I'm about to say will get an additional free massage and a free meat stick.
The vast majority of the crowd projected their attention back at Crassus. He took this opportunity to speak quickly and let out one final command.
Do not, under any circumstances, take off your denim robes. From now on, sleep in the robes, bathe in the robes, make love in the robes. Do not take them off under any circumstances. Is that clear?
The crowd nodded in unison, many with their mouths agape and drooling at the thought of more meat sticks and massages.
Fantastic! Now, I'm afraid the party's over. Leave at once!
Crassus pointed toward the Great Hall's exit where tall denim guards opened a massive wooden door. The crowd collectively moaned and whined. Several partygoers became visibly upset there would be no additional massage or meat stick. The group's collective disappointment nearly immediately turned to indifference, and slowly but surely all partygoers shuffled out of the room as the denim guards corralled them toward the exit.
Hold on!
Crassus shouted as he hurried off the stage and approached Big Rix, who, along with his squatter compatriots, were exiting with the crowd.
You and your squatters stay put?
he whispered needlessly into Big Rick's ear as the majority of the crowd was now exiting and not paying them any attention.
I've got to release my bowels, but I will return quickly. Please stay put. I will be right back.
He leaned back after this declaration and gave Big Rick's a double wink before darting out of the room toward the bowel bucket chair chamber.
Double wink. Winking with both eyes. A cheeky display of playfulness.
Oh, hell yeah, VIP, dog, that's what's up.
Big Rick stuck his thumb and finger into his mouth and whistled at his fellow squatters who were now exiting the room with the rest of the crowd.
Yo, guys, hold up. We get to stay after hours.
He raised both of his arms and let out several short claps above his head. He then made an awkward motion, pointing behind himself as he slowly stepped back and sat at a table toward the corner of the room where several denim maidens rested.
All right, so the party goes on. Let's get massaged.
Big Rick shouted at the denim maidens who paid him no attention. They got up from their table and darted out of the room. Tan, Gland, and several of the squatter boys all gathered around the table where Big Rick sat. A large plate of meat sticks and cold bread sat on it untouched, and the squatters ravenously tore through the food. All were inebriated on rotten meat and exhausted from the party they had just enjoyed. The group shoved meat and bread into their mouths as they collapsed onto the table. The squatters, along with the rest of Porp, continued to don the denimmen's new pleasure robes and were still experiencing a glow of warm pleasure. However, the initial energizing bliss was now wearing off, and a new feeling of nausea and unease was beginning to take its place for many. It was something Tan had noticed but had not remarked on until now.
Do you guys, feel like the robes are making you sick now? I mean, these robes are awesome, but...
Tan stopped mid-sentence out of fatigue and put her head down to rest on the table as the other squatters did the same. Only Big Rick's remained awake. His eyes scanned the room for remnants of rotten meat left by partygoers. His eyes honed in on a hot spot of discarded mugs sitting on a table across the room. Big Rick's jumped up, ignoring Tan's half-winded remark, and made his way over to them. The mugs on the table still contained a fair amount of rotten meat, to Big Rick's great excitement, and he grabbed each one, sucking them down quickly. The rest of the group continued to fall in and out of sleep as they devoured the food in front of them in between moments of resting with their heads on the table.
Yum!
Sheila shouted from the stage. Her loud, shrill voice had no effect on the squatter's attention, who did not realize she was even still among them. Big Rick's let out a loud belch in response as he continued sucking down discarded and warm rotten meat at a tremendous speed.
Yum, yum, yum! We love our yummy treats, don't we? We're the yummy yummers!
Yummy Yummers. A stage play in Porp performed for children in order to encourage eating. Many children in Fabricia refuse to eat unless they are coerced. The Yummy Yummers dance on stage and promote the guzzling of various common slops in an attempt to make eating look cool.
Sheila yelled out at the squatters as she approached them in her usual odd tone as if she was talking to young children.
And here's our little squatters!
Sheila walked along the back of the table behind the group and patted each member on the head. The squatters continued to ignore her as they dropped their food and put their heads down once more on the table to rest in unison. Sheila genuinely did not know how to engage the young adults, as she had little to no experience interacting with anyone who was not a lowly peasant or Crassus. As she reached Tan's corner of the table, Sheila squatted as low as she could to the side of where Tan sat. She looked up from underneath Tan toward her face, which was sunken into her folded arms. Tan's eyes were closed and she nodded off.
Ah, yes!
She shouted upwards toward Tan, which woke and frightened her.
The khaki girl!
She pushed her face closer to Tan's until there were mere millimeters between them, and then said in a hurried whisper,
I'm sorry to hear about your father.
Tan moved her head back reflexively. Gland took notice and laughed, momentarily raising her head.
Khaki is so freaking lame.
Upon this quick declaration, Gland quickly let gravity drop her head back down. Sheila perked up from her spot underneath Tan's section of the table and hurried over to her.
Ooh, hello, spicy. I like this one.
Sheila massaged Gland's shoulders.
Tell me more about your thoughts on khaki.
She whispered in Gland's ear as she rubbed her hands all over Gland's back and breathed heavily on the back of her neck. Gland barely reacted.
It sucks,
she let out half asleep.
Ooh, yes!
Sheila was extremely turned on by Gland's half-enthusiastic assessment of khaki fabric and began kissing the sleeping Gland's neck and cheek before turning to where Tan sat.
Khaki girl, how does it feel to be the daughter of a crap man, a dirty khaki freak?
Sheila genuinely waited for a response from Tan, but got none. Gland chuckled just enough for Sheila to notice, and Sheila's eyes widened as she affixed her attention back to her. Sheila nuzzled her nose into the side of Gland's neck again.
Oh, you like that, huh?
she whispered. Sheila's odd excitement was interrupted suddenly as Crassus re-entered the room with a loud declaration.
Ah, yes, my favorite squatters. You'll be pleased to know my bowels have been completely erased. Yes, I am empty-piped, and now can address you with a clean and unsullied gut. I see you're all here getting acquainted with my sexually beautiful cousin Sheila.
Empty-piped. Having no waste in one's bowels. Having a completely empty gut. Being empty-piped is a prerequisite for entry into many of Porp's elite shops and clubs.
He reached the table and scanned it with his eyes, looking for Big Rix, who was not seated there. He turned his head and noticed Big Rix across the room, now seated alone at an empty table nodding off with a belly full of warm rotten mead.
Oh, Rix, wake up! I've got a little seminar to provide to you all!
Crassus shouted and clapped. The group awoke and collectively sighed at the thought of sitting through another one of Crassus's long-winded speeches.
Oh, hush! It will be quick. I've got fantastic top-secret VIP news to endow upon you all. Are you ready?
Crassus teased. Big Rick sprung up from his table across the room upon hearing the letters VIP and jogged over. Warm rotten mead sloshed around in his stomach as he reunited with the group.
VIP? What's up, Crass? Yes, sit, Big Rix, and listen. I've kept you all here separate from the group because you are indeed our VIP guests.
Crassus sat and spoke somewhat quietly as the group huddled around him and leaned in.
You will all be much more than members of the elite ruling class in our realm. Yes, much more. You will be our network of eyes and ears. You will also have the glorious privilege of overseeing the rest of the elites, so to speak, observing their day-to-day in our new realm and making sure everything is running smoothly. Of course, with this responsibility will come great rewards. If you perform your tasks in a satisfactory manner, you will receive access to permanent pleasure.
Crassus stopped speaking and leaned back in his chair to allow his statement to sit with the group for a moment. Young Bilt spoke up.
Permanent pleasure, huh?
He asked in a fatigued, almost disinterested tone. At this point, all the other squatters were fast asleep again except Big Rix, who was now gnawing on a meat stick, and Bilt, who was in the process of dozing off once more.
Yes, permanent pleasure. I trust you've noticed by now that the robe's pleasure blast does not last forever. It begins to wear off. You will receive new robes which do not wear off ever. That is, if you perform your tasks in the new realm correctly.
Crassus noticed no one was paying attention except Big Rix, who only partly looked at him through his peripheral vision as he devoured another meat stick. At this moment, it had dawned on Crassus it probably didn't matter, all these details and nuanced agreements. He realized his job was done and stood up before letting out one final declaration to Big Rix.
Listen closely now. Pleasure good. Want more? Do what I tell you to do.
Crassus hoped this articulation in the most condensed, simplified manner would be what finally got through to Big Rix and, by proxy, his squatter friends. Big Rix looked up and nodded before immersing himself back into a meat stick. This was all Crassus needed to be reassured. Sheila was affixed to the scene. She had thoroughly enjoyed this odd back and forth. It was a rare glimpse for her into how Crassus dealt with undesirables, as she considered the squatters to be. She was filled with respect for her cousin. Sheila snapped out of a trance and clapped.
Bravo, bravo! You do have a way with words.
Crassus rolled his eyes to thwart the compliment.
Come now, cousin. Our duties for the evening are almost finished, he remarked.
Sheila sprang up and followed Crassus out of the room as the squatters remained hunched over the stone table.
Come, let us leave our squatter friends here to rest. The hour draws near. We must visit the oracle.
Miles away in uncharted lands toward the southern end of Fabricia, Barry still lay near to where he had made camp after the explosion, shaking and nearly frozen to death. He had fashioned a small lean-to against a shallow cavern, which had acted as a refuge for the past several nights and was just barely able to muster up enough dry kindling to start a small fire. Having no survival skills, Barry had impressed himself with this little makeshift campsite, but he did not have the luxury to be proud as he lay drained of energy. His body used the only remaining fuel it had to shiver violently as each short breath he exhaled turned to mist in the cold night air. Barry dozed off to withstand another starving cold night, and a feeling of total defeat came over him. It was the shame of the situation that debilitated him the most. He was not injured enough to be totally stranded. In fact, if he pulled himself together, he could probably make his way into Porp, but then he'd have to face the world. It was all too much for the young boy, and as he drifted off to sleep, he decided then and there this would be his deathbed, and that he would resign himself to the cold indifference of nature. Right as he drifted off, a loud blast and then a hum rang out in the distance. It shook him awake, and he scanned the dark woods trying to decipher what direction the noise came from. It sounded like nothing he had ever heard before, somewhat similar to the low-frequency, dull hum of a large vat of slop in the factory as it heated, but with more power and further away. Suddenly, a deep male voice chanted along with the hum. "Yum! Yum! Yum!" The voice rang out in a slow cadence. After some listening, he was able to locate the direction the sound came from. He glanced that way and noticed the emergence of a dull golden glow to the northwest over the top of the trees. Barry wondered if perhaps he had already died and was entering into Prim's prison, or maybe he was hallucinating.
Prim's prison, a fabled realm ruled by Lord Prim, where individuals travel after death.
Either way, he was inexplicably drawn to the golden light and the strange hum. It was eerily enticing, and Barry made the decision to leave his camp to seek it out. He walked slowly, and then crawled for hours as he got nearer and nearer to the strange humming. He followed an unkempt forest trail that meandered next to a small creek, which brought him higher and higher in elevation as the ground became more rocky and almost too steep to climb. As he got closer to the noise, Barry realized it was originating from near to the peak of a large mountain. He could make out the mountain's outline in the dark now as he wandered out of the dense forest into a small clearing. Barry gazed up, now able to see the full clear night sky, and sat down to take a break under a large rocky outcrop that lined the side of the trail. As he sat to catch his breath, Barry heard another noise on top of the hum and chanting, this time a familiar one, the sound of several horses' hooves galloping up toward him. Afraid of being seen, Barry climbed on top of the outcrop and hid behind some bushes growing from it, lying prone and peeking out to get a glimpse of who or what was riding up this seemingly deserted and wild mountain pass. Suddenly, 2 horses appeared from around the corner. Barry's eyes widened, and a wave of anxiety fell over him as he made out the riders' faces. They were Sheila and Crassus Denneman. Their horses galloped at a tremendous speed as they rounded the corner underneath the outcrop, each holding a lantern with one hand, illuminating their faces as they rode. Barry couldn't help but feel as though he had been spotted as he looked Sheila straight in the eyes. She glanced directly at him, but must have been too distracted to notice as she navigated the winding mountain trail. Barry remained as still as he could until the Dennemans were far enough down the path, and he felt it safe to get up again. He stood and dusted himself off and looked up toward the mountain, now with an even better view of where the golden light originated. From this vantage point, the Dennemans' lanterns appeared like 2 small lightning bugs in the distance, slowly darting up the mountain trail toward the summit where a group of structures stood. The golden light pulsated from behind the structures. This sight enticed Barry to investigate further. He was surprised by his own courage as he climbed back onto the trail and made his way even more determined toward the summit. A feeling of resolve had entered the boy, which was not present in him earlier, and he felt as though there was some sort of supernatural presence at the summit pulling him toward it. The thought of the Dennemans being there at the top of the mountain was no deterrent. Perhaps it was because Barry felt he had nothing to lose anymore. He had resigned to dying in the woods, so even death was no longer a concern to him as he approached the summit. However strong his newfound courage, Barry still took extra caution as he climbed off the trail, making his way into a forested area that lay above where the small building structures sat to get a bird's-eye view of the summit area. He reached another large rock sitting on a cliff a few dozen feet above this odd little camp. When he reached the top, he was finally able to see what was causing the loud hum in the golden light. It was a peculiar-looking crystal about the size of a horse carriage, stuck out from the earth and glowing with a bright golden hue. The light pulsated in a random, sporadic fashion, and the ground all around the area vibrated slightly from the loud, low-pitched noise the crystal produced. Barry looked to his right and noticed the Dennemans' horses tied up outside of the buildings. The sound of the deep male voice chanting was no longer present. However, Barry could now faintly make out a conversation being had inside the building. It sounded like the Dennemans were conversing with a man possessing a deep, powerful voice. Barry was not close enough to make out what they were saying and could only catch faint and muddled bits and pieces of their back and forth. He carefully traversed his way down the small cliff and crawled directly to a spot underneath an open window in the building where the conversation was taking place. Barry reached up and grasped the windowsill, then pulled his body about 2 feet off the ground to get a quick glimpse of the scene inside. Crassus and Sheila stood as an old man sat at a dusty, worn desk. The man had a long white and gray beard and was quite small in stature. He wore extremely thick, round eyeglasses, which made his eyes appear huge and bulging. Wispy white hair outlined his shiny bald scalp in a ring around his head, and across his face were dozens of small yet visible scars. Several scrolls lay open in front of him, and he thumbed through them. Sheila and Crassus stood patiently in front of the man and remained silent as he took his time talking to himself quietly and examining the scrolls. The room was covered in floor-to-ceiling bookshelves, and hundreds of old, weathered-looking books filled them. Barry lost the strength required to hold his body up to the window and slowly dropped to the ground. He sat with his back against the wall directly underneath the window and closed his eyes, listening intently, trying to make out what was being said inside.
My patience has run thin. Now tell us, what do you foresee for us in the new realm? Do the scrolls foretell of our coming great power?
Crassus shouted impatiently at the old man, who put down his scroll and pointed his head toward the ceiling, then quickly inhaled sporadically through his nostrils.
I do smell something,
he remarked, then looked back down at the Denimans. Crassus approached the desk and spoke softly.
Yes, I am odorous. My flatulence and the thick musk that emanates from the crevices of my body is not of importance now. Hold your nose if it is too much. Get on with it. What do the scrolls foretell?
The oracle closed his eyes and stuck both of his arms out to the side, then waved them as if to mimic a bird's wings in flight.
No, it is not the foul odor of your gaseous releases, although I can smell that as well. No, I smell something powerful. The chosen is among us.
With this remark, the golden crystal outside hummed louder, and the ground shook slightly. Sheila let out a celebratory yelp.
Ooh, we are the chosen! Who is the chosen?
Sheila stepped forward toward the desk next to Crassus and put her hand on his shoulder as the two leaned in, eager to hear the oracle's next words. The oracle kept his eyes closed and thought for a moment, still flapping his arms about.
Yes, it is confirmed. The chosen is here with us now.
He spoke quickly. Upon hearing this, both Denimans relaxed their tense bodies, rolled their eyes with pleasure, and fell backwards. They were both so satisfied with what the oracle had just revealed that they fell to the floor and giggled, rolling around in celebration.
Do you hear the crystal? The time draws nearer. The clock ticks faster. The hour is approaching,
the old man said as he stood up from his desk and shuffled away.
You must go now,
he remarked at the two while extinguishing large lanterns in each corner of the room. Sheila and Crassus had no problem obeying the oracle, as he had told them exactly what they wanted to hear. Crassus approached the old man to give him a small sack of coins.
Take these, old man. I know you serve Lord Prim at no fee, but you deserve a small pittance for our family, for old time's sake.
Crassus bowed slightly. The oracle took the sack of coins and nodded, then pointed to the door as he extinguished the last remaining lantern. Sheila and Crassus skipped out and returned to their horses. Barry peered around the corner of the small building as he heard the Denimans exit and watched intently as they mounted their horses, then darted off into the night. He hadn't been able to make out their entire conversation and was confused about what he could hear. He was struck with a sense of severe exhaustion, having just hiked several miles up the large mountain he now found himself on. He leaned back into his hiding place against the building and slowly drifted off to sleep. As he sunk deep into slumber, Barry dreamed of warm slop, sitting by the fire and gnawing on spiced meats. In his dream, he found himself in pure bliss, wrapped in a warm blanket, enjoying the sounds of a harp player in his presence.
Harp, an upright stringed instrument.
Barry's great dream quickly turned into a nightmare as a cold hand grabbed his shoulder. He turned around to see Jim, whose face was a pale golden tan color. Jim opened his mouth and let out an icy scream as Barry shot awake back to reality. Upon awakening, Barry was relieved but immediately confused by a new circumstance. He was now lying inside a dimly lit room and no longer propped up against the building where he had drifted off to sleep. He wondered if he was still dreaming as his eyes darted around the room, trying to make sense of where he was. He looked toward the one small window set high up on the wall to his right. The now familiar glow of the golden light, which he had followed, flashed brightly through it in a pulsating, rhythmic fashion. The room was dimly lit by a combination of this golden light and about a dozen flickering candles on a small table by his bedside. His fixation on the window was broken as the rickety, uneven wooden plank door slammed open to reveal the small, bearded man Barry had seen talking to the Denimans earlier. Barry rose in bed and assumed a defensive posture with his back up against the bed's dusty headboard. This rattled a small shelf hung above it, causing a lit candle to drop and spill its wax onto the floor.
Who are you? Where am I? I'm sorry, I was just...
Barry attempted to explain himself as the strange old man sauntered over to the candle, picked it up, and placed it back on the shelf. There was silence as the old man seemed to pay no attention to Barry and got on his hands and knees. He quickly leaned down and cleaned the spilled candle wax off the floor with his mouth. Barry, still sitting upright in bed, looked confusedly down as the old man pushed his face into the floor and licked up the hot white wax. He stopped sucking off the floor for a moment and darted his head up to look at Barry.
Have you ever sucked hot beeswax? It soothes the throat. Down the hatch!
Beeswax. Wax produced by a beep, a small winged creature thought to be extinct in Fabricia.
With this declaration, the old man immediately shoved his face back into the floorboards. He made violent spitting and sucking sounds, inhaling the hot wax off the dirty wooden floor.
I'm sorry I was trespassing on your property, sir. I will leave now. I got lost.
Barry got up off the bed and walked toward the door. The old man jumped up and stopped him. Sensing his anxiety, the old man attempted to quell Barry's unease.
No, you are not lost. I've been expecting you, young one. I am the Oracle. You have found your way to a safe haven. Please, sit.
He gestured toward a table and 2 chairs. The man possessed a calming aura and demeanor that immediately eased Barry's anxiety. Barry did as he was instructed and sat at the small table which lay next to a lit hearth. The Oracle hung an empty black pot over the hearth and retrieved several unlit fresh beeswax candles from a rickety cabinet near the bed, then walked over and tossed them in the pot. He gazed at the pot and watched as the candles sweated and melted over the fire.
Yes, quite,
he muttered as he lost himself in thought, staring at the candles. The old man snapped to and sat down across the table from Barry with his eyes closed.
You have been chosen.
The Oracle let out with a sigh, as if it was a relief to finally make this exclamation.
I've been wondering when you'd arrive. For decades I have toiled and thought. My predecessors are surely looking down from Prim's palace at this very moment. Such a joyous moment.
Prim's palace, fabled home of Lord Prim in the upper realm. Prim's palace is said to contain 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms.
The old man set his hands out on the table with his palms open.
Give me your hands,
he said with his eyes still closed, now pointing his head upwards. Barry cautiously set his hands into the Oracle's palms. A huge grin stretched across the old man's face, and he laughed uncontrollably.
Yes, it is he! It is he! I knew he was here! I knew he'd come!
The Oracle continued laughing as Barry became impatient with his odd behavior.
Okay, I think I'd better be leaving now, sir.
As soon as Barry stood, a loud clap of thunder rang out through the room, and a circular wisp of steam formed toward the ceiling. Barry immediately sat back down in fear, mesmerized by the rotating cloud of mist above them. Small bolts of lightning struck out from the cloud, and the old man seemed unfazed. He continued to laugh and smile as his large white beard and wispy hair flung about in the strong winds now whipping through the room. Barry was in awe. With a strike of lightning and another clap of thunder, the cloud opened to reveal the shadowy figures of about a dozen old, white-bearded men standing in a circle and gazing down upon the two. The men clapped and cheered as the winds and lightning increased.
What's going on?
Barry screamed toward the old man, who now grasped his hand so tight his circulation was cut off.
Hello?
Barry's shouts elicited no response from either the strange shadowy figures above or the old man in front of him. The Oracle shouted toward the shadow figures in a bizarre questioning yet declarative tone.
It is the one! It is the chosen one!
Yep, one voice responded from the group. The figures now danced in a lively fashion and hugged each other. One got on his hands and knees and twerked his ass.
Twerk stands for tight weaving energetically of the rear kind. To shake one's rear or ass, usually in celebratory fashion.
Another sat on top of him and rode him around in a circle like a horse as the others spanked both their butts.
Yes, it has been confirmed.
The Oracle spoke quickly and let go of Barry's hands. In the same instant, the misty cloud portal dissipated and the wind calmed.
So, yes, it has been confirmed. You are the chosen one.
The Oracle remarked quickly as he got up from his seat and tended to the now half-melted candles in the pot. He retrieved a small metal stick from the side of the hearth and stirred them around.
Please, sir, what is going on? Who are you? I'm the chosen one. What?
Barry was now fatigued once more, nearly indifferent to the insanity he had just witnessed. The Oracle sat with his eyes flexed open as wide as he could make them. He looked straight at Barry.
You are the chosen one. It is quite simple, really. For years I have toiled deep in thought on this mountain summit and locked mine with Lord Prim. Yes, my predecessor and I, his predecessor before him, we have all toiled endlessly and devoted ourselves to this very moment.
In Lockmind, to be in complete communion with Lord Prim. Individuals in Lockmind commune with Prim after ingesting various forbidden waxes and goops, and can then go several days without eating, drinking, or sleeping.
The oracle leaned back and smiled widely as he closed his eyes and wandered off in thought.
I don't understand. What is the chosen one? What does that mean? I'm just a peasant, sir. I think you've got the wrong...
No! Did you see what just happened? The cloud thing? No, you are indeed the chosen one. There's no doubt about that.
The old man stared, chuckling.
Yes, you are surely the chosen one.
He stood up and walked over to a large ancient-looking book and pulled it open, then dabbed an ink quill pen in a jar of golden-colored ink and frantically scribbled something down.
When you say I am the chosen one, what does that mean exactly? You keep saying that.
The oracle finished scribbling in his book and shut it with a loud thud.
Ah, my last entry,
he said before reaching over to a small locked chest underneath the table he wrote on.
And I almost forgot.
He pulled a key from his pocket, then unlocked the chest to retrieve a small tattered book inside.
This is for you! Oh, glory be to Prim! The manuscript has finally found its way into proper hands!
The oracle tossed the book at Barry, who barely caught it. The old man shook with happiness and clapped as he approached Barry again.
What does it all mean, you say? It means the time is near, and evil is going to make its last attempt. You are the golden boy. Give this book to Jimston, first of his name. He now lays where the golden clog is made. I trust you know who that is and where to go?
The oracle questioned. Barry's eyes lit up.
Mr. Jim, he's alive. Golden clog, like Miss Jill's.
Barry excitedly got out of his chair and flipped through the pages of the book, which he noticed had nothing written on them.
Yes,
the oracle responded before springing into action.
Come, no time to wait. The handholds are ready for you now.
The oracle put on a large warm orb's fur coat over his tattered white robes and opened the door to the darkness outside.
Warm orb. Long extinct sedentary organism found in colder, higher altitude regions of Fabricia. Warm orbs are large, round, boulder-like organisms covered in a thick coat of grey or white fur. Warm orbs were skinned and harvested out of existence to produce beautiful fur garments over the centuries, most of which have been lost over time.
Handholds? What?
Barry was more confused the more he heard.
Come, boy, let me perform my final task.
The oracle grabbed Barry and ushered him outside. The large golden crystal now hummed at an earth-shattering frequency outside in the middle of the oracle's camp and screamed with a high-pitched, ear-piercing squeal as the two drew nearer to it. The oracle stepped ahead of Barry and peered into one of two small holes carved into the crystal's surface. He smiled, looked back, and double-winked at Barry.
The holes are ready!
He shouted as he ran over and stood behind Barry, then shuffled him toward the crystal. The old man now had to shout over the high-pitched squeal it produced.
Okay, boy, put one hand each in the holes and push your arms through.
Now that Barry and the oracle stood directly in front of it, the crystal produced clouds of mist and smoke bellowing out of the holes and into their faces.
Go, boy, now!
The oracle screamed. Barry reluctantly and cautiously placed his hands in the holes. His arms were immediately sucked in and became stuck as he frantically moved around in an attempt to release himself. The oracle jumped back and clapped his hands in celebration. The crystalline ground around it shook more violently. Barry shouted,
What did you do to me? What's going on?
He remained stuck in the crystal as it shook increasingly harder and rotated slowly in a circle, breaking the ground around it. Suddenly, the oracle ran up the side of the mountain next to where the crystal lay toward a steep rock face that dropped off thousands of feet to a valley below. He stripped off his robes as he ran to become fully naked.
My work is done! I am free!
He shouted as he approached the edge of the rock face. The oracle flung himself off the side of the cliff with no hesitation. Barry heard his joyous laughter echo against the 90-degree rock face as the old man fell until it was interrupted by a loud thud and cracking of bones as his body slammed against the ground, instantly killing him. The crystal continued to shake violently as Barry kept at his attempts to free himself. A cold, tingling feeling spread from his hands up his arms and into his chest. The tingling feeling eventually covered his entire body, and he noticed his skin start to vibrate as he felt the cold feeling engulf his head and face. Bright golden hairs forced themselves from Barry's facial pores, and a thick golden beard adorned his face within seconds. The crystal now shook so hard it disintegrated, and Barry fell backwards as his arm shook free from the now cracked and widened holes on the crystal's surface. Before he could take more than a few steps back, the crystal's holes exploded with a violent cracking sound and flung Barry dozens of feet, slamming him into the side of the building he had awoken in earlier. Barry hit the building so hard it knocked the wind out of him, and he gasped for air with his back against the wall. The crystal was still now, and as the dust settled, one large hole was visible in it where the two smaller holes once were. After a moment, Barry stood up and went to inspect the now fractured golden rock and got up close to examine the huge hole in it. At first, he believed he was falling victim to some sort of optical illusion as he moved around in front of it. He looked through the hole and noticed that what he saw was not the actual area behind the crystal, but some other place altogether. He stuck his newly bearded face through the hole. It appeared to be some sort of portal to another place entirely. Trees, rocks, and mountains looked somewhat similar through the hole, but all with a bluish hue. It was still very dark outside, and Barry was so extremely fatigued by this entire ordeal he decided not to investigate further for now, and instead made his way out of the camp to get as far away from this bizarre place as possible. He led off back down the mountain after grabbing the Oracle's book and stuffing it in his khaki pants pocket. Chapter 9. New Digs. Jill awoke to the sounds of hard clogs stomping upstairs. She lay in her small bedchamber adjacent to the workshop behind her store's showroom and rose to begin the day, dressing herself as the clicks and clunks of clogs thudded above. Suddenly, a loud yet muffled, gut-wrenching scream rang out from an ambiguous direction. Jill was reminded of the night before when she had awoken several times to sounds of similar pain shouts. Confused and annoyed, she grabbed a long broomstick from underneath her bed and violently knocked at the ceiling above.
Cut it out! Cut out all that noise! It's much too early to be making all that racket!
She shouted before Billiam's muffled voice returned.
Sorry!
Jill tidied her bed, then made her way upstairs to where she had fashioned a small living space for Jim, Billiam, and Tonius. When she reached the top of the stairs, she noticed only Billiam was awake, donning his golden clogs and doing strange dance moves in the corner. Jim and Tonius remained asleep in two small cots toward the other side of the room.
Morning, milady,
Billiam let out as he continued his strange jig.
These clogs are great for jigging.
He jigged toward where Jill stood by the staircase and let out a curtsy before bowing in front of her.
Yes, indeed. I'm glad you're enjoying my clogs. They are great all around.
Jill was enthused to see someone enjoying her life's creation, a rare occasion for her.
Would you like some breakfast, my dear?
She asked. Billiam walked back over to his cot and sat down. Tonius shot up in bed.
Breakfast? Yeah, I'm hungry as shit.
The small man hopped off his cot and hobbled over to Jim, then shook him awake. The muffled sound of a distant pain scream rang out again, seeming to originate outside.
Hey, there it is again. What the hell was that? Did you guys hear that through the night?
Jim asked as he wiped the sleep from his eyes.
Yes,
answered Jill.
I thought the screaming was coming from up here. I didn't want to be rude. Some like to scream in the night. I thought perhaps it had been one of you all.
Nope, not us,
responded Tonius.
Wow, that's odd. You know, the first thing that comes to mind is that Screamer's Feast came early this year, Jim exclaimed.
Screamer's Feast. A holiday in Fabricia preceding Prim's feast day in which individuals feast for 12 hours, then scream for 6. They repeat this process 3 times, then sleep for 24 hours.
The group laughed.
But that's impossible. We're nowhere close to Prim's feast day, and Screamers certainly wouldn't be yelping throughout the night. Very curious indeed. Perhaps someone is just in a great deal of pain.
Jim stood with his golden boot contraptions on, but otherwise completely nude.
Oops!
His face went red as he realized he was exposing himself to the group. He quickly grabbed his denim robe and pulled it over his head.
Sorry, I have a habit of exposing myself, Jim said sheepishly.
Yeah, we're used to it,
Tonius replied on behalf of the group.
Very well, breakfast time,
Jill said as she started down the stairs, then stopped.
Oh my, silly me, I don't believe I've got the ingredients I need. I must visit the market for some more food. I've got 3 hungry men to feed now.
She turned back around and re-entered the room.
Now I'm going to need a helper. Which one of you is up to the task?
Jill surveyed the men's faces for a volunteer.
Trip to the market? Yeah, I'll go.
Tonius let out before the other men could volunteer.
I need to get the crap out of this room and get some fresh air. Best if nobody sees Jim. He's still wanted. Billiam, you stay here and guard him.
Tonius happily skipped down the stairs.
Come on, lady, let's go to the market,
he shouted as he reached the showroom.
Okay, great. We'll be back in a jiff with some yummy stuff, boys.
Jill smiled. Tonius and Jill led off into the green-misted alleyway and toward the larger thoroughfare of Clothmaster's Row. As they reached the corner and the green mist cleared, they noticed there were little to no paupers to be found. A few villagers darted about here and there, but there was a clear lack of activity in the village, especially for an early weekday morning.
Is it a holiday or some shit? Where's all the people?
Tonius asked. The two walked faster down the sidewalk south toward Sleezer's Market.
Sleezer's Market. Large central market in Porp. Food and large blank rolls of denim and khaki fabric are sold here, along with many other household items. Named for Lord Sleezer, a salesman in Porp who was tried and executed for shortchanging a wealthy businessman on a fabric deal. Sleezer delivered the businessman 10 rolls of fabric when the deal stated that he would receive 100. Sleezer was later exonerated posthumously for his crimes when it was discovered that the man in charge of transporting the rolls of fabric in the deal had eaten 90 of the rolls, accounting for the difference.
No, I don't know,
Jill returned. Eventually, they rounded the corner of a long, curved section of Clothmaster's Row and noticed a man walking toward them. Tonius took this opportunity to get answers. Much shorter in stature to the man, he stepped in front of the villager, then tugged on his denim robe.
Yo, is it a holiday or something? Where is everybody?
He said, gazing up at the man. The denim-clad villager looked down to reveal his face hidden by the large, baggy denim hood of his robe. It was vacant and pale, and his mouth gaped open. Drool dribbled out. A long string of spit slowly stretched toward Tonius's face and nearly landed on him before he deftly dodged it.
Hey, watch out! Yuck!
Tonius yelped, jumping into Jill's arms. The two fell over off the curb and into the dusty street. The man stood stationary and moaned and groaned.
What's wrong with him? Does he need our help? Poor lad, he's sick,
Jill let out. Tonius stood up and helped her off the ground.
No idea, he's fucked, I don't know,
he said as he kept his eyes affixed to the man and backed away from him slowly, guiding Jill as he moved. The man suddenly and violently dropped to his knees, then let out an even louder moan.
Oh my!
Jill lunged toward the moaning man, wanting to help him in some way. Tonius pulled her back.
Wait, leave him be! He's gonna puke and spit all over you!
The two stood and watched as the man's body shook and his moaning became even louder still, until suddenly, and with a loud gut-wrenching scream, he popped. The man's entire body, along with his denim robes, burst into a thin cloud of blue mist, which quickly dissipated right before their eyes. The two couldn't believe what they had just witnessed. Jill ran over to where the man stopped on the sidewalk and hysterically moved about in circles.
What in Prim's name? What happened?
She screamed. She eventually calmed as Tonius stood staring contemplatively where the villager once stood.
The scream! It's like the ones we heard overnight and this morning! What the fuck, man?
He put his hand on Jill's shoulder, then shuffled forward to guide her, continuing their journey to the market. They walked in silence, both processing what they had just witnessed as faint screams in the distance rang out once every 30 seconds or so. They reached Sleezer's Market eventually and found it to be eerily dead silent.
Not a soul in sight!
Tonius exclaimed before hopping up onto one of the long vendors' tables in front of a wide awning.
Everybody disappearing like that guy. Got something to do with the robes, maybe?
He looked down at the golden clogs on his feet and began rubbing his robe. He remembered the great pleasure he felt from the denim before adorning Jill's footwear and, for a moment, considered taking them off before Jill's voice snapped him back to reality.
Brown eggs!
Jill shouted from across the market area as she dug through a large crate.
I found brown eggs, my dear!
Brown eggs. Eggs produced by the brown bird, small, brown, and full of nutrients.
Tonius jumped down from the table and rushed over to Jill, where she collected eggs in a small brown sack she found on the ground.
Looks as though there's all that's left, I'm afraid.
Jill stopped for a moment. Tears welled up in her eyes and her lips quivered.
I hope everyone's going to be all right. The robes, they were some sort of poison trick.
She shook off her somber attitude and continued picking out satisfactory eggs from the large crate full of hay. Tonius, feeling the need to console the old woman, attempted as best he could to offer reassurance.
Look, we'll figure this all out. That's enough eggs, all right? Shoot, this lasted for days. Now let's get back to Jim and Billiam and scramble these suckers up. No sense in being out here in the open. We need to figure out what the hell's going on. Put our heads together. It'll be okay.
Tonius helped Jill up and took the sack full of brown eggs from her. They exited the market and started the journey back towards Clogger's Alley, walking quickly, partly due to the stripping hour sun, which now peeked through the clouds and beat down on them, but also motivated by the general unease at being out in the open in the abnormally dead village. The once bustling Clothmaster's Row, now eerily empty, offered an off-putting and bizarre setting in which the two felt a guttural need to escape. At this point, there was no one to be found whatsoever on the streets, and the distant faint screams had stopped entirely. A dead silence hung over the entire village as Tonius and Jill rounded the curved section of Clothmaster's Row and hurried back into the entrance to Clogger's Alley. The green mist which regularly emanated from the bow bucket chair chambers at the back of the alley was now almost non-existent, and the area was lit up by bright stripping hour daylight that was usually not able to pierce through the foul fog. Tonius and Jill rushed back into the shop and found Billiam and Jim in the showroom.
Our breakfast masters are back, Jim shouted with a smile.
Yeah, it's crazy out there.
Tonius placed the large sack of brown eggs on the table near the window. He was not looking forward to explaining the bizarre scene they had just witnessed.
I'll start cooking the eggs, my dear. Looks like it'll be eggs only for us today, and probably for a while.
Jill mustered up as much enthusiasm as she could, attempting to forget what she had seen earlier. She grabbed the sack full of brown eggs off the table and took it to the back room to cook over a small hearth.
So how's the trip? Come up against any suspicion? Was anyone talking about me? I noticed the screams stopped. Did you figure out what the heck was going on out there?
Jim walked over to where Tonius sat at the table by the shop's front window.
It sounds crazy, but, well, there's nobody out there.
Tonius shook his head.
It's like a ghost town. Pretty freaky. I don't see any danger in you going out there to check it out. There's nobody to see you.
He rubbed the top of his head and brushed his hand against the short stubble that had regrown since he had shaved his hair off, then looked over at Jim and Billiam's heads, which had also regrown some stubble.
It don't even matter that our shit's growing back, probably. There ain't anybody even out there that recognizes us.
Wow, how could that be? It's a weekday. Hey, what about those screams? They stopped. What was that all about? Jim questioned.
Oh, the screams, yeah. Okay, that shit is really weird. We saw a guy on our way to the market. He was all sick-looking, spitting up and crap. He fell to his knees and let out one of them loud screams, and then poof!
Tonius looked at Jim and paused.
Poof? What?
Jim's mood dropped.
Yeah, poof! They just sort of disappear, turn into a cloud of mist. They get dusted. I don't know.
Tonius looked down at his denim robe.
It's these fucking robes. It all has something to do with these damn robes. They pleasure you without the clogs and all, but they fucking kill you and blow your ass up, too!
Tonius' short fuse had been lit, and he became animated and angry. He got up from his seat, then ripped his robe off and threw it on the floor, now standing nude with only his clogs on.
Now, calm down. Rager bakers break the cake.
Rager bakers break the cake. A saying shouted at individuals to calm them down. Reference to an old fable about a baker who became so enraged that he smashed the special cake he was tasked to make for a nobleman's wife. As the story goes, everyone in the village then took turns torturing the baker for 10 years as punishment. The story is meant to illustrate that rage, when unchecked, can lead to failure and pain.
Jim attempted to corral the tiny man, but realized it better to let him be as Tonius stormed upstairs to have a temper tantrum.
That's odd, Jim thought out loud. Disappeared.
Jim let Tonius's words linger in his head for a moment, then walked over to where his discarded robe lay on the floor and picked it up. He examined the fibers closely.
Such an incredible piece of work these robes are, he muttered, placing the robe's fabric about an inch from his eyes. He scanned the intricate stitching. Just then, Jill barged into the room, rolling a cart with 4 plates full of yellowish-brown scrambled brown eggs. Order up!
She shouted as she rolled the cart past Jim and next to the table by the shop's front window. This caught Billiam's attention, who was ravenously hungry after working up an appetite all morning doing jigs in his clogs.
Yum! Thank you, my lady. I love brown eggs.
Billiam dug into a plateful of scrambled brown eggs as Jim continued examining the cloth. Jill noticed Jim's indifference to her newly cooked feast.
Dear, I know you are hungry. Come eat some of this brown lover's yum-yum.
Brown Lover's Yum Yum, colloquial name for scrambled brown eggs, a dated term now mostly used by elderly individuals.
Her prodding fell on deaf ears as Jim remained entranced by the intricacies of the robe's stitching.
These robes are incredible. I hadn't examined them inside out yet.
Jim turned the robe inside out, and his eyes widened.
It's like some sort of power source runs through them, but it's like nothing I've ever seen or even thought of before.
He stopped for a moment and gazed at a particular section of the robe's armpit, then squinted, attempting to ascertain the smallest level of detail he could. He noticed individual lines of fabric going in and out of existence, disappearing and then reappearing before him.
Now what the?
Jim muttered under his breath as he remained focused on the fabric.
If you're not going to eat, it's going to get cold.
Jill let out one final attempt at gathering Jim's attention, then walked over to the shop's tall counter. She grabbed a small broom from behind it, then started sweeping the shop room floor.
Small broom. A small broom, formerly outlawed in Porp, now legal once more with a license.
Billiam sat, having finished his brown eggs but still hungry. He picked at the other 3 full plates of brown eggs bit by bit, secretively, until he noticed no one else was interested in the food, then devoured the other plates in several seconds flat.
Say, Jill!
Jim gestured to Jill, now sweeping away bits of brown egg off the floor next to Billiam.
Tony said you saw a villager disappear. What was that all about?
She put down her small broom and walked over to him.
Yes, he was quite sick. It was an odd sight. The young man was in a great deal of pain, and he let out a shout as he just...
Jill paused.
He just what? He just disappeared.
Jill shook off the recent memory as if it pained her to recall, and she buried her emotion. She grabbed the small broom and walked back over to sweep around Billiam once more.
The big boy was hungry, huh?
She said as she patted Billiam on the back.
Yes, milady, thank you. You'd be hard-pressed to find me happier than when my belly is full of brown egg.
Billiam let out with a chuckle. The two laughed.
It was the robe! It had to have been!
Jim turned his head toward the ceiling.
Tonius, get down here!
The faint pitter-patter of Tonius's clogs clicked from the center of the ceiling to the stairwell before Tonius's nude body appeared on the stairs.
Hey, I'm sorry, I got a little upset,
Tonius said, then trained his eyes to the 4 empty plates next to Billiam.
Billiam, what the fuck? You ate all the damn brown? You fucking feast hog, I was hungry, bitch!
Tonius's face turned red with rage.
Feast hog. An individual who, during a communal meal, eats much more than their reasonably unwritten allotted share based on the size of the group and the amount of food present.
Okay, I said I wasn't gonna get mad again. It's cool.
He walked over to Jim and stood in front of him naked.
Hey, Mr. Jim, can I get my robe back?
Jim snapped out of another deep study of the robe and tossed it to Tonius.
Yes, of course.
Jim continued studying the robe's stitching as Tonius pulled it over his head, invading his personal space.
Tonius, that man you saw, he wore a denim robe, correct?
Jim asked.
Yeah, everybody was, I guess.
Tonius stood awkwardly still, allowing Jim to walk around him in a slow circle, examining his denim robe closely.
It's incredible. The robe itself is able to come in and out of existence. The technology here is years ahead of anything I've made. Though, when it's worn with the golden clogs, it has no effect on the body. I wish I had more information. What an incredible invention.
Jim stepped back and looked Tonius up and down.
Yeah, incredible is right. Incredibly fucked up. The Denimans made these to kill everybody. Fucking psychopaths. Why the fuck are we even wearing these things now?
Tonius ripped his robe off again, but Jill stopped him from behind.
There, dear. We've seen enough of your penis and testicles for one morning,
she said with a smirk. The group laughed.
The fact is, there's simply nothing else to wear. We'll have to make do. Besides, if you keep the clogs on, you'll be fine.
Jim reassured Tonius, but also comforted himself. With each passing moment, stuck in Jill's shop and being constantly introduced to strange revelations about the new world they found themselves in, Jim grew more and more exhausted.
Let's regroup later, gang. I'm beat. One day at a time here.
Jim walked toward the staircase and made his way up the rickety steps into his small cot. As he lay staring at the ceiling, a sense of tremendous dread came over him. What was he to do? Porp was empty. The factory was destroyed.
10!
Jim shouted and sat up. He broke out in a cold sweat as he realized Tan was among the village folk and the squatters adorned in denim with no golden clogs to wear. Was she okay? Where was she? Had she disappeared like the villager Jill and Tonia saw earlier? Jim started to get out of bed but stopped himself. There was simply nowhere to go, and he was too tired and weak from his injuries to go up and down the stairs quickly, let alone search the vacant city for signs of his daughter. He laid back down and sobbed as he drifted to sleep. Sheila and Crassus lay perfectly still atop a massive stone tower which peered over a sprawling valley between two mountain ridges, enclosed by steep 90-degree rock faces. They both sported denim sleeping masks and were deep asleep. The long folded-out wooden chairs with denim cushions they reclined on creaked as the tower swayed slightly back and forth several inches due to its immense height. Sheila's left arm twitched violently as a blue cord injected into her veins broke loose. The cord led to a massive blue glowing brain behind her.
Ow! Ouch! Ah!
She woke up as the blue cord shot out of her arm. It darted around like an animated snake, powered by the force of green viscous goo spraying aimlessly about. She walked over to where Crassus lay and sheepishly tapped him on the shoulder to rouse him, but he remained deep in sleep, snoring loudly. With each exhalation, he let out large globules of snot that flung through the air and onto his rotund, towering belly. The mucus collected on his gut in a hot, wet pile, which produced steam in the cool, crisp mountain air. Sheila attempted to awake Crassus again, this time slapping him in the face as hard as she could.
Wake up!
She shouted. Crassus came to.
Yes, yes!
Crassus rose, and the pile of wet phlegm on his chest dribbled down onto his crotch. It made him wince with pleasure.
Oh, my! Why have you wakened me? I was deep in a pleasure nap. The brains are finally taking effect.
Pleasure nap. A deep, highly pleasurable sleep, which is only achieved via forgotten ancient techniques or the ingestion of rare forbidden drugs. When one is in a pleasure nap, they experience vivid, pleasurable dreams.
Crassus slowly laid back down to rest his eyes once more as Sheila made her way to a small control panel beneath the brain and fidgeted with it.
How do you turn this thing off? That's enough pleasure napping for now. We're going to run out of juice. We need more fuel for the brains to maintain a permanent pleasure state, and our fuel is only just now arriving. Look!
Sheila looked over at Crassus, who was still plugged into his brain and back in a deep sleep. She darted over to him and ripped the blue cord from his arm, which woke him in an instant.
Ah, my cord! Leave me be!
Crassus wailed. He flung his large body over the side of the small folded-out wooden chair and rose to his feet, then walked over to the edge of the tower.
Yes, I'm sorry, you are quite correct. We mustn't use up all our juice before everything is put into place.
Crassus retrieved a small pair of binoculars from his robe pocket, and then scanned the ground below. Sheila joined him with her own pair. Small blips of bright blue light fluttered in various spots around the sprawling valley, which lay permanently cloaked in a dim blue light.
Ah, see that there?
Crassus attempted to train his binoculars on one of the many small flashes of light in the distance as it appeared, but was never quick enough.
Those blips are our new friends arriving.
He laughed and put his binoculars down as Sheila continued surveying the area with hers. She pointed her binoculars on a particular spot next to an opening near the small blue creek running through the center of the valley. Suddenly, at that spot, there appeared one of the small bright explosions in detail. A man appeared in the flash about 10 feet in the air and materialized out of nowhere, then immediately dropped to the ground. He laid in the grass slightly injured.
Ah, yes, here they come! The robes are bringing them right here! Perfectly in accordance with our glorious plan! Well done!
Sheila continued to keep her binoculars affixed on the man lying by the creek and was able to make out his face as he came to and sat up.
Rag!
She laughed.
It's the greasy little man who runs the paper in town!
A wide grin grew across Sheila's face. Crassus fidgeted with the control panel attached to the brain, making adjustments to its various knobs and levers.
Excellent! You powered down the brain correctly just now with expert precision. You are mastering the controls quickly, though you still have much to learn.
He ignored the news of Rag's arrival. Crassus peered at the control panel, then looked back at Sheila, who was still glued to her binoculars.
Our brains are ready to receive their first sacrifices,
he proclaimed in an accomplished tone.
Oh, wonderful,
responded Sheila. She kept her binocular sights on Rag, who now hobbled through the valley, confused with an injured leg. Her face lit up.
Oh, I know! Let's feed it the dirty newsmen!
She was giddy. Crassus only paid her half of his attention as he still fidgeted with the brain's control panel and jotted down various readings it produced.
Yes, indeed,
he remarked dismissively.
It doesn't really matter who goes in first. One body will provide the initial fuel we need for quite some time. It is really only necessary to feed the brain a sacrifice once every several years. After the sacrifice was consumed by the brain and it is sufficiently fed, the power comes from the denim processing facility, which of course will be fed 24/7 from the soil of this beautiful denim valley paradise, collected by our slaves, of course.
Crassus was out of breath after this long-winded explanation and sighed after filling his lungs with air. He got back to work examining the control panel.
But what happens when the soil is depleted? I thought we'd be throwing more dirty peasants into the brain. I thought that was going to be a daily task. You said we'd get to be feeding our brain peasant bodies every day.
Sheila folded her arms and displayed an exaggerated frown.
The soil does not get depleted. I've been over this. If you would have paid attention to my lecture at the fortress...
Crassus stared at the brain and looked back at Sheila.
Okay, I'll explain it again. This soil gets replenished with the feces produced by the peasants, similar to fecal farming. It's a perfect renewable process, and the human tribute only occurs after we've bred dozens of new peasants. The birthing laboratory has already been constructed.
Fecal farming, a self-sustaining farming technique involving the use of the farmer's own feces in fertilizing the soil.
Crassus looked at his crotch and donned a wide, toothy grin.
We will use my own seed to create new peasants, so there is simply no issue here. If you would like to put undesirables into the brain for fun, I see no issue there either. There will soon be expendables all round.
Crassus pressed a few more buttons on the control panel, then stood back up and joined Sheila at the edge of the tower.
Well then, we are ready for our first tribute. The brain is hungry.
He chuckled.
Rag! I want rag!
Sheila shouted.
Your inexplicable enthusiasm to sacrifice this man you barely know is getting me sexually excited. Yes, we will throw rag in the brain then. Wow, that gives me red hot.
Red hot. To be sexually excited.
Crassus jokingly slapped his crotch with one hand as if to punish his genitals. The two laughed for a moment. Then Crassus looked back into his binoculars and located Rag, who was now approaching the fortress on his hands and knees.
Yes, it is Rag indeed. Such a greasy man. The grease will be good for lubrication of the brains and the mechanisms as our first sacrifice.
Crassus made his way toward the rooftop stairway and started the long journey down the tower's spiral staircase. Sheila hopped up and down, elated. By the time Crassus reached the bottom of the tower, a small group had gathered outside its front door. Being the only structure in the valley and visible for miles, most of the peasants and townspeople who had been teleported into the Denomans' new realm had naturally made their way toward it. Many of them had been injured in the teleportation process and were greatly fatigued. All still wore their denim robes. Dozens lay on the ground and moaned in pain in the small open area outside the tower's entrance. Suddenly, a bright flash of blue light illuminated the area. Big Rick's tan Gland and about a dozen other squatters materialized. They dropped to the ground and lay still for a moment, half asleep and confused.
Well, we're here. This is what the fat man was talking about. A new realm. Okay, cool.
Glenn let out apathetically with her head tilted up, then laid back down.
Yeah, I don't know, I guess. Shit, man.
Big Rix gathered himself, then looked down at a visible erection poking through his robe.
Damn, I was in the middle of, something important. Bad timing.
He laughed, but quickly winced as he noticed his denim robe had become duller in color and was no longer providing him with any pleasure. He stood up and shook his robe, then began slapping himself all around his body.
Need more pleasure.
Tan walked over to where he was fidgeting and attempted to calm him down. It's okay. We'll get new robes, I'm sure, right? She massaged Big Rix's shoulders, but he continued to fidget around with his robe frantically, and with one fluid movement of his left arm, hit Tan in the chest, flinging her backwards about 4 or 5 feet. Tan fell to the ground, landing on her back. Big Rix paid no attention to what he had done. He continued fidgeting and grunting. Tan, having the wind knocked out of her, rolled in pain on the ground and gasped for air. She looked over at her squatter comrades and noticed none of them cared. They were all nearly passed out, either leaning against the stone tower or on the ground half asleep. She wept. Why? Why are we here? I want to go home. She wheezed as she regained her breath. The gravity of the situation was now fully apparent to Tan, and as the robe's pleasurable effects wore off, She was brought back to the unpleasant reality that she was now far from home in a strange realm and among a group of sleepy, self-absorbed squatters.
Hey, help me up, I'm hurt!
Tan attempted to gather Big Rick's attention, hoping he'd console her, but he still paid her no mind and continued fidgeting with his robe. He twitched now uncontrollably. Tan laid back down and closed her eyes. Suddenly, Rag drug himself up next to Tan, crawling with a badly injured ankle. Big Rick's eyes lit up as he noticed Rag's robe was in great shape and seemed to have been barely worn. He ran over to Rag and Tan, who both thought Big Rick's was coming to help them.
Oh, thank you, sir, a savior's dash!
Rag shouted.
Saviour's dash, the quick sprint an individual makes when they are compelled to suddenly run to someone's aid.
Big Rick's grabbed his arm, then quickly ripped the robe off of Rag's body instead of helping him up.
Hey, what the hell? What are you doing?
Rag screamed in agony as he was left nude, writhing in the dirt. His ankle dangled, broken in half at the lower leg, and blood squirted out from his gaping wound. Big Rick's immediately stripped off his robe and adorned Rag's cleaner, newer-looking one. He closed his eyes and sat on the ground. He moaned and groaned as he realized Rag's robe was not much better, and it also stopped providing pleasure.
Fuck!
Big Rick shouted. He ran over to where Gland and the other squatters sat silently with their heads down.
Hey, do y'all's robes still blast y'all with pleasure?
Big Rick's questioned, tugging at Gland's dull denim robe. Gland looked up for a moment, then back down at the ground.
No,
she muttered dismissively. As Rag continued to writhe and shout in pain, Tan consoled him.
It's okay. Where does it hurt?
Her frantic attempts to help Rag were fruitless, as more and more villagers and peasants gathered around the area near the tower until there was a sizable crowd. The mood of the group was somber. There were only faint bits of chatter filling the air to accompany the moans and shouts coming from Rag, who was now encircled by onlookers, standing and watching the nude man writhe in agony. They did nothing to aid him. The crowd's attention turned to the tower's main entrance as the large wooden door slowly creaked open to reveal Crassus. He was startled to see such a large group had gathered outside the doorway during his trip down the stairs, and did a double-take, peering around the thick wooden door. His eyes first trained on the squatters who sat against the front of the tower.
Ah, Mr. Ricks!
Crassus shouted toward them. Big Ricks immediately lunged toward Crassus.
Big Crass, holy crap, what's up, bro? Hey, can I get another robe, man? How about that permanent pleasure one?
Big Rick sprung toward the doorway and tried to poke his head into the open crevice. The group of villagers and peasants noticed Crassus and Big Rick's at the doorway. They slowly made their way up to the door and around it in an unenthusiastic fashion. As they did so, Crassus noticed Rag rolling on the ground, bleeding out from his ankle. He looked at Big Ricks.
Ricks, you will receive your new robe if you bring me that greasy man.
Crassus pointed at Rag. Big Ricks immediately obeyed this command.
Fuck yeah!
He shouted as he grabbed Rag's greasy nude body off the ground and flung him over his shoulder. Tan gripped onto Big Ricks' robe angrily as he flung Rag over his shoulder. She was pulled by Big Ricks as he pushed his way through the crowd back up to the tower door. Big Ricks and Tan squeezed themselves and Rag through the door, then Crassus shut and locked it.
Well then, wonderful. Oh, and the khaki girl joins us. Hello. Okay, follow me.
Crassus commanded as he stepped up the extremely long spiral staircase running vertically the length of the tower. Rag still moaned in pain. Tan angrily questioned Crassus.
So, where exactly are we? What's going on? What are we doing?
He ignored Tan's questions as Rag shouted.
Hey, Crassus, it's me! Rag, help me! My leg is broken! Shit!
Rag was somewhat pleased to see Crassus's familiar face, but was still overwhelmed with pain. Crassus chuckled at the greasy man's discomfort.
Yes, quite, my familiar friend. We will get you all stitched up shortly, he said.
Give him a new pleasure robe, bro. Shit. That shit will make him feel good as fuck in seconds. This one I ripped off him also sucks. I'm also getting a new one, right?
Big Ricks questioned.
Oh, yes. Wonderful idea. Why didn't I think of that? I really don't know what I'd do without you. You're like Smart Man and I'm the doof.
Smart Man and the Doof. A two-man, one-act comedy play performed in Porp during the week of Screamer's Feast. Smart Man is a smart schemer, and the Doof is the dim-witted sidekick. In the play, the two plan an elaborate prank on their landlord and end up killing him.
Crassus giggled as they continued climbing the stairs. Tan was now incensed at being completely ignored by the group and stopped climbing with them.
Hello? Can we get answers? What the fuck are we doing here?
She reluctantly dashed back up toward them after pausing for a moment, having received no answer. The four finally reached the top and entered the roof area, where Sheila was perched at the edge of the tower, peering through her binoculars. She spoke without moving them from her face.
So many new friends! It appears as though all our new servants are almost here.
She pulled the binoculars from her face and turned to see Rag's nude body draped over Big Rix's shoulder. The greasy man was now limp and making no sounds. Sheila screamed with delight.
Yes! You brought me what I wanted! Yes! It is the greasy man!
She ran over to Crassus and embraced him, then darted over to get a closer look at Rag's face from behind Big Rix as he held him.
Is he still alive?
She questioned. Crassus laughed.
Do not worry, my cousin, he is alive.
He walked over to where Big Rix stood, then pulled up his sleeve and spanked Rag's bare butt as hard as he could. Rag gasped awake and let out a short but ear-piercing scream. Sheila was delighted and embraced Crassus again.
Okay, now throw him off the side of the tower!
She shouted at Big Rix, who immediately started toward the wall's edge to fulfill her request.
No, stop!
Crassus shouted. Big Rix again obeyed this next command unquestioningly and stopped.
Cousin, don't you remember? He will be our first tribute. You wanted to offer him to the brain.
He embraced Sheila and they both smiled at each other and laughed.
Oh, silly me! I just want to watch his bones crack so badly. Yes, the brain! Squatter boy, shove the greasy man into the brain!
Sheila barked at Big Rix and pointed at the blue brain behind them, then looked over at Tan.
Ooh, I'm the khaki girl! Throw her in too!
Big Rix was thoroughly confused. Numerous commands were being hurled at him. Rag started to speak, but Crassus interjected.
No, dear cousin. The khaki girl is one of Rix's minions. She is too valuable. Rag is certainly no longer useful to us, but the khaki girl will live.
He let out in an odd, whimsical tone, then walked over to power up the brain. Tan was at her wit's end.
Excuse me? What? Big Rix's minion? That's what I am? Huh. Yeah, I'm just a fucking stupid squatter. It's true. That's what I am. You know what? Fuck you!
Tan shouted at Sheila and Crassus, who were slightly taken aback. Big Rix looked at Tan, then at the Denimans, then back at Tan again.
Hey, chill! They're about to give us new robes!
He spoke in a loud whisper.
No, I won't chill. All I've ever gotten by hanging around you is being stuck in this fucked up place, away from home, and...
Tan looked over at the blue brain as it turned on and glowed. She was momentarily mesmerized by it before continuing.
This weird fucking place with giant brains and shit. You know what? Fuck you too. Fuck you, Big Rix, you stupid asshole!
Tears formed in Tan's eyes. Big Rix was now staring at the denim brain, a nude rag still draped over his shoulder, completely entranced by its glowing blue light and ignoring Tan, having heard nothing she just said.
What the hell is that, bro?
He questioned.
It is nothing of your concern. Do you want your new robe or not? Here.
Crassus let go of Sheila and walked over to the side of the brain where a rectangular latch could be seen outlined on it. He opened the latch to reveal the brain's inner cavity, which was full of smoke.
Oh, it's hungry. The greasy man will provide a great snack.
Crassus flung his head inside the cavity to inspect the opening as more smoke bellowed out.
Can you put me down?
Rag remarked in a quiet voice behind Big Rix's ear.
Shut up!
Shouted Sheila.
Okay, bring him here. Don't worry, Rag. You will be healed inside the brain. It will heal you.
Crassus couldn't help but giggle as he attempted to ease Rag's fears.
Yes, right this way.
He guided Big Rix toward the brain, and the two shoved Rag's greasy and injured nude body into the small opening, then slammed the door shut. At this sight, Tan darted for the roof exit, partly out of anger about the entire situation, but also due to fear of what she had just witnessed. She scurried down the stairs. Crassus hurried over to the brain's control panel and mashed on several knobs. Rag let out muffled screams inside the brain and pleaded for help as Crassus continued to study the control panel. Sheila jumped up and down and clapped her hands.
Is he okay?
Big Rix questioned.
Yes!
Sheila continued to clap. A blue button lit up on the control panel and Crassus mashed it down with a loud smack. Popping and cracking noises rang out from the brain and it glowed brighter, then grew several inches all around. One final pained shout could be heard from inside, then silence. Crassus clapped as Sheila ran to embrace him and they made out. Big Rix stood confused.
You said I was going to get another robe, right?
He asked. Crassus turned toward him with Sheila in his arms. He searched his mind for something to say that would get Big Rix to leave.
Yes, of course. Rix, but first you need to gather the other squatters. Bring them all here. I have work for you all. Only then will you get your new robe. I have also prepared for you an assortment of various other tools and items to begin your work here.
Crassus paused and waited for a response from Big Rix for a moment as Big Rix stood and let the command he had just received sink in.
Oh, shit, okay.
He darted toward the rooftop exit and down the stairs. Crassus sighed.
Wonderful.
He walked over to the door and secured it with several intricate locks.
Come then, cousin, let us enjoy some of the fruits of our labor.
He pointed at the 2 folded-out chairs near the brain, then walked over to one and laid down in it. Sheila joined him. She could barely contain her excitement.
It's pleasure napping time,
she yelped, then grasped the blue cord attached to the brain.
Indeed,
replied Crassus, also grabbing his tube. They gazed into each other's eyes as they injected the blue cords into their arms, then slowly drifted off to sleep, sinking once more into deep slumber. Chapter 10. Destination Unknown. Barry scurried in and out of alleyways, hurrying through Porp and darting across streets as quickly as he could toward where he remembered Jill's shop to be. It was the early morning and in the middle of Rusher's Dash, but he noted an eerie lack of activity in the village.
Rusher's Dash. The hour between about 8 and 9 a.m. in Porp, when the streets become cluttered and full of villagers going to work for the morning.
He found it strange. Nonetheless, as he approached Jill's shop, he attempted to keep a low profile and darted behind a weathered wooden barrel near to the entryway to Clogger's Alley. The area looked familiar to him, but something was off. The green mist was gone from the alley, and its entire length could be seen clearly. Barry hunched behind the barrel and spied at the windows above Jill's storefront. He could see into the empty upstairs room and tried to make out if there were any signs of life inside. After a moment, he decided to make his way toward the back of Jill's shop in an adjacent smaller walkway in order to catch a glimpse inside through another window. He let his guard down and decided to walk straight up to the back of the building. Barry stopped for a moment and took a deep breath in front of the back door, then gave it 3 solid knocks. At the moment his fist hit the door for the 3rd time, he was tackled to the ground by Tonius, who jumped on top of him from the 2nd-floor window.
It's you! I'll never forget those beady eyes and that greasy little shit-eating grin. You got some sort of beard disguise on now? You think that's gonna fool me?
Tonius shouted as the 2 wrestled around on the ground in the alleyway.
Stop! Stop! No!
Barry rolled away from Tonius, who then caught and pinned the boy to the ground, facing him and holding his arms down tightly. Tonius spit in Barry's face.
You little shit! You wearing a disguise or some shit? What's with the golden beard, you fucking coward?
Tonius looked up toward the shop's back door and shouted for the others.
Hey, it's the boy! It's the little denim boy!
Jim, Jill, and Billiam all came running. Billiam pulled Tonius up with one hand, then grabbed Barry with his other. He held Tonius up by his robe and Barry by the back of his tattered and dirty khaki shirt. Tonius fidgeted and swung at Barry, but to no avail, as Billiam held them too far apart by his sides.
Barry, you're alive! And bearded!
Jim shouted.
I told you the punk was alive! You got a lot of nerve coming back around me, you little bitch!
Tonius attempted one last grab at Barry, then calmed down. Billiam dropped him to the ground, but held onto Barry.
Barry, is it true? Was it you who blew up the factory? Are you working for the Denimans?
Jim shouted sternly at Barry, still hung from Billiam's grasp.
I'm sorry. I didn't know.
Barry could barely let out an apology before Jim slapped him across the face as hard as he could. His new golden beard was rough, and it was abrasive on Jim's hand.
Ouch, what the hell?
Jim yelped in pain. He looked at his hand, which was now red and raw, then at his tattered khaki prototype pants, which Barry still wore.
You don't deserve to be wearing those, you coward! Who are you? Is your name even Barry? What is your real name?
Jim nursed his injured hand.
My name is Barry, sir. Barry with an I.
The group gasped.
Barry with an I, huh? You little liar! We ought to give you a fibber's beating!
Fibber's beating. The routine legal punishment for lying in Fabricia. Originally, a fibber's punishment included a 4-month beating ending in the eventual throwing of the accused off a small cliff on the eastern outskirts of Porp called Fibber's Cliff. Fibber's beatings evolved over the years and now consist of a literal small slap on the fibber's wrist.
Jim stepped up to slap Barry again but stopped himself. He leaned in close to inspect Barry's new beard.
And this new beard you've got, you're not a boy at all. You're a fully grown man, aren't you? Despicable.
Jim spat in Barry's face.
No, I am a boy, I promise. Let me explain. I saw the oracle. He told me I was the chosen one. We have to go back. There's a crystal.
Barry attempted to explain the best he could the peculiar situation with the oracle, but realized it was too much for the small, angry mob in front of him.
Silence!
Jim shouted. He thought for a moment. Jill walked over to Barry, who was still suspended in the air.
No, boy, you've done bad. But if you're sorry, I think we can work this out,
Jill said, then looked back at Jim, who was now stomping angrily back inside the shop along with Tonius. Jill leaned in close to Barry.
What is this about the oracle you speak of? A crystal?
Barry's eyes lit up at Jill's interest.
The oracle. I met with him. He told me to come here. I'm supposed to give Lord Jim this book.
He reached into his tattered khaki pants pocket and retrieved the small book the oracle had given him, then handed it to Jill. She flipped through the empty pages with a puzzled look on her face.
Yes, thank you, my dear. Come.
Jill retreated to her shop as Billiam dropped Barry to the ground. The three joined Jim and Tonius, who sat at the back room's large wooden table.
Sit!
Shouted Tonius. Barry promptly did as the man said.
You got a lot of explaining to do if you want to be trusted.
Tonius looked over at Jim, who nodded in agreement. Jill continued thumbing through the empty book deep in thought.
Well, it's true. I was a denim peasant,
Barry said in a defeated tone. Jim's head sunk in disappointment.
I was sent to Lord Jim to befriend him and to work in the factory. Sheila told me I could go to Justice if I gave Lord Jim a birthday gift. I thought it was all good fun, honest,
Barry cried. Tonius got out of his seat and walked over to Barry, then slapped him in the face once more. His hand was immediately lacerated on Barry's beard.
Ow, fuck you little shit!
Tonius flung his head back and prepared to spit in Barry's face, which was now covered in tears.
Stop!
Shouted Jim, who sprung to Barry's aid.
Stop it!
Jim had come around to understand the situation, that Barry had been used. He believed Barry's innocence and quickly realized he truly meant no harm.
Barry! What you did was very bad, but I believe you. I trust you, boy. Sheila Ditterman is a scary lady, I know. Now, what did she tell you? What was her plan? Why did they target me, do you know?
Jim sat back at his seat and waited for a response as Barry thought.
I don't know,
Tonius chimed in.
And you said something about an oracle. Where did you go after the explosion? Have you talked to the Ditterman since?
He questioned Barry in a less confrontational manner now after seeing Jim come around.
Well, after the explosion, when we landed in the woods, after you left, I set up camp, and I just sort of started walking. There was a light on the horizon. I followed it, and that's where I saw them, the Dittermans, at the top of a mountain.
Barry stopped as the group leaned in closer.
Top of a mountain? Is that where all the villagers are? Did you see Tan?
Jim questioned. Barry scratched and tugged at the large golden hairs on his chin. Jill still thumbed through the book Barry had given her and examined it closely. She got up and took it into her bedchamber.
No, I'm afraid not. I didn't see any villagers. I fell asleep and an old man took me inside a building. When I woke up, he told me I was a chosen one. Then...
Barry stopped. Tonius leaned back into his chair, placing his hands behind his head and stretching.
Sounds like this kid's on tan caps or something.
He laughed.
Tan caps. Small tan-coloured discs which can be found growing in wet areas of Fabricia, ingested for their intoxicating effects.
No, let him finish. Go on.
Jim prodded Barry to continue.
Well, then the old man gave me that book.
Barry pointed to Jill, who sat in her bed, still examining the book closely. The three men looked over at her for a moment and back at Barry.
And then he took me to this big crystal thing. I stuck my arms in it and grew this golden beard. The old man jumped off the mountain, and the crystal sort of opened up.
Barry stared into the table.
Okay, yeah, this kid's definitely high off his ass.
Tonius excused himself and rushed into the small bowel bucket chair chamber adjacent to Jill's bedchamber. He slammed the door and sat on the bucket, then began violently shitting and pissing in it. The sounds of Tonius's release caught Jill's attention, and she hopped off her bed toward the bowel bucket chair chamber door.
Hey, stop! The bucket is leaky! It has not been used in years! Use the alleyway facilities, I told you!
Jill shouted through the door.
Too late,
returned Tonius as he continued spraying. He finished and hopped off the bucket, then exited the small chamber as Jill rushed into the room, covering her nose.
My word! Mega stench! I told you not to use that bucket!
Mega stench. An extremely offensive smell, the most foul and odorous stench imaginable.
Jill shoved the book Barry had given her into her front row pocket and gestured to the men for help.
Come, help me remove this bucket into the alley before Tonius's waste leaks all over the floor!
She shouted. Tonius, now somewhat embarrassed, backed into the corner of the room and watched as everyone gathered to help Jill carry the large bowel bucket full of his fecal matter out into the back alley. The group reached the middle of the alley and dropped the leaky bowel bucket on the ground. When they did so, Jill's small frame jolted forward as she maintained her grasp on it, causing her to nearly fall as she attempted to regain her balance. The small book Barry had given her slid out from her pocket and flung into the half-full bowel bucket, covering it in Tonius's waist.
Oh my, the book!
Jill shouted. He was alarmed, but not upset enough to put her hands into the bowel bucket to retrieve it. Suddenly, a loud hissing and popping sound rang out from inside. The group backed away in awe. Tonius, watching from the doorway, had become increasingly embarrassed.
Oh, shit, what did I eat?
He ran over to the bowel bucket and looked inside. Then, suddenly, as Tonius's head was suspended above his dung, the book launched itself out with tremendous force, smacking him directly in the face and covering him in his own waist.
Rah!
He shouted in pain as he fell back. The others sprang to his aid. Jim helped Tonius to his feet. Jill stood by the bucket and gazed over to the side of the alley where the book had landed. It now glowed and pulsated with a soft golden light and produced a deep cadenced hum, just like the crystal Barry had seen the night before. She ran over to the book and picked it up. All Tonius's waste was now clean washed off it, and it was in an immaculate condition as if it was brand new. The humming and glowing slowly subsided. Jim and Billiam snapped their fingers and slapped Tonius's dirty face in an attempt to rouse him, but with no luck. Jill thumbed through the book, now rich with schematics and diagrams.
Boys, come look!
She shouted to the men, who turned around and ran to her.
Look, the book young Betty has brought! It is full of information now!
Jill thumbed to the first page, where a proclamation was displayed in rich, beautiful golden ink. This book, presented by the Oracle, is for the Chosen One and his comrades, Jill the Clogger, Jim the Clothmaster, Billiam the Buff, and Tonius the Tiny Man. Thank you, the Oracle. Billiam and Jim looked at each other, then at Barry, then back at the book.
How, what?
Jim was awestruck at this seemingly magical manuscript containing their identities. The group scurried inside and around the table once more. Jill opened the book and thumbed through the pages containing intricate diagrams. Jim was stunned as he saw Jill flip past several khaki prototype schematics he had only ever dreamed about.
Wait, look, wait!
He shouted at Jill to stop flipping through the book, but she ignored him and frantically turned the pages, her attention captivated by the beautiful etchings within.
It's like some sort of instruction manual!
Jill remarked as she stopped on one page showing text only in large blue ink.
The dirty denim realm and its primary purpose, she read aloud.
Instruction manual for what? Dirty denim what?
Tonius questioned, then hunched over to get a better look at the book as Jill turned it on the table so everyone could lean in and read. She turned the page and continued.
There will come a time when the forces of evil take their last stand. This will be the age of denim. The lords of blue fabric and those willing will enter the lower realm under its persuasion of extreme pleasure.
Jill let the words hang in the air.
These robes are transporting people into some other realm, Jim shouted. It all makes sense.
He looked down at the stitching on his denim robe, which was dull and faded, then pointed at it.
The stitching! It's gathering the wearer's life force and quite literally transporting them into another realm.
Jim was thrilled at his revelation, which had come with the help of this new mystical book. His mood suddenly dropped.
Tan! She must be there with everyone else!
He hopped away from the table and darted into Jill's pantry, rummaging around. Jill continued reading.
It is Prim's will that the blue blood boy destroys the brain. One gray, one gold, one blue, adorning his body. The elements become one, and evil is broken.
She stopped reading again, as this concluded the small and cryptic prophecy contained within the book. Barry looked confused.
What does it all mean? What about the crystal?
He questioned. Billiam got up from the table and approached Jim inside the cupboard.
My lord, are you all right? Do you need assistance?
He stood and watched as Jim rummaged through various items in Jill's cupboard and tossed things into a tattered sack.
Yes, Billiam, gather up supplies. We need to plan for an epic journey.
Epic journey. A long journey, often taken by a group of friends. Epic journeys usually involve camping.
Jim leaned over and stuck his head outside the cupboard door so the others could hear him.
We're going to where Barry met this oracle he speaks of. Now!
He darted back into the cupboard and gathered various items again.
Sir, you are still injured,
Billiam responded.
I like your style, but why? What are we gonna find there?
Tonius questioned as he looked over at Barry. Barry shrugged. Jim was still deep in the cupboard.
The crystal, Barry! You said it opened up? It's a portal to the denim realm! It has to be!
Jim was confident in this assertion, perhaps more so than he had ever been. The pieces of this strange puzzle felt like they were being revealed to him from some otherworldly force.
Sir, we do not know if...
Billiam protested Jim's enthusiasm before Jill interrupted him.
Wait!
She held up the book open on a page containing an ornate sketch. It looked like the 5 of them next to the crystal. Jim was depicted climbing inside a large hole on its face.
That's the crystal! That's it!
Barry pointed at the book.
That's what I was!
Billiam stepped over to get a closer look and was shocked.
Well, then let us go.
How far is this place?
Jill questioned.
About an afternoon's journey, not far. I know the way.
Barry was excited and invigorated. He felt full of purpose, and the weight of guilt he had been carrying after the explosion at the factory lifted off him. The group sprang into action and packed.
Gray, gold, and blue? What did the book say about that? And a brain?
Tonius questioned no one in particular. He was still hesitant, but mostly on board. Jill reached for the book again and thumbed to the relevant page. She read it aloud.
The blue blood boy destroys the brain. 1 gray, 1 gold, 1 blue, adorning his body. The elements become one, and evil is broken.
Jill paused. Jim perked up.
It's obvious. Gold clogs, denim robe.
Jim exclaimed as he marched from the cupboard with a sack full of odds and ends. He stood next to Barry and lifted him up into the air, placing his legs at eye level for everyone to see.
And gray! My signature khakis! Look, Barry's still wearing them, even after the explosion! They're indestructible!
Jim set Barry down and everyone nodded.
Makes sense,
Tonius muttered. Jim grabbed the book from Jill, then began looking at some of the schematics depicted within.
I knew it! Yes, indeed!
He flipped to a page containing a diagram of a wearer donning Jill's golden clogs, a deniman's denim pleasure robe, and his prototype khakis.
We've all known of the interference between the golden clogs and the denim robe's power source, but add in my signature khakis and...
The group collectively held their breath in anticipation for what Jim would say next.
And what?
Questioned Tonius.
Well, actually, I don't know. It's vague.
Jim flipped the page, puzzled.
It doesn't really say.
He went silent and continued thumbing through the book.
Okay, well, let's just put all 3 items on the kid now. Get him some clogs and a robe.
Tonius hopped up and grabbed a pair of golden clogs from Jill's pantry, then took his denim robe off and threw it at Barry, who put it all on. The group watched intently as nothing happened.
The khakis are duds. They're not functioning,
Jim said defensively to no one in particular.
They're quite torn up from the explosion, and they need a lot of work to get back into functioning order.
Jim squatted next to Barry and inspected the pants.
Remember? This was the pair that malfunctioned at the fashion festival due to interference with Jill's clogs. Yep, they need a ton of work. Barry, can I have them back, please?
Jim double-winked at Barry and he stripped the tattered khaki prototype pants off, now adorning a denim robe and no longer needing them. He tossed the pants to Jim, who folded them and placed them in his sack full of various gadgets from Jill's pantry. Jim smiled.
Well then, let's get going!
This was the first time Jim had smiled in days. Though the situation seemed dire, he, just like Barry, was excited at the thought of having a purpose once more. With the newfound courage this prophetic book offered, Jim felt a sense of comfort and resolve. Everyone spent the next few hours packing up various odds and ends, as well as enough scrambled brown egg to last them several days. Having only a vague idea of what they might encounter on their way to find the crystal, the group also prepared tools to live off the land along their way. Eventually, they amassed several large sacks full of supplies, and they began their quest with Barry at the lead. Young Barry happily guided the group out of the city and through the suburban neighborhoods of Porp, then into the wilderness. They walked for hours and hours until nightfall approached as they neared the base of the Oracle's mountain. Barry remembered exactly where he was.
Yes, okay, this is it!
Barry pointed up out of a clearing in the trees where the summit of the mountain could be seen.
Up there! That's where the Oracle was!
Exhausted, Billiam threw down the sacks hanging from his back. He had been tasked with carrying much of the group's gear and needed to rest. Tonius, Jill, and Jim took a seat on a nearby fallen log and relaxed.
Fantastic! In the morning, we'll make our way up. As for now, let's get some rest. Barry, Jill, would you set up the group tent?
Group tent. A large open tent meant to sleep around 8 people.
Jim gave out orders and the group obliged him. Jill unrolled a large piece of fabric and fashioned it into a tent with Barry's aid, hanging it over a rope tied between two trees. Then Jim and Billiam got to work constructing a fire. Tony sat and watched with nothing to do and squinted at the summit in the distance, barely able to make out the details as the sun set. Suddenly, he felt the urge to urinate and hopped up off the log before making a loud proclamation.
Woodsman's whiz!
No one listened.
Woodsman's whiz. A loud proclamation made while camping before one steps aside to urinate. Originally part of a series of camping safety shouts promoted by Porp's Safety Brigade, PSB. Safety shouts were enforced in Fabricia by campsite cops enforcing the campers' code. Now safety shouts are yelled out as a formality and out of habit, as all the campsite cops were killed in the campers' war, and the campers' code has been nullified.
He made his way down the small sloped hill off the side of the group's new campsite and reached a distance far enough away to begin urinating in private. Tonius whistled as he closed his eyes. As soon as the stream began, he felt a cold hand slap across his mouth from behind. Then the hard and fast grip of a pair of legs wrapped around his lower torso. Tonius had no time to react as his body was flung backwards, and he found himself in a complete chokehold on his back. A strange, skinny man caked in dirt gripped Tonius's body tightly underneath him as he continued to piss straight up into the air and all over himself. Tonius flung and rolled about, but the man held onto him so tightly their bodies barely moved around on the damp leaves and sticks of the forest floor.
That's right, get it out, get the piss out.
The skinny man whispered into Tonius's ear as he choked him. Using all the strength of his neck and jaw muscles, Tonius was able to bite down into the man's hand and he let out a loud, pained yelp. This was enough to startle the group, who now sat around a tiny flickering campfire. Billiam shot up into action.
Tonius!
He shouted as he ran toward the yelping sounds. Jim chased after Billiam and they hurried towards where the two men struggled on the ground.
Get him! Get him! Help!
Tonius shouted, his mouth now exposed as the man's arms unwrapped from his small body. The two separated on the ground just as Billiam and Jim reached them, and Billiam grabbed the skinny man, placing him in a standing chokehold. Tonius jumped up and punched the man as Jim pulled him off.
Stop! Stop!
Jim shouted, trying to de-escalate the situation. Tonius caught his breath and zipped up his pants, now with an empty bladder, and stood next to Jim as they examined this mysterious attacker, still caught in Billiam's grasp.
Okay, stop, I'm sorry.
The skinny man shouted.
Who are you? Screamed Tonius. What the hell are you doing out here?
Jill and Barry, hearing the loud altercation and noticing a peculiar new voice, made their way over to where the incident was taking place. As soon as Barry could make out the skinny man's face, he gasped.
Bingy!
Barry shouted. The group looked puzzlingly at Barry.
It's Bingy! He helped me in Porp!
Barry waved at Bingy.
You helped me get those villagers' attention!
He turned to Billiam.
It's okay, Billiam. He's okay. He's nice,
Barry exclaimed. Tonius interjected.
He just attacked me. He knocked me over while I was pissing, piece of shit. I'm sorry. I thought you were a tan hog. I'm hungry. I haven't eaten in days. All the villagers have disappeared. Who are you all? How are you still here?
Tan hog. A muscular tan-coloured hog-like creature found in the Fabrician wilderness. Tan hogs are commonly eaten by woodsmen and trappers living off the land, as well as peasants, but are considered a trash food to the urban inhabitants of Porp.
Bingy was hysterical and started crying.
All right, let him down.
Tonius sighed. Billiam dropped Bingy to the ground and Jill came to his aid. The group made their way back to the fire in the now pitch-dark night and sat around it as they acquainted themselves with this new strange man. Jill passed out small bowls of the leftover scrambled brown egg from the market that morning. As they sat by the fire and Bingy got a better look at Barry's face, he remembered their encounter.
Oh, yes, the boy on the street. What a magnificent beard you've grown since then. Yes, I can tell it's you,
he remarked in Barry's direction.
Did you find where you needed to go, boy? I'm sorry, what was your name again?
Bingy asked before nearly inhaling his bowl of brown egg.
Barry, sir,
Barry replied.
And these are my friends.
The group smiled at Bingy save for Tonius, who was still more than a little upset about being attacked.
Yeah, that's cute, you guys are friends and all, but do we really need another person in the group? Another mouth to feed?
Tonius stared at Bingy, who was not listening and instead searching for more brown egg. Bingy put his face inches away from Jill's half-eaten bowl, which she still held. He sniffed it violently before she pulled it away. The group was collectively somewhat embarrassed by Tonius' bluntness, but also sympathized with his position. There was a long, awkward silence before Jim spoke.
Well, I think he's all right. He was nice enough to help Barry, so we should be nice enough to help him. Bingy!
Jim shouted to get Bingy's attention, which was still glued to Jill's bowl.
Bingy!
Jim shouted again. This time, Bingy's head darted toward Jim.
Welcome to our group.
Jim smiled widely. Tonius rolled his eyes.
Now then, I think it's time for some shut-eye, Jim proclaimed.
There was only one large tent for the entire group, and all 6 eventually huddled into it, sleeping flat on the ground with only the bare earth and dead leaves as cushioning. Billiam extinguished the fire and was the last to enter the tent. As he laid down, the group was smashed together so tight that no one had any space to move. It didn't matter, and within a short time, everyone was fast asleep, except for Jim. He had too much on his mind to sleep now. He thought of Tan and where she might be. What would the nearby summit reveal? What exactly had they gotten themselves into with Barry and his mysterious book? Jim pulled himself up and out of the tent as Billiam's loud snoring rang out through the dark forest. As he exited through the fabric flaps, he saw the large sack Jill had placed the Oracle's book into and grabbed it, along with his tattered pair of prototype khakis. He sat down by the still dimly lit campfire and flipped through the pages. He stopped on a page containing schematics to his khaki pants design, a design he had kept a guarded secret for over a year now. He shook his head in amazement as he examined the page displaying the intricate details of his most prized invention. He scanned the image to see if there were any new details or clues in the schematics to show where they had gone wrong, then looked over at the tattered khaki he had placed by the fire, then back at the book over and over and examined both closely for nearly an hour until suddenly it hit him. His stitching had been all wrong. Jim pulled the book close to his face and was shocked to see the obvious solution. The stitching around the pants flap was simply not laid out in a way that allowed them to absorb the energy source of the wearer.
Yes! Yes!
Jim jumped up and shouted in glee as he had finally realized the solution to his prototypes was just a mere stitching error. With this revelation, Jim quickly got to work. Having no tools, he used his mouth to bite away bits of his denim robe and gather enough salvaged thread from it to make the adjustments needed on the prototype pants. He worked all through the night, tying and stitching the broken bits of khaki fabric together with the powerful thread from the denim robes, and finally, as dawn broke, his pants had been fabricated once more. They were ready to test. Jim slipped on his prototypes as Jill emerged from the tent, stretching and yawning.
Ah, good morning! My word, why have you risen so early?
She questioned, still in a half yawn. Jim ran over and embraced her.
The prototypes! I fixed them! Quick, dirt slop, extra dirt, and brown eggs!
Dirt slop. A hot, viscous slop, mostly consisting of dirt and water, commonly used to get one's bowels irritated and clean out the gut.
Jim darted away in a state of pure energetic drive and ran down the trail, then back again, as Jill set a pot over the campfire from her bag. She mixed dirt and water, then cracked a few brown eggs into the dirt slop. The contents of the pot and pan cooked quickly, and as soon as they were ready, Jim ran over to the fire, scooping a heaping helping of the dirt slop into a bowl. He sucked it down as fast as he could.
Hungry, are we?
Jill laughed, confused as to why Jim was acting in such an erratic fashion.
Yes, no, I just need fuel to test out the prototypes. I fixed them, they're finally ready.
Jim did squats and sprints back and forth up and down the trail again. By this time, the others had slowly risen in the tent and emerged one by one to sit by the morning fire. Jill prepared more brown eggs, and the group looked over at Jim curiously.
They're almost ready to test,
he shouted back at them. His gut gurgled and twisted as the familiar pain of a coming wet bowel movement fell over him.
Here it comes! Here it comes!
Suddenly, Jim squatted in full view of the group in the middle of the trail. In one instant, the flap on the khakis opened perfectly, and Jim let out a torrential bout of diarrhea. The group cheered.
Yes, great work, Mr. Jim,
shouted Barry, clapping. Jim screamed in a mixture of pain and excitement.
They work!
He was brought to tears as he finished and stood straight up. The flap violently slammed shut on his ass. The group clapped and cheered once more as Jim ran back over to them.
Wow, congrats, boss. Now, can I get some brown eggs?
Tonius was half asleep still and processing what he had just seen.
We're very proud, my lord. Congratulations,
remarked Billiam. Jill began serving up brown eggs to the hungry group. Everyone sat and ate for a moment before Tonius spoke.
Say, boss, it's cool and all how the pants do that and everything, but does the book say anything about how that's going to help us in the present moment? I mean, that's a cool feature and all, but...
Tonius stopped as he realized he may be ruining Jim's moment. Jim's head sank slightly. Well, no, I don't know about I've been trying to get these things to work forever, so it's exciting that they... Jim attempted to defend the extreme joy he had just displayed.
No, I get that.
Tonius responded.
It's awesome, boss. It's awesome. I'm glad you got him to work.
Jim raised his head as he had an idea.
Oh, Barry needs to be wearing them. Our golden boy.
Jim stripped off the khakis as Barry's head perked up.
No need to worry, Barry. Not one drop soiled them during my bouts. It's by design.
He walked the pants over to Barry and handed them to him. Barry slid them on under his robe and the group paused, waiting for something to happen.
Nothing,
Jim remarked.
Curious. Well, let's get to that crystal.
Jim pointed up toward the mountain summit, which was now fully visible in the bright morning light. He could almost make out where the crystal stood, but couldn't tell, as it was just too far away to see with the naked eye. The group finished their breakfast, and Billiam stamped out the campfire, then packed up the tent and other heavy items, strapping them to his back. After several hours, they finally made their way to the summit and approached the top of the hill where the trail flattened out and entered the Oracle's camp. There was a dull hum in the air coming from behind the buildings.
We made it!
Shouted Barry as the group rounded the corner into the summit. Barry darted to the middle of the camp as the group struggled to keep up with him.
Here it is, the crystal!
He shouted. The group hesitantly approached the crystal and circled around it. Barry walked up close to it and examined the large hole, which had formed from the two smaller holes he had placed his arms in several days before.
Look, see, I told you, here it is!
He shouted, excited and relieved his story was now being vindicated. Barry had begun to doubt himself during the journey, wondering if it had all been some sort of dream. He knew now it was not. The group was speechless. They slowly and cautiously approached the crystal and examined it. Tonius was the first to stick his head inside the large hole. He flung himself up with his feet off the ground and poked his head around in the hole to get a look at what was inside.
Wow, what the fuck?
Tonius shouted. His voice echoed inside the crystal.
What do you see? What do you see? What's inside? Jim questioned.
It's a portal, all right. Yeah, this is a portal.
Tonius flung his body up and shoved himself into the hole entirely, then climbed through. The group heard a loud thud and a quick return from Tonius on the other side.
I'm okay,
he shouted, his voice now muffled and distant. The group breathed a collective sigh of relief as Jill ran around to the other side of the crystal. Billiam and Barry followed her as Bingy and Jim hurried up to the hole and gazed in.
He's inside! He's not back here!
Jill shouted. She placed her hands on the crystal and rubbed the backside of its face confusingly.
My word,
she remarked as Billiam knocked and tapped on the rock next to her. Barry hurried back over to the front-facing side of the crystal where Bingy was now holding up Jim, helping him through the hole.
So, we're going through then?
Barry questioned nervously. Jim shouted back at him while he shoved his body through, barely fitting.
Here goes nothing!
Jim flung himself through and the group heard another loud thud, then a quick muffled shout.
Yes, come on, it's okay!
Billiam leapt over to the hole and stood at attention.
All right, who's next?
He shouted in an energetic tone. Jill stepped over and offered herself up. Billiam picked up the small woman and slowly helped her through, then Bingy and finally Barry. Billiam then lifted the group's various sacks and bags and shoved them through as the others caught them as they fell on the other side. The group, now shouting from inside the crystal, encouraged Billiam, who was the final remaining member to enter. Billiam eyed up the hole hesitantly. His body seemed much too large to fit.
Give it a go, Billiam! Oh, wait, hold on, we've got ground grease!
Jim shouted before a small wooden box full of ground grease flung up and through the hole, hitting Billiam in the chest.
Ground grease. A fat, greasy-like substance harvested from deep within the earth. Ground grease is extracted using a long straw-like pipe, which is sucked on using the mouth to pull it from the ground.
Billiam eyed the box, then the hole. He let out a long sigh before opening the receptacle and taking out fistfuls of the white, greasy substance. He rubbed the ground grease all over the hole, then climbed up into it. Billiam screamed in agony as the group let out shouts of encouragement from the other side. Finally, the massive man made his way through, just barely, and dropped to the ground. His arms and torso were now covered in red marks and bleeding slightly. The ground grease stung his wounds, and he winced in pain for a moment before composing himself. The group cheered and helped him to his feet. The celebration was short-lived as their attention was immediately caught by a massive lightning bolt which struck down directly onto the crystal and blew it into thousands of pieces. Everyone was flung back dozens of feet.
All right! Everyone all right?
Jim shouted. Each member of the group let out faint affirmations of their safety as they regrouped near to where the crystal had stood. It was now a smoldering pile of black rocks. Jim squatted and surveyed the ground, grabbing a handful of the rocky blue soil covering the landscape in this strange new realm they had entered, and brought it close to his eyes. The sky was a grayish blue, and it was rather dark. He squinted to examine the soil's details. Tonius looked around at the others, who seemed to be still in shock, staring at the pile of crystal rocks vacantly.
So guess we ain't going back, huh?
He said with a nervous chuckle.
The gear! Our packs!
Jill shouted as she came to. She ran up the side of the hill the group now found themselves on. The bags had landed in a small open area near to the hilltop, and their contents now lay strewn about and exposed. The Oracle's book sat wedged into the ground at the very top of the hill, and Jill scurried toward it.
The book!
She shouted back at the group. Jim looked up. He noticed a peculiar reaction had taken place between the soil and her golden clogs. Where she stepped, the soil became slightly lighter and glowed. He ran over to get a closer look at her footprints. Jill remained at the top of the hill, digging the Oracle's book out of the ground. The rest of the group gathered by the crystal rubble and sat, tired and apathetic.
I guess now we're stuck in this place. So where the fuck is everybody else? Wasn't somebody saying this is where all the villagers were?
Tonius looked at Barry as if he had answers. Barry struggled and shook his head.
I don't know,
he answered in a somber tone. Jill stood up, brushing off blue soil from the Oracle's book, then placed it into her pocket for safekeeping. She glanced up for a moment and surveyed the horizon on the other side of the hill. She froze.
Come! Come! Come!
Jill shouted. Jim was not far behind her on the hill, still examining her clog's effects on the soil. He leapt up and joined her, and then stopped in amazement.
Boys, come look!
Jim shouted back at Barry, Billiam, and Bingy. The three slowly made their way up the hill, then took in the incredible sight. From this high point they beheld the full view of the Deneman's new realm. The expansive open valley with a blue river running through was perfectly visible, as well as the massive stone tower perched above it all. At the top, there was a bright blue glow, and, with a slight squint, the details of the large blue brain could be made out. Jim reached over and grabbed the Oracle's book from Jill's hands, then turned to its final page. He gazed down at the writing, then stared in silence with the others for a moment before speaking.
The brain!
Chapter 11. The Golden Boy. Tan lay motionless in a dense patch of forest. She peered through a gap in the trees at the valley below, where the Deneman's tower stood. It had been a day since she had opted to spend some time alone in the woods, and she picked a spot about a half-hour hike up the side of a steep, wooded hillside perched above the valley to do so. For the past day or so, she had observed Big Rix and the other squatters down below in fresh new denim robes, which Crassus finally bestowed upon them. With their new robes, the squatters were tasked with organizing large teams of peasants to till and agitate the blue soil throughout the river valley. The villagers, now Deneman slaves, worked tirelessly, clearing small trees and brush. Most villagers had been given shovels, pickaxes, and other items. They used their new gear to furiously smash at the ground. Bilt and some of the other squatter boys moved up and down the valley, pulling large carts with the help of several blue oxen-looking beasts, prized animals that Crassus himself had personally bred while preparing this new realm. The squatter boys passed by villagers, cracking their whips and shouting as the workers shoveled blue soil into the carts. Once their carts were full, the squatter boys would navigate them somewhere behind the stone tower to an area Tan could not quite make out. They seemed to be feeding the dirt into a wooden warehouse, but Tan couldn't get a good enough view of the area to be sure. Big Rick stood on a platform near the base of the tower in an area that allowed a central and complete view of the entire operation. He stood with a large denim megaphone and smoked a yellow stick. In between drags, he shouted,
Let's go, y'all! Let's shovel that crap! If y'all shovel hard, y'all folks will be getting new pleasure robes, just like mine!
He turned for a moment and looked up directly at where Tan was hidden on the hillside. Tan's heart skipped a beat, and she remained completely still. Big Rix jerked his head back toward the valley and began shouting again.
All right, y'all folks, let's go!
Tan breathed a sigh of relief. She intuitively knew there was nowhere to go, but she had, nonetheless, decided to separate herself from the group. A feeling of unease grew inside her. She knew the Denemans had tricked them. She thought of her father, the khaki factory, and the encounter with Tonius in their family home. Had the Denemans lied about her dad? Tan felt sick, not just from the singing realization she had been led on this whole time, but also because her denim robe now completely lacked any energy and was giving her no pleasure whatsoever. She looked down at her robe, then tugged at her sleeve in an attempt to reinvigorate it somehow. Nothing happened. She gazed back at the valley and made out the bright, clean new denim robes all her squatter comrades wore. Gland walked down the main dirt path leading through the valley, smoking a yellow stick and whipping villagers at random. She laughed joyously. Her robe was bright and beautiful. For a moment, Tan thought about running back down to join them, just to receive a new robe, but something inside kept her away. She laid down on her side for a moment to get some rest, but kept her eyes on the valley below. The speed at which they worked was impressive. Perhaps it was the menacing crack of the squatters' whips that's motivating them, Tan thought. She was surprised and amazed at the villagers' work ethic and wondered where they got the energy to dig, clear, and shovel the soil. As the day passed on, Tan noticed the villagers work harder and harder with each passing hour. She couldn't tell if it was her imagination or not, but she also noticed a peculiar change in their eyes. Some glowed blue, and light seemed to emerge from them like bright lanterns. Several more hours passed, and Tan realized this was no optical illusion or figment of her imagination. The villagers' eyes shone so brightly now, it was undeniable some other force had overtaken them. The light shone from their eyes in a way that poured out into a straight line, like a laser or perfect ray, which was directed where they looked. An elderly male villager darted his eyes directly toward Tan and locked his vision onto her. Bright blue rays of light danced around directly in her face, and she became momentarily blinded by the oppressive flashes.
Outsider due west! Outsider due west!
The old man shouted as other villagers directed their gaze toward Tan's spot on the mountainside. This caught Big Rix's attention, and he looked up to where the villagers were preoccupied.
Tan? Hey!
Big Rix leapt off his platform, throwing down his half-smoked yellow stick. He began up the hill. All the intense blue light was too much for Tan to handle, and she scurried away from her spot, eventually making it far enough up the hill to find another inconspicuous area to hide. Big Rix scanned the woods to each side of the trail for a moment, and after not finding Tan, gave up quickly. He reversed course back down the path toward the valley. It was becoming darker now, and Tan, relieved, drifted off to sleep in her new hiding spot. Back on the tower, Sheila and Crassus were deep in sleep with their eyes closed and their arms hooked up to the brain. They breathed heavily and let out pleasurable moans periodically. Faint screams emanated from the brain, and the mechanisms in front of it sputtered and hummed in an erratic fashion. Big Rix slammed open the rooftop door and startled them both awake.
Yo, I'm info busting!
He shouted as he marched around in circles.
Info busting. To be full of information and ready to share it.
Crassus wiped the sleep from his eyes and sat up. Sheila remained in her chair.
Yes, what? What is it now? Can't you see we were deep in a pleasure nap? Ever heard of knocking?
Crassus stood up and walked over to the mechanisms next to the brain, then began fidgeting with them.
Yeah, sorry, bro. I just want to tell you, you know Tan, one of my homegirls?
Big Rix darted about in circles.
Yes, the khaki girl,
Crassus muttered, still affixed to the mechanisms. Sheila sprang up.
Ooh, yes, the little khaki girl. Let's throw her in the brain.
No, I've told you before. She is one of Rix's minions. She is not brain fodder,
Crassus said somewhat angrily.
Yeah, well, she ran away and is hiding in the woods. I think I saw her up on the hill. I was trying to get her to come back to, get another robe and crap. I don't know why she ran off.
Big Rix stopped walking around in circles and sat on Crassus's reclined chair next to Sheila.
Run off?
Sheila gasped.
And this minion is useful according to you, Crassus. She has run off. Let's catch and punish her.
Crassus stopped fidgeting with the brain's mechanisms.
Interesting. Perhaps she must be dealt with.
Crassus scratched his greasy scalp.
Yes, I told you so. If she's anything like her father, we should have dealt with her ages ago. Khaki crapheads.
Sheila shouted, now standing up. She was invigorated at the thought of sacrificing Tan to the brain and would not rest now until she saw it done. Big Rix laid back in Crassus's chair and nodded off as he hadn't slept in days.
Very well, I will find her. Do not worry, cousin.
Crassus sighed and grabbed Big Rix by the neck of his robe, walking him and flinging him up.
Let's go back to whipping, squatter man.
Sheila clapped approvingly and laid back down, then plugged herself into her brain cord once again and dozed off. Crassus and Big Rix led out down the tower stairs. When they reached the bottom, Crassus stopped and turned to Big Rix.
Okay, which way?
Big Rix pointed toward the western mountain hanging over the valley. Crassus immediately led out toward the trail that led up that side and moved at a speed shockingly fast for a man of his size. Big Rix sprinted to catch up with him. Crassus stopped and put his hand on Big Rix's chest.
No, you stay. We need you in the fields, shouting commands and intimidating. Please, as I said, get back to whipping.
Crassus double-winked at Big Rix after this command. Big Rix stared at him silently for an awkward moment. Crassus reached into his pocket, retrieved a yellow stick, then stuck it in Bigrix's mouth and lit it. His jovial demeanor then turned sour, and he slapped Bigrix across the face.
I said go, now!
Bigrix darted away back to the valley.
Imbecile! Wasting my time, all of them! Why do we need to get the khaki girl?
Crassus talked aloud to himself as he wandered up the trail.
I say let her rummage in the woods like a dirty tan hog, but no, Sheila needs her daily sacrifices.
Crassus shook his head in anger, then let out a laugh as he reflected on the situation.
Here I am, Lord Crassus, searching for a lowly khaki girl.
Crassus chuckled as he became more and more winded, climbing up the extremely steep hill. He stopped for a moment and rested, now high enough above the valley to get a bird's-eye view of the villagers toiling below. The sight produced a feeling of accomplishment in him, and he let out a long sigh as he sat down to rest on a stone. Crassus surveyed the nature around him. He hadn't had a moment to himself since entering this new realm of his own creation, and marveled at his surroundings. Suddenly, his eye caught an unnatural shape in the brush. He squinted and could see it was the outline of a woman's leg sticking out from underneath a denim robe. He jumped up quickly and pushed his obese frame as fast as he could toward the leg. As he got closer, he could see it was Tan sleeping on the forest floor. He picked up his speed and charged even faster toward her. Crassus jumped up into the air and flung himself toward Tan, whose eyes shot open mere seconds before the behemoth man landed on top of her. Tan was no match for Crassus's great mass. She struggled to free herself, but the fat man lay on top of her, face down, giggling.
Yes, Tan, hello, my dear. Looks like I'm a trap master, and you're my newest dirty beast.
Trap master. A master trapper who roams the wilderness of Fabricia to catch dirty beasts, often as a display of skill and sport, and not to eat the beasts. Trap masters look for the dirtiest beasts they can, catch them, then stuff and display the beasts like trophies in their homes or shops.
Crassus taunted Tan as she wiggled about underneath him, barely able to move until she gave up.
Okay, you got me, okay!
Tan gasped, her words barely audible as her face was smashed sideways in the dirt underneath Crassus's chest, and every bit of air had been pushed from her lungs.
What's that, my dear?
Oh no! You shan't be running away, no! Not when there are duties to perform! Bad squatter! You've been a bad khaki girl!
Crassus yelled with a laugh, then quickly rummaged around in his robe pocket. He pulled out a short rope and quickly tied up Tan's wrists, then tied another short rope between her ankles. Crassus rose, then pulled Tan to her feet.
Please don't hurt me,
Tan pleaded, sobbing.
Hurt you? Oh, no. I'm just retrieving you. Why have you run away, my dear?
Crassus donned a large fake frown.
You don't like our new realm?
He let out in a mocking tone, then laughed.
No, I'm sorry. I'll go back now.
Tan's head shook nervously as she spoke.
Very good, dear.
Crassus grabbed Tan's wrists and pulled her toward a tree, then tied her against it.
What are you doing? Are we going back?
Tan questioned frantically, her voice cracking as she spoke.
Yes, of course. I just need to catch my breath, dear. I'm a large man. I require a napper's recharge.
Crassus replied, now breathing heavily. He finished tying up Tan and sat once more on the stone nearby, then lit up a yellow cigar and rested for a moment. This was the most physical activity Crassus had done in years, and he was exhausted. Tan stood quietly against the tree and watched as Crassus took long, deep inhales of his cigar. He then drifted into a short nap. After a while of sitting in silence, Tan had also fallen asleep, standing. Crassus awoke and stared at her sleeping face for almost an entire half hour.
Such a pretty young girl. It is a shame,
he muttered before shouting to wake her.
Okay, I'm done resting. Let's go,
he screamed. Tan woke and allowed Crassus to untie her from the tree. With her hands and feet still bound, he tied another rope several meters long to Tan on one end and around his waist on the other, connecting them about a meter apart. The two wandered out of the brush and back onto the trail, but only made it several dozen feet before Crassus halted suddenly. His eyes fixed to the side of the hill next to the trail, up toward higher ground.
What is it?
Tan questioned. Crassus ignored her. He turned and deviated off the trail, climbing up the rather steep wooded area, all the while pulling Tan along with him until he reached what had gathered his attention. Crassus bent and examined small, faint footprints in the blue soil. They were peculiar footprints which were not just indents in the soil, but it looked like whatever made them also had turned the area of the dirt they touched a lighter shade of blue, and they glowed. He could see that the tracks led further up the mountainside. Due to the print's odd shape, Crassus immediately knew they had not been left by Tan or some other wandering villager's denim footwear, but by someone or something else.
What in Prim's name?
Crassus thought out loud, gazing at the prints. He pinched a small sample of the soil and put it in his mouth and sucked on it for a moment. The taste was inconclusive. He stood up, keeping his eyes fixed to the ground, then violently pulled on the rope attached to Tan's wrists.
Come, girl!
He shouted as he followed the prints up the hill, tugging Tan along with him. Back by the now-destroyed crystal, Jill stood next to a small campfire and prepared a boiling pot of wet dirt. The group had set up a small camp near to where the crystal had been, but slightly behind the tree line and down the side of the mountain in order to better hide out and plan what to do next. Jim sat next to Billiam on the ground near their group tent, flipping through the Oracle's book. Barry helped Jill prepare her cooking utensils, and Bingy sat near the broken crystal, whittling down sticks with a particularly sharp piece of rock.
Works very well,
Bingy shouted toward the group.
Don't worry, I'll be impaling 10 hogs in no time. Hope you guys are hungry.
Bingy yelped in a nasally shout, then continued whittling the sticks down vigorously. Once satisfied with the sharpness of his new spears, Bingy hopped up and darted off into the woods. The group mostly ignored him, save for Jill, who looked up and nodded with a smile. Immediately upon Bingy's exit, footsteps crunching in the leaves from under the sightline of the hill rang out. The group nervously turned their heads in the direction of the sound. A small figure appeared jogging up the hill. It was Tonius, who, upon reaching the area of the broken crystal, stopped and then started kicking and punching the air. The group collectively sighed, and Billiam laughed.
What's that little man doing? Practicing his hand-to-hand combat?
Billiam stood up and left Jim's side. He approached Tonius.
Yeah,
Tonius returned.
Got a vomit train. Get in shape to take out the Denimans. That is what we're doing, right?
Vomit train. To physically train one's body so vigorously that one vomits.
Tonius raised his voice and shouted towards Tim, who was now immersed in the Oracle's book. Billiam stood behind Tonius and grabbed him, guiding his arms and legs in the proper directions and helping him perform better punches and kicks.
Here, like this,
he explained and guided Tonius's arms. The two men moved in a robotic fashion, their bodies intertwined for a moment, seeming to display some odd dance.
There, exactly,
Billiam shouted, then let go of Tonius. Tonius continued punching and kicking in the air mechanically as Billiam clapped.
Well, yes, the book is a little unclear.
Jim finally responded to Tonius's question.
Toward the back of the book, there's a chapter here just called The Brain. It's too cryptic for me to understand.
Jim continued reading. Barry, having helped Jill sufficiently set up the cooking gear, approached Jim and peered at the book over his shoulder. Jim read aloud from it.
Blue, it sits to tower above those souls, charged by the will of evil men, and that blue which groweth underneath to seep up from the earth and into the hands of the punished. Only the golden boy might test its resolve. 1 gold, 1 blue, 1 gray.
Jim flipped the page to find it was the last in the book. He pulled it closer to his face to see a few dozen pages had been ripped out and noticed bits of paper from the removed segments still remained stuck to the spine.
That's it. Someone's ripped out the rest.
Jim sighed, confused. Barry sat.
I'm the golden boy,
he questioned.
It would seem that way. You fit the description,
Jim answered, then stopped himself from continuing. He was unsure about what exactly they needed to do and did not want to convey this uncertainty to young Barry, who seemed to be weighed down by the situation and growing more anxious. Jim stood up and walked over to the tree line, then looked toward the valley below. He pointed at the tower where the small, visibly glowing brain sat.
We need to go there, he said. It's some sort of power source we need to turn off.
Jim looked at the brain, squinting his eyes, then down at the valley where he could make out the now thousands of villagers toiling away in the soil. He gasped.
Look!
He shouted for the others to come see. The group squinted toward the valley.
Look at all the people! Those are the villagers from Porp! Tan must be down there!
He ran back to the Oracle's book, which he had left next to the tent, then pulled it open once more.
To tower above those souls! The Denimans have turned everyone into slaves here! To gather denim from the earth, which powers that brain!
Jim yelped. He was ecstatic as his mind finally pieced together all parts of the situation.
We need to destroy the brain! Come on!
Jim shouted. The group still stood gazing at the valley, their attention affixed to the action below. Suddenly, footsteps crunching on the dry leaves leading up to the area further down the hill could be heard once more, this time much louder. Jill turned her head toward Jim.
Bingy is returning from his hunt. Let us eat first,
she said, then turned her head back toward the direction of the footsteps. Crassus appeared directly at the foot of the trail, Tan still attached to him at the waist. Jill's face went pale, and she let out a scream, then ran back toward the tree line. This startled the group, who looked over in the direction of the footsteps, now getting closer and closer. Tonius' face went red.
Gentlemen!
He shouted before letting out toward the obese man. Crassus gave a startled look as Tonius ran toward him at full speed.
It's Lord Crassus!
Billiam shouted. The entire group flung into action and grabbed any weapon they could, which amounted to various sticks, pots, and pans. Tonius finally reached Crassus and dove into his massive gut. His rotund figure bent inward, then popped back out like a trampoline, sending Tonius' small body a dozen feet into the air and off to the side of the trail. He landed and lay unconscious. The group continued forward. Crassus and Tan were now close enough to be fully recognizable.
Tan! Tan!
Jim shouted and darted toward the two.
Dad!
Returned Tan. Crassus stopped in the path, standing about a dozen feet from the group, and grabbed the rope attached to Tan's wrists. He flung her into his arms and put her into a chokehold in one solid movement, then retrieved a small knife and pressed it to her neck. Jim stopped in his tracks.
No, stop! No, don't hurt her!
Jim got down on his knees and begged. Billiam and the others ran up behind him.
Release her, Crassus! You're outnumbered! Leave the girl alone, there's no need!
Billiam shouted and flexed his muscles in an attempt to frighten Crassus, but it had no such effect. Crassus laughed and let out a long sigh.
The khaki man! You are indeed alive!
He proclaimed with a smile. Jim moved toward Crassus and he dug the knife in closer to Tan's neck. Tan yelped. Jim stopped.
Not so fast, little khaki man.
You'll seal the girl's fate with one more step.
Crassus laughed and was thoroughly enjoying himself. He looked up.
Oh, my word, and look, you've brought a little group of friends.
Crassus's eyes surveyed the group and he laughed at their bizarre, dirty appearances. His eyes locked on Barry.
Oh my, it can't be the boy!
Crassus's jovial demeanor now shifted to sincere amazement.
How on earth are you living, boy? And what is this golden beard you sport?
Barry shook with anger and shouted back at Crassus with all the energy he had.
You liar! You dirty fat man! I hate you! You dirty, dirty man!
Barry's face turned red and Jill put her hands on his shoulders to calm him. The sight of Barry's anger made Crassus laugh once more.
Oh, glorious! I imagine it feels good to say that, little peasant!
Crassus, still clenching Tan's throat, looked over at Jill and then down at her feet.
Look at these wonderful little golden clogs you all wear! Cute!
He laughed hysterically and tears welled up in his eyes.
You little freaks! How on earth have you made it into our realm? And you wear our denim? This is a real treat!
Billiam was enraged and shouted back at the denim lord.
Okay, you've got the count of 3 to let her go!
He stepped up and stood directly behind Jem, who still knelt in front of Crassus and Tan, now sobbing.
And then what?
Crassus returned.
Oh, I know, wonderful. When you get to 3, I'll slash the girl's neck. Perfect. Yes, give us a killer's countdown.
Killer's countdown. The countdown shouted by a person designated as the counter during public executions in Porp, which precedes the actual moment of execution. The counter sometimes gives an hours-long countdown for the executioner. The length of the countdown varies depending on the accused crime.
Crassus turned his head to Tan's face and sniffed her.
Such a pretty young girl,
he whispered, then licked her cheek slowly all the way across. Jim was incensed and screamed out,
Stop it! Please stop!
Crassus whispered to Tan once more.
You should know you are going to perish anyway, my sweetie, whether it be by my blade or by my brain.
Crassus giggled and licked Tan's cheek again, this time quickly over and over. Tan flinched and flexed as she prepared for certain death.
All right then, 1!
Billiam shouted out his countdown, not knowing how else to de-escalate the situation. He had never dealt with an intimidating man of Crassus' stature and had only disciplined and intimidated khaki peasants who were largely compliant by nature. Billiam's countdown method was simply his only recourse. The group winced.
2!
Billiam shouted. Crassus donned a massive smile as he geared up his arm to stab Tan as hard as he could.
3!
Billiam let out his final number and everyone closed their eyes. Crassus thrust his knife toward Tan's neck, and at the exact moment, a long wooden spear appeared and rapidly protruded from his torso, having injured him from behind with incredible force. Crassus's arm went limp and he dropped the blade. The group opened their eyes at the sound of this gruesome action. Crassus stood stunned for a moment. He let go of Tan, who pulled away. She grabbed Crassus's knife off the ground and cut herself free, then flung herself into Jim's arms, who caught her. The two, along with Billiam, slowly backed up to stand with the rest of the group. Crassus looked down at the wooden spear protruding from his chest about 3 feet, then looked up at the group. He spoke in a forced, raspy whisper, which is all he could muster given the circumstance.
Congratulations! You've ended me!
With that, Crassus's huge body leaned forward, then slammed into the ground. He was dead. Standing behind him was Bingy, who crouched, still in a hunter's stance. The group jumped and cheered.
That's a big tan hog! That's good eating!
Bingy shouted. Tan ran to Bingy and hugged him. Then Jim and the rest joined her.
Bingy, you killed him! You did it!
Jim shouted. Bingy looked confused.
That was a big tan hog? What? No, look!
Jim grabbed Bingy and pulled him toward Crassus's corpse, then gripped a handful of Crassus's greasy hair and raised his head up off the ground.
Look, it's Crassus!
Jim proclaimed. This startled Bingy, who gasped and stood back.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Bingy shouted as he surveyed the group's reaction. They all smiled at him, and Billiam patted him on the back.
Good work, Mr. Bingy,
he shouted.
Okay, yeah. Okay, he was supposed to die, yes?
Bingy responded, still unsure of what he had just done.
Yes, yes!
Jim shouted. He looked over at Tan and ran to her. The two embraced.
Dad, I'm so sorry. I didn't know what was going on. The Denimans had us all under some sort of spell.
Tan shouted in tears. The two stopped embracing, and Jim looked at Tan intently.
No, please don't be sorry. We are living in strange times. The entirety of Fabricia is out of whack. I was worried sick, and to see you safe, I couldn't be happier, Tan. We have each other. Your mother would be proud of such a brave daughter, a lot braver than her father.
Jim embraced his daughter once more. The relief Tan felt at being back safe with her family and around normal people who cared about her well-being could not be overstated. This moment of happiness quickly subsided, however, and the nausea and fatigue she had been suffering suddenly caught up to her once more. Tan turned and vomited in the dirt. Jim motioned to Jill and Barry, who had made their way back to the campsite fire.
Can we get her some water, food?
Jim shouted. Barry quickly grabbed a small bowl which still contained some cold scrambled brown egg and a little wooden barrel of water. He darted over to Tan and offered it up to her.
Thank you.
Tan fished for Barry's name.
Barry, m'lady,
he replied. Thank you, Barry, Tan said with a smile. Jill walked over and inspected Tan's feet.
Should be needing clogs,
she shouted, then returned back to her sack and gathered a fresh pair of golden clogs. Jill wedged them onto Tan's feet as she slowly ate the brown egg and drank the water.
You should be feeling better very soon,
Jill remarked, then returned to the cooking area of the campsite.
Oh, where are my manners?
Jim shouted.
You've met Barry.
He pointed back at Jill.
That was Jill the Clogger. Do you remember her as a girl?
He questioned. Tan smiled and nodded her head.
It's been many years, my dear. Hello again,
shouted Jill.
Of course you know Billiam from the factory.
Tan nodded, then looked over at Bingy, who squatted over Crassus's corpse and sniffed it. And who's this man who saved me? She asked.
Oh, that's Bingy.
Jim leaned in closer to Tan.
He's a little odd. We've just met him, actually.
Jim and Tan both chuckled.
And of course you know the baby boy Tonius.
Jim looked around and realized Tonius was still lying unconscious on the path.
Tonius!
He shouted. Jim and Billiam ran over to where he lay. They both squatted and shook Tonius to rouse him awake. He slowly came to, then sprung to his feet.
Did I get him? Did I bust break his block?
Bust breaking a block. To knock someone out.
Tonius sprinted toward Crassus's lifeless body, then began kicking it as hard as he could while shouting.
You motherfucker! You piece of shit!
Jim and Billiam ran over and pulled him away.
He's dead! It's okay!
Jim shouted. The small man settled.
This motherfucker right here!
Tonius pointed and shook his head, half angry and half amused. He spat on Crassus's body, and the glob of phlegm he produced landed straight on the back of his greasy bald scalp. Bingy still squatted and sniffed his corpse.
Help me with this?
Bingy questioned Tonius, pointing at the large spear still stuck in Crassus's torso. Together they pulled the spear out and tossed it aside as they rummaged through Crassus's pockets for treasures. Jim and the rest sat with Tan near the tent and relaxed for a while. Jim picked up the Oracle's book.
Now, Tan, Barry brought with us this incredible book. It seems to be some instruction manual for how to help those people in the valley, and maybe even get us back home.
Tan finished her food and looked at her father curiously. Jim handed her the book and she thumbed through it. Her eyes lit up as she reached the final chapter entitled The Brain.
The brain! It knows about the brain!
She flipped through the chapter, not able to make out much meaning in the cryptic writing.
Yes, it's really a brain! We can barely make it out from here, but we've been looking at the tower in the valley. What can you tell us about it, Tan? What's down there?
Jim asked before leaning in to hear Tan's response.
Well, there's a big brain at the top of the tower, that's right. The villagers all work in the valley. They're digging something up, and then the squatters come and take it to some warehouse or something.
Tan stopped and thought. Jim interjected.
That must be what's powering the brain. It's like some sort of power source for the entire realm. Please, tell us more. Well, they keep the door to the tower locked. There are a few guards who only let in the denimans themselves, guards or big ricks, Tan explained. And the villagers in the fields, their eyes glow blue. It's like some sort of ray of light coming from each of them. I ran away, and when they saw me on the hill, it triggered some alert system among them. It's like they're all connected somehow. I don't know. Fascinating, Jim remarked and let it all sink in.
Tan continued.
Yeah, oh, and at the top, Sheila and Crassus have these reclining chairs they lay in. They plug themselves into this machine next to the brain and sleep for long periods of time. I think they call it pleasure napping.
The group nodded, taking in all she had said. Tan was surprised they believed her. She started thumbing through the book once more.
Sheila Deneman! She's up on that tower?
Tonius shouted from across the campsite, his pockets now packed with little trinkets and snacks from Crassus's robe. He screamed for joy as he pulled a box full of yellow sticks from one of Crassus's pockets.
Oh, shit, yes! I've been body shaking for days, damn!
Body shaking. Very slight shaking of the limbs, which occurs when a heavy yellow stick user suddenly ceases smoking them for more than a day or two.
Tonius pulled out a yellow stick and lit it up, then made his way to the group by the tent as Bingy kept sniffing Crassus's dead body.
We got one! Let's go get the other! And let's fucking blow up that stupid fucking brain!
Tonius pulled out a meat stick and munched down on it in between drags from his yellow stick and yelped out in joy.
Yahoo!
There was an infectious sense of invigoration going on around the camp. Barry and Jill laughed and Tonius tossed them some meat sticks, then pulled out a bag of bang chips from his pocket.
This fat motherfucker had a shit ton of snacks on him!
Tonius laughed as the group began snacking away on Crassus's treats. Jill voiced some hesitancy.
Now let's think about this, dears. We don't want to needlessly throw ourselves into too much danger all at once. Our little camp is nice.
She bit into a meat stick. Jim patted her on the back.
Now, of course, safety is a primary concern, but I think he's right. We need to get down there to the tower and destroy that brain and whatever force it has over everybody.
Jill nodded in agreement hesitantly, and the rest audibly agreed. Jim looked over at Bingy, who was now cleaning off his spear, then shouted in his direction.
Bingy, pack it up! It's time to go!
Jim moved into action, giving everyone a task.
Barry, Tonius, and Jill, gather up Crassus's things. Strip off his robe, Jim commanded.
The three ran over and did as he said.
Tan, Billiam, gather up the camp. Bingy, fashion some more of those wooden spears,
Jim said as he marched around in a circle holding the Oracle's book. The three smallest of the group finished up stripping Crassus's dead body of his massive denim robe and sturdy denim boots.
All right, Mr. Jim, what's next?
Barry now stood at attention, awaiting further instructions. Jim grinned, excited about revealing the next part of his plan.
Okay, everyone, gather!
He walked over to the broken crystal fragments and stood on the small pile of rubble. Everyone gathered around him.
Here's the plan, gang! Tonius, Barry, and Jill, you guys will put on Crassus's robe together and hide underneath it, pulling down the hood to make sure no one sees your faces. That should allow you access into the Dinaman's tower past the guards. Right, Tan?
Jim looked at Tan, who shrugged.
I mean, if they think it's Crassus, they'll probably let them through. The guards are pretty stupid, so yeah. Fantastic! Jim shouted, then continued. Once inside, the three of you can climb to the top of the tower and incapacitate the brain. Bingy can give you some wooden spears.
Jim looked over at Bingy, who had almost miraculously produced a dozen wooden spears in a matter of about a minute.
Great work! Jim shouted.
The group was less enthusiastic than Jim.
So what do you guys do, the rest of you guys?
Tonius questioned.
We watch!
Jim proclaimed confidently.
Yes, the idea seems okay.
Jill reluctantly agreed as Barry chimed in.
And me, the golden boy, the golden blue and grey, my golden clogs, denim robe and grey khaki pants. I will be the one who destroys the brain. What about Sheila? Is she on the tower?
Barry's nerves caused his face to turn pale, and Jill put her arm around him. Jim felt a little uneasy about what he seemed to be tasking Barry with, but was still resolved to his plan.
I know it sounds scary, but this book, this wonderful book,
Jim pointed at the Oracle's book in his hand.
This thing has proved it knows things about the future, things we couldn't possibly come to on our own. Those pants you're wearing, my life's work, they were completed, fixed by this book.
Jim raised the Oracle's book into the air.
This same book that says you will be the golden boy.
He lowered the book back down and walked over to Barry, whose anxiety was beginning to ease. He squatted to the boy's level.
You are the golden boy, and you will destroy the brain, Barry, I know it.
He gave him a hug, and the group let out a small awkward applause before Jim sprang back up.
Okay then, let's go.
Sheila darted nervously about atop the tower, biting her nails. It had been several hours since Crassus left to retrieve Tan from the woods, and she was getting worried. She grabbed a small denim megaphone from behind her chair and stepped to the edge of the tower, then placed it to her lips.
Rix! Big Rix! Come up here at once!
She shouted toward the ground. This startled Big Rick standing on his platform. He turned quickly to look up at Sheila, then shouted back at her with his own megaphone.
Cool, 1 sec!
Big Rix hopped down off his platform and darted past the denim guardsman into the tower. Upon reaching the top, he found Sheila distraught and sobbing.
Yo, what's up? Damn, you okay?
He approached Sheila and leaned in next to her. She stiffened.
Don't touch me, you dirty squatter freak!
Big Rix jumped back. Sheila's mood shifted from sobbing to stern seriousness in almost an instant.
I'm going through pleasure withdrawals. My mood is fickle,
Sheila confessed, then ran to the edge of the tower again, raised her head toward the sky, and let out a long, shrill scream. There was a pause after her nearly 30-second shout.
Okay,
Big Rick said, breaking the silence.
Do you need me for something, or?
He slowly walked backwards toward the exit door.
Yes,
Sheila replied.
Go find Crassus. He's been gone all day. He's still looking for your little stupid khaki craphead friend. Go find him now,
Sheila commanded. Big Rick started toward the exit before Sheila shouted back at him again.
No, wait! Stay here!
She laughed hysterically.
Wait, what?
Big Rick's confused stopped and approached her again. Sheila's mood then shifted from hysterical laughter to extreme sadness.
Crassus, no!
She let out a long scream again. Big Rick's was thoroughly confused. Sheila's mood and instructions were shifting so quickly now that he simply did not understand what was needed of him. Sheila was experiencing extreme withdrawals from her pleasure naps, and she did not know enough about how to operate the brain in order to get more pleasure without aid from Crassus. To make matters worse, her denim pleasure robe was simply not strong enough to provide her with adequate pleasure anymore. An entire afternoon alone on the tower with minimal pleasure access caused her mind to dart in and out of extreme emotion. She slipped into a bout of mania.
Big Rix, wait! I love you! Let's quick bang!
She shouted before flinging herself into his arms.
Quick bang. Sexual intercourse performed as quickly as possible.
Big Rix was confused at Sheila's forwardness, but not upset by it.
Wow, cool,
he responded before Sheila started violently making out with him and stripping their clothes off. The two fell to the floor and rolled around.
Nice,
Big Rick shouted. Jim and the gang finally reached the foot of the mountain trail, which led directly up to the tower in the valley. Jim motioned for the group to join him as he led everyone into an open area behind a large boulder. They hid from the view of the tower guard as well as any villagers working the fields who might notice them at the head of the trail. Jim squatted as the group gathered around him.
Okay, so this is gonna be extremely easy,
Jim whispered in a forced authoritative tone as he didn't actually believe what he had just said.
Tonius, Barry, and Jill, you know what to do. Get the robe.
Billiam knelt and set a large sack on the ground. Jill opened it and dragged Crassus's extremely large denim robe out. They laid it unfolded on the ground.
Okay, so how are we gonna do this? How are we gonna situate ourselves under this thing?
Tonius asked, taking lazy drags from his yellow stick, not fully on board with Jim's disguise plan. Jim took a moment and eyed the three small group members.
Jill, you go on the bottom, and then Barry and Tonius, you can sit on her shoulders, one on each side.
Jim darted over to Bingy and grabbed one wooden spear from the bundle, which Bingy had slung over his back.
And here, hold this to keep the hood propped up. It'll also act as your weapon to take out the brain. If Sheila is up there, use it against her as well if you need to.
The more he spoke his plan out loud, the less sure Jim was about it, but he pushed the words out nonetheless, feeling as though there was no turning back. Jill, Barry, and Tonius hesitantly got into formation. Then Jim, Billiam, and Tan lifted Crassus's huge robe and draped it over them, allowing the hood section to catch on the end of the long wooden spear. Jim, Billiam, and Tan stepped back and surveyed the strange sight. It was hardly a disguise and looked extremely awkward.
Perfect!
Jim let out a whispered shout as Tan and Billiam looked at each other, unsure, then back at Jim. They did not say a word. Jill's elderly back audibly cracked with the two small men on her shoulders. They moved slowly but surely down the trail, then directly toward the tower door. Tonius continued to inhale a lit yellow stick under the robe, and puffs of smoke periodically fumed out of the robe's hood. The guard, who had been sleeping standing against the tower, perked awake. Jim and the others who remained behind the large boulder waited with bated breath.
Lord Crassus, hello!
The guard let out. Jim was so giddy he almost yelped out loud but contained himself. He high-fived Tan quickly before they peered back around the rock. The guard put his hand on the wooden door, and immediately a voice from the field nearby rang out.
Intruder! Northwest! Tower door!
A young female villager stood completely still, having dropped her shovel, and stared directly at Jill's clogged feet, which protruded from underneath Crassus's robe. The guard looked at the clogs, confused.
Wow, my lord, interesting footwear you've gathered while away!
A puff of smoke danced out of the hood's opening and into the guard's face, which piqued his curiosity. He leaned in and looked into the hood. Before he could catch a glimpse inside the robe, the guard's attention was suddenly brought back to the field again as dozens more villagers joined in chanting, Intruder! Northwest! Tower door! They all stared at Jill's clogs. The villagers walked toward the tower door at a slow but steady pace, all pointing toward the clogs. Jim, Tan, Billiam, and Bingy remained behind the boulder.
No! Shit!
Jim let out in a whispered shout.
The villagers, no!
He stood up frantically, not knowing what to do. Bingy sprang into action and jumped out into the trail in a full sprint. Jim tried to grab him, but he easily slipped from his grasp and hurried away.
No, what is he doing?
Jim said in another whispered shout. Tan and Billiam were speechless as they watched the plan devolve horrifically. Bingy rounded the corner into the field, his long greasy hair trailing in the breeze behind him as he ran at an incredible speed, which seemed impossible. He reached an open spot behind where the villagers had gathered and quickly drove 2 spears into the ground, then leapt up, landing his legs in a full split atop them. At this time, Jill's legs were becoming weak and shaky, and the 3 underneath Crassus's robe swayed back and forth. The guard looked back at the drooping hood of Crassus's robe, which barely concealed the wooden spear underneath propping it up. Another puff of smoke exited the hood.
Lord Crassus, is something wrong? What's going?
The guard could not finish a sentence before Bingy let out an ear-piercing and extremely high-pitched squeal. At once, the villagers' attention was immediately turned around and on Bingy. Every worker in the field pointed at him while slowly walking toward his position.
Intruder! Intruder, southeast!
They shouted in unison. The guard sprinted over to where Bingy screamed to inspect this odd sound. Jim, Billiam, and Tan watched in pure amazement at Bingy's bizarre display and were frozen in awe. Bingy looked to where they hid behind the boulder and stopped screaming for a moment, then shouted,
Go! Go now, friends! Ah!
He quickly continued his high-pitched squeal once more as the villagers closed in on him. Jim, Tan, and Billiam leapt up and darted toward the tower door where Tonius, Barry, and Jill now swayed violently on Jill's shaky legs underneath the robe.
What the fuck's going on?
Tonius whispered inside the robe.
The guard's gone.
Barry peered up through the hood and could make out the now slightly open tower door.
My legs! Young lads, I'm sorry, my legs are giving out!
Jill exclaimed before the 3 collapsed onto the ground just as Jim, Billiam, and Tan arrived. Billiam grabbed the robe and flung it up off the ground, tossing the 3 inside out into the dirt. Jill breathed heavily and was winded as Tan came to her aid. Barry and Tonius stood up and looked toward where Bingy still sat perched in the field with his legs splayed outward atop the wooden spears. The villagers slowly moved in on him, and his screaming stopped, turning to agonizing shouts of pain.
Bingy! He's doing what he does best! Distracting!
Barry shouted happily. Bingy's situation had put Jim, Billiam, and Tonius into somewhat of a trance as Tan and Barry helped Jill to her feet. Tan shouted the men back to attention.
Hey, guys, let's go! The door's open!
She sprung into the tower. The 3 men snapped back into reality as the villagers and the guard now turned their attention toward the tower, seeing the group standing by its door.
Stop! Halt! Stop them!
The guard shouted as he rushed toward them. The villagers also picked up speed now and hurried toward the door. The group ran inside. They were only able to get about a third of the way up the long stone spiral stairs in the tower as the now quick villagers, energized by having consumed Bingy in the field, reached up and grasped at Jill's legs as she was the slowest of the group and lagged behind. A villager grabbed her leg and swept her into their mass, then passed her body back above their heads down the tower stairs to be consumed by the crowd.
No! Jill, no!
Jim shouted while looking back, still running with the rest of the group, trying to reach the tower's top. Billiam led the group and leapt as quickly as he could up the stairs. Directly behind him was Jim and Tan, then Barry, and finally Tonius, who desperately climbed as quickly as he could. He was not quick enough. The villagers sucked Tonius into their masses, flinging his small body into the depths of the massive group, which hurtled ever more quickly upwards.
Ah, you motherfuckers, you motherfuckers!
Tonius' screams became fainter as his body was subsumed by the crowd. Billiam now neared the top and kicked open the door to the roof. Jim, Tan, and Barry fled through the opening behind him before Billiam could slam the door shut and lock it, trapping the horde of villagers in the tower's spiral stairwell. Sheila and Big Rix were still rolling around the floor in an odd fashion, making out nude. Jim, Barry, and Tan ran over to the brain's control panel and immediately beat it with their fists as Billiam grabbed one of the large wooden recliners and slammed it in front of the door to jam it shut further. The villagers on the other side pounded on the door and let out shrill screams. Sheila leapt up and off Big Rix. She shrieked.
What is this? What is this? The khaki man! I knew he was alive!
She quickly dressed, then ran over to Jim and grabbed him, pulling him away from the control panel. She scratched at his neck and face with her long, sharp nails. Jim screamed in agony. Sheila shouted,
Big Rix, come help!
Big Rix put his robe back on, then ran over to Tan and grabbed her.
Tan, what the crap are you doing? Stop!
He shouted, then threw her to the ground before going to aid Sheila. Billiam pulled Big Rix from behind before he could do so, and the two large men brawled. By now, the door had given way, and the villagers snapped it off its hinges. They quickly broke the recliner into dozens of pieces and poured in, covering the rooftop. Billiam was overpowered by Big Rix with the help of several villagers, and they violently pushed his large body over the side of the tower. He screamed as he flung through the air.
No, Billiam, no!
Jim shouted, now brawling with Sheila. The mob grabbed Jim and swept him away, then Tan, who lay incapacitated on the floor, and finally Barry, who was still fidgeting with the controls next to the brain, seeming to have no effect at all. The fighting settled as Sheila stood and laughed. She surveyed her surroundings. Billiam lay gravely injured on the ground below the tower, barely moving. Tan, Barry, and Jim each hung constrained by about a dozen villagers who stood at attention and stared at Sheila, awaiting further instructions, their eyes glowing bright blue. The rest of the villagers who had spilled into the roof now filed out back down the stairs in an orderly fashion. Big Rix dusted himself off and stood next to Sheila.
Oh, crap! What the heck are y'all even doing?
He shouted with a laugh toward the three. He pulled out a yellow stick and lit it up, then looked at Sheila.
That was epic, how we were nude rolling and about to quick banging crap. Too bad everyone barged in. Maybe we could finish up later or some crap.
Big Rix smiled.
Nude rolling. The practice of a couple stripping nude, making out, and rolling on the ground, quickly back and forth, in a rhythmic cadence.
Sheila ignored him and shouted toward the intruders.
You little shits! How did you get into our realm, khaki man? I knew you were still alive, you little piece of shit! The boy! How do you also live, now with a stupid little beard?
She could not contain her anger.
Where is Crassus? What have you done with Crassus? Where has he gone?
Sheila was hysterical as she walked up to Jim and stood an inch from his face, then spit on him, flung her hand back, and slapped him as hard as she could. Jim barely reacted as he felt fully defeated once more. He remained silent.
He's dead,
Tan interjected. Sheila walked up to Tan and slapped her about a dozen times, then knelt and let out a long scream.
I don't believe you! It's not true!
She stepped up to Barry next.
And you, a nice little loose end you've turned out to be, you dirty little peasant boy. I curse the day you entered the Great Hall. You are a disgrace to the denim and lords you serve.
She spat on Barry's face, and her saliva stuck into his golden beard. His head sunk.
Everyone go, now!
Sheila commanded as she needed some time alone.
Lock them up in the tower basement for now. No food, no water.
Big Rix chimed in.
Wait, so now we can quick bang or...
Everyone!
Sheila shouted at him impatiently. Big Rix and the villagers grasped Jim, Barry, and Tan, and they were escorted toward the rooftop exit. Big Rix remained, hoping he would still be able to quick bang with Sheila. She turned around and sobbed.
Wait!
She screamed, her mood immediately shifting to desperation.
I need pleasure, now!
She shouted before frantically biting her nails.
The boy! Come bring me the boy! Take the others away!
Big Rix's eyes lit up.
Wait! He gets to quick bang? What the crap?
No, I need a sacrifice, you imbecile! Leave! 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 Everyone leaves except the boy!
Sheila screamed. Big Rix finally shuffled away as Tan and Jim were led down the stairs. The villagers holding on to Barry walked him over to Sheila.
Yes! Put him in the brain immediately!
She commanded as she hooked up the cord leading from the brain into her arm. She sat and closed her eyes as the villagers loaded Barry into the brain through the latch, which opened in on its side. Barry did not put up any fight as he was fully resigned. He felt a strange sense of calmness as the men pushed his small body inside.
Now get!
Sheila shouted. The remaining villagers quickly scurried off the roof. Sheila got up from her chair and walked over to the brain's control panel to activate it. She shouted toward the brain.
Hope you enjoy this wild ride, little Porgy. It will be your last.
She smirked, her mood now improved slightly. Barry sat inside the brain, only able to hear Sheila's muffled voice, but couldn't make out what she had just said. He laid back on the brain's wet, squishy inner surface. It was blue inside and lit up in a strange way, such that the inner ridges of the brain were brighter than the large, squishy, protruding parts. Barry rested his head on the damp, spongy surface. Sheila finished with the control panel and walked back to her recliner, then laid down inside. The brain seemed to kick on and vibrated. Barry noticed the inside walls of the brain produced sweat and moisture beaded on them. Then it grew hot. Sheila lay calmly in her chair as the brain sputtered and hummed like it usually did, but grew impatient as the pleasure juices were not being sucked through the tube like normal. Barry stood inside as it got hotter and noticed the walls vibrate as small vessels in the inner lining looked as though they were bursting and turning bright gold. Golden fluid popped and sprayed out of the enlarged-looking vessels and onto him. The golden fluid had a cooling effect. From the outside, the brain shook violently in a way Sheila had never seen it do before. She got up angrily and stormed over to the controls.
Everything looks fine! How the fuck does this thing work? What is this?
She was frantic.
Crassus would know what to do!
She shouted. The brain now moved up and down and bounced slightly, which was enough for Sheila to decide to cancel the sacrifice. She smashed a huge red button that read cancel, but nothing happened. She smashed it several more times, but to no effect. Barry now stood inside the brain, oddly energized and cooled by the bursting golden spray, and did a dance. He was thrilled and delighted, but could not explain why, and he laughed. From the outside, Sheila heard Barry's laughter, which was a stark contrast to the usual screams produced by the other sacrifices they had often tossed in.
No! Stop laughing, you little shit boy! You should not be laughing! You should be screaming and crying!
Sheila angrily declared before stomping over to the brain's side. She would now attempt to end the sacrificial sequence by opening the brain's latch and pulling young Barry out. Barry dropped and did a classic squatter's jig with his backside directly above the latch, which opened inward. The brain shook violently and made the entire tower sway slightly. Sheila squatted and pushed up on the latch as hard as she could, and at the same moment, almost miraculously, Jim's khaki prototype pants flung open, pressing in on the opposite direction against the brain's latch. Sheila was confused and pushed harder, then did it several more times until she realized the latch was not coming open. Barry remained in this squat dancing position and he laughed. The brain cracked open on the outside and a ray of brilliant golden light shot out through its top. Sheila fell back onto the ground as a burst of powerful energy shot her away. She attempted to raise her arms to the latch, but was pushed away from the brain, not able to get within 6 or so feet of it.
No! What is happening? Big Rix, come help!
Sheila yelled, but her voice could not be heard over the loud hum and cracking of the brain. Then another energy blast pulsated out from the brain. Several more rays of extremely brilliant golden light shone out. The tower swayed back and forth several feet in each direction now. Barry still laughed inside as he danced and danced in his beautiful clogs. Suddenly, from Barry's perspective, in a single moment, the walls of the entire brain vaporized, and a blast of energy let out from it, which was somehow both slow-moving and instantaneous. He watched a wall of pure golden energy fling out from him perfectly in all directions as it consumed the tower, then the fields, then the mountains. All the while, he remained hung in the air. The entire realm slowly crumbled and dissolved into nothingness as the golden light subsumed all in its path, and Barry laughed. A deep voice emanated from all directions around him as the wall of energy made its furthest reaches into the mountains.
Good job, golden boy.
It hummed in a deep, ethereal tone. Barry closed his eyes. It was done.
It was done,
the boy asked, leaning into his grandfather's face, who still stared at the ceiling. It was now nearly morning at Ford Manor. The old man had regaled his grandson all night.
But what happened to Jim? What happened to the rest of the villagers?
The old man gasped and whispered incoherently as the final breaths of life vacated his lungs, his body no longer feeling the need to live, having released this epic tale which had been trapped in him for so long. His last dying breath exited his body, and a long, high-pitched fart vacated his bowels at the very same moment.
"Grandfather?"
the boy questioned. The old man turned his head to the wall and gazed at a large portrait of an elderly gentleman with a long and thick golden beard adorning his face. He let out one final proclamation. His eyes closed.
"It is done."
The end.